At my graduation party, I was told to wait outside the venue. My aunt said, "It's just for close family." I looked around. Everyone else was inside. So I took my cap and gown, turned around, and said, "Guess I'll celebrate elsewhere." My dad followed me out, shocked. I'm Maya, 22, just graduated from college with honors, and honestly, I thought this day would be a turning point, a moment where my family would finally show me the support I deserved. But nope. Turns out, some people just love to make your life harder when you least expect it. My dad, Jeff, is the kind of guy who prefers to keep the peace, sometimes a little too much. My mom's been out of the picture for years, so it's mostly been me and Dad, along with my Aunt Lorraine, who's his sister. Lorraine has always been a bit of a control freak, the type who thinks the world revolves around her. Over the years, I've learned she's got a real talent for turning family events into her own personal drama stage. Anyway, about a month before graduation, Dad and Lorraine decided to throw a party for me. At least, that's what I was told. I didn't get many details, and Lorraine was the one handling the invites in the venue. The day of the party came, and I was buzzing with excitement. I just finished the ceremony and was wearing my cap and gown, feeling like all the hard work had finally paid off. Dad and I drove to the event hall, a fancy little place downtown with big windows and string lights hung everywhere. It looked perfect. When we arrived, Lorraine was already there, standing at the entrance like a gatekeeper. I smiled, expecting her to gush over me. Maybe tell me how proud she was or something. Instead, she just looked me up and down, her smile tight. "Maya," she said, holding up a clipboard like she was about to deliver some corporate policy, "we've had to make some adjustments. The party's only for close family. You'll need to wait outside until the rest of the guests arrive." I blinked. Wait, what? I'm the graduate. Why am I waiting outside? Lorraine's smile didn't waver. "It's just what we decided. Your dad and I talked about it. We want to keep the party intimate." I glanced around and noticed the front doors were open, music and chatter drifting out. I could see people inside, my grandparents, a few cousins, and some faces I didn't recognize but who seemed very comfortable in the space. "And I'm not part of that close family?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Lorraine's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're here to celebrate. You don't have to be in the thick of it right now. Just wait outside a bit." Dad looked uncomfortable, avoiding eye contact with both of us. "Lorraine, come on. Maya should be inside. She just graduated." "No, Jeff," Lorraine said firmly. "We planned it this way." I felt a strange mix of shock and embarrassment. Standing out there, dressed in my cap and gown, in the cool evening air, while the party I was supposed to be the center of went on without me. I tried calling Dad later on his phone, no answer. Text ignored. Each time I looked inside, I saw more and more people walking in and taking seats, everyone except me. The whole thing felt surreal, like I'd been erased. Eventually, Dad came out, looking torn. "Maya, I don't know what to say. Lorraine's really controlling everything today." I shook my head. "So it's not about me at all, is it? This is her party, and I'm just an afterthought." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "She's always done this. She likes to be the center, and if she can't have that, she'll push you aside." At that moment, I realized this wasn't about a graduation party. It was about power and control. Lorraine wasn't going to let anyone steal the spotlight, not even me. I took off my cap and gown, folded them carefully, and told Dad, "I'm done waiting. I'm going home. If this is how it's going to be, I don't want to be part of it." Dad looked shocked and upset as I walked away, the party lights glowing behind me. I didn't immediately leave after I took off my cap and gown. I just stood there on the sidewalk, trying to steady my breathing. It wasn't just embarrassment anymore. It was anger. Not the quick flare-up kind, but the slow-burning kind that creeps in when you realize you've been deliberately pushed aside by people who should have been celebrating you. The party inside didn't feel like a celebration for me. It felt like a trap, and I was the one left out in the cold. I stared at the venue's front doors and watched as people laughed and talked, completely oblivious to the fact that the guest of honor was standing just outside, shut out. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and tried calling my dad again. The call went straight to voicemail. I sent a text, "Dad, why am I not allowed inside? What's going on?" No reply. I figured I should at least try to get some answers in person, so I walked toward the door and saw Aunt Lorraine again. She was chatting with my cousins, her voice loud and sharp, commanding attention like she always does. I stepped closer and cleared my throat. "Lorraine, can we talk for a minute?" She turned to me with that same icy smile that never quite reaches her eyes. "Maya, I'm busy. You need to wait outside, remember?" I bit my lip. "Why exactly?" Why am I not welcome inside my own graduation party? Her eyes flicked around, maybe searching for an escape route, but I wasn't going to back down. It's just what we decided, she said again, the tone making it clear I wasn't to argue. It's better this way. You'll understand soon enough. I wanted to ask what I would understand, but before I could say anything else, Dad appeared behind me. His face was pale, his eyes avoiding mine. Let's not do this here, he said quietly, placing a hand on my shoulder. Come outside with me. I nodded slowly, and we stepped away from the crowd. Once we were a few feet down the sidewalk, I turned to him. Dad, tell me what's happening. I don't get it. He sighed, running his hands through his hair like he was fighting an internal battle. It's Lorraine, he finally said, voice low. She's made this whole party about her side of the family, her friends, her social circle. She's invited people you don't even know and cut you out because, well, because she wants the spotlight. My heart sank, but I wasn't surprised. Lorraine has always had this way of twisting things to make herself the center of attention. But this was next level. She didn't even tell me who she invited. She said it was just close family and friends, but it's really just her people. I looked back at the venue, hearing the faint sounds of music and laughter leaking out. And you just let her do this? You didn't stand up for me? Dad's shoulders slumped. I tried. I told her it wasn't right, but she doesn't listen to me. And honestly, she's always had this hold over me. I wanted to make you happy, but I guess I failed. I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes, not from sadness, but from frustration. You didn't fail me, I said softly. Lorraine's the problem. He nodded, but the sadness in his eyes was unmistakable. Look, Maya, he continued, I want to fix this. I don't want you standing out here alone. I don't know how to stand up to her. That's when I realized this wasn't just about a party. This was about years of Lorraine manipulating everyone, including my dad, to get what she wanted. The way she's twisted family gatherings, holidays, even small dinners into her personal stage, where she's the star and everyone else plays a supporting role or is pushed out entirely. Dad, I said firmly, if you want to fix this, you have to start by being honest with yourself about what Lorraine's done. And you can't just leave me standing outside. He looked at me for a long moment. Then his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lorraine. Everything's fine. Don't ruin the party. Dad's face went pale again. She's watching everything. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Lorraine wasn't just controlling the party. She was controlling the narrative, controlling who saw what, controlling how people thought of me. I looked at Dad and said, maybe it's time I stopped trying to play by her rules. Before he could respond, the door opened again and Aunt Lorraine stepped out, her face perfectly calm, but her eyes sharp and cold. Maya, she said sweetly, but there was steel beneath it. I know this isn't what you wanted, but you have to understand, some things are out of our control. We're trying to keep this simple. You'll get your moment. I raised an eyebrow. My moment? Standing outside in the cold while everyone else has a good time? Is that the moment you planned? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Don't be dramatic. You'll be fine. I folded my arms. Actually, I'm not fine. Lorraine's smile flickered for a moment, just enough to see the real person behind the mask, the person who enjoys having power over others, even if it means hurting her own family. You're welcome to stay outside all night, Maya, she said quietly, but if you think you're going to steal this party from me, you're mistaken. I looked at Dad, who was standing silently beside her. His shoulders were slumped, his eyes tired. He was trapped. That's when I realized just how far Lorraine had pushed this family apart, and that this wasn't just a fight over a graduation party. This was a long-standing power play that she'd been winning for years. I turned away, took my cap and gown from Dad's hesitant hands, and started walking down the street. I'm celebrating elsewhere, I said over my shoulder. Dad followed me, a mixture of shock and regret on his face. Maya, wait. Don't do this. But I didn't stop. Not this time. I found a quiet little park bench a few blocks away and sat down, wrapping my gown around me to keep warm. I scrolled through my phone, ignoring messages from relatives who'd been invited by Lorraine but never once reached out before the party. I realized this wasn't just about me being excluded. Lorraine had carefully crafted an image of what our family should look like, and I wasn't part of it. Over the years, I'd seen it happen. Aunt Lorraine undermining me at family dinners, mocking my career ambitions in front of relatives, making snide comments about how I never fit in or how some people don't know their place. Dad always tried to change the subject or laugh it off, but I saw the hurt in his eyes too. Tonight was the culmination of years of silent cruelty, wrapped in the polite smiles and carefully controlled conversations Aunt Lorraine was so good at. But I'm not the type to let things slide. Not anymore. I sat there in the dark, thinking about what I was going to do next. I sat on that cold park bench for what felt like hours, the city's hum dimming into a dull background noise. My cap and gown, folded neatly beside me, felt heavier than ever, not because of the fabric, but because of what they represented. Years of hard work, sacrifice, and dreams that had just been shoved aside by the people who were supposed to be proudest of me. I pulled out my phone again and started scrolling through messages. Not the congratulatory kind, mind you. More like, sorry we couldn't make it, or had other plans. Typical polite lies from people who had been carefully curated by Aunt Lorraine. She had always been good at this. A master puppeteer, pulling strings to create the perfect image of the family she wanted everyone to see: successful, united, respectable. And anyone who didn't fit into her carefully crafted mold was quietly discarded. As I sat there, the realization hit me harder than I expected. This wasn't about me at all. This was about Aunt Lorraine's control, a game she had been playing for years, and now, at my graduation party, she was making sure everyone understood who was in charge. When I got home that night, the house was quiet. Dad had driven me back without saying much, his silence heavier than any argument. Inside, I found a note on the kitchen table, a thin piece of paper with Aunt Lorraine's neat, looping handwriting. Maya, you disappointed everyone today. It's not too late to make this right. Come to the family dinner tomorrow night. We need to talk. I stared at it for a long time. The message was innocent on the surface, but I could see through the veneer. It was a demand, a reminder that Aunt Lorraine controlled the narrative and, by extension, everyone's behavior. The next day dragged. Every time my phone buzzed, I braced myself for another passive-aggressive message or a thinly veiled insult. None came, but I knew the silence was just as loud. That evening, Dad tried to talk again, but I wasn't ready. I just want us to be a family, he said, voice tired. I looked at him, trying to hold back my frustration. We are a family. But some families tear each other down instead of building each other up. That's what I felt yesterday. He nodded slowly. Lorraine's been this way for a long time. I thought she'd change. I was wrong. It was the first time I'd heard him say it outright, that Aunt Lorraine wasn't just difficult, but toxic. The family dinner was at Aunt Lorraine's house, a sprawling, immaculate place that screamed show off. Crystal chandeliers, polished floors, and enough art on the walls to make a museum jealous. She had invited every relative she deemed worthy, which meant I was the odd one out, again. As I stepped inside, the room went quiet. Conversation stopped. Eyes flicked toward me, some curious, some cold. Lorraine stood at the center, looking like she owned the room, which, in a way, she did. Maya, she said, voice syrupy sweet, thank you for coming. It's so important that we talk. I kept my voice calm. I want to talk, too, about why I was excluded from my own party. Her smile tightened, but she didn't back down. That was never the plan. You misunderstood. I shook my head. No, Lorraine. I understood perfectly. You wanted control. You wanted to make it about you. A few relatives gasped, eyes widening. Aunt Lorraine's smile vanished in a heartbeat. Watch your tone, she said coldly. This isn't the place for accusations. I glanced around. Why not? Because you want to keep pretending everything's perfect? Because you want to keep everyone scared to speak up? That's when my cousin Mark, Lorraine's golden boy, spoke up. Maya, you're overreacting. We all love you. You just don't understand how things work. I looked at him, the way he smiled like he was the perfect son, the star of the family. Mark, you're part of the problem. You've been raised to toe the line and support whatever Aunt Lorraine wants, no questions asked. Lorraine's eyes flashed with fury. Enough. The tension in the room was electric. My relatives were split, some looking uncomfortable, others clearly siding with Lorraine. Dad stepped forward. Maybe it's time to stop pretending. We've been living with this family dynamic for too long. It's hurting Maya, and it's hurting us all. Lorraine scoffed. You're being dramatic, Jeff. I looked at Dad, grateful for his support. For the first time, I saw something change in him, a spark of defiance. But Lorraine wasn't finished. This family has always been about strength, about standing tall, she said, voice rising. If you can't handle that, maybe you don't belong. I felt my chest tighten. You mean if I don't belong to your version of strength, I don't belong at all? She smiled again, cold and sharp. Exactly. That was the moment I realized how deep this went. Aunt Lorraine wasn't just controlling parties or dinners. She was controlling the entire family narrative, deciding who counted and who didn't. The next few weeks were horrible. Lorraine ramped up the pressure. She sent emails to my university, subtly questioning my achievements. She called family friends, planting doubts about me. At family events, she'd make snide remarks just loud enough for me to hear comments about my lack of ambition, my poor decisions, and how she didn't know why Dad was wasting time defending me. Even Dad seemed caught in the middle, sometimes defending me, other times apologizing to Lorraine. I tried to keep my head down, focus on my job and my future. But the constant manipulation wore on me. One afternoon, I was at a small cafe near my apartment when my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. If you want to be part of this family, you'll play by the rules. No signature, no name, but I knew exactly who it was from. I blocked the number. Then came the final blow. One morning, I woke up to an email from Aunt Lorraine, copied to half the family, my university, and even my employer. It was a carefully worded letter questioning my character, my achievements, and painting me as ungrateful and unstable. The note was professional, but the intent was clear: ruin my reputation. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at the screen, feeling like the ground had opened beneath me. But then something inside me shifted. I wasn't going to let Aunt Lorraine win. For days after that email landed in my inbox, I did nothing but stare at the screen. I deleted it, reopened it, read it again. It was the most blatant attack on me I'd ever seen, and the worst part was that it was coming from my own aunt, Aunt Lorraine, the person who was supposed to have my back. I knew I couldn't just sit and take it. I wasn't that girl anymore. The quiet kid who let things slide. No, this time, it was personal. But revenge isn't something you rush. It's something you craft carefully, piece by piece, like a chess game. I started by digging through the family history, looking for patterns, secrets, and vulnerabilities. Lorraine had always been so slick about her manipulations, but no one's perfect. Everyone leaves a trail. I reached out to some distant relatives, people who'd been quietly marginalized or mistreated by Lorraine over the years. They were hesitant at first, afraid of the family drama, but once I explained what I was facing, they opened up. Stories of petty sabotage, exclusion, and worse began to surface. One cousin shared how Lorraine had blackmailed her to give up a valuable inheritance. Another recounted a story about how Aunt Lorraine spread rumors to destroy a relative's engagement. Piece by piece, the picture became clear. Aunt Lorraine wasn't just a control freak, she was a calculated, ruthless villain who used her charm and family connections as weapons. I also started collecting evidence, emails, photos, voicemails, screenshots of texts. Lorraine had always been careful, but in her arrogance, she left enough breadcrumbs to build a case. One afternoon, I sat in my small apartment surrounded by printouts and notes, planning my next steps. This wasn't about petty revenge anymore. It was about exposing the truth, making sure everyone knew what kind of person she really was. The first move was subtle. At the next family event, Lorraine strutted in like the queen she thought she was, expecting the usual chorus of compliments and deference. But I was ready. As the room filled, I quietly handed copies of some of the stories I'd collected to my dad and a few relatives I knew I could trust, people who had been caught in Lorraine's web but were afraid to speak up. At first, there were whispers, confused looks, nervous glances. Lorraine noticed immediately and shot me a look full of contempt and fury. "You're making a mistake, Maya," she hissed under her breath as she passed by. I smiled, calmly sipping my drink. The tide was turning. Over the next few weeks, the subtle undermining escalated. I organized private meetings with relatives who had been hurt by Lorraine's manipulations. They shared their stories in hushed tones, gaining the courage to finally confront what had been swept under the rug for years. I compiled everything into a detailed dossier: emails, letters, photos, testimonies, outlining Aunt Lorraine's manipulative and controlling behavior. It wasn't just about personal grievances anymore. I uncovered financial misdealings, shady family business decisions she'd pushed through for her own gain, often at the expense of others. The more I uncovered, the more the family fractures deepened. Then came the day I decided to deliver the dossier to the family. I booked the community center where my graduation party was supposed to be held, the same place Aunt Lorraine had used to flaunt her control. I sent out an invitation to the entire family, including Lorraine herself, under the guise of a family meeting to discuss our future and clear the air. She accepted, of course, confident she could handle anything I threw at her. The night of the meeting, the tension was thick in the air as relatives filed into the room, some curious, others anxious. Lorraine arrived fashionably late, wearing a dress that practically screamed, "Look at me." She scanned the room, Smug. I waited until everyone was settled, then stood up. Thank you all for coming, I began, my voice steady despite the nervous flutter in my chest. This isn't about blaming or shaming, I said. It's about honesty. About finally acknowledging what's been happening under the surface for too long. I handed out copies of the dossier. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Lorraine's face turned a shade of white I'd never seen before. I won't dignify these accusations, she spat. This is a smear campaign. But relatives were already reading, whispering, exchanging shocked looks. One cousin, who'd been silent for years, stood up. I never thought I'd say this, but it's true. Lorraine's been manipulating us, controlling everything, and using us against each other. Others nodded. The room was breaking apart, family alliances shifting in real time. Lorraine's facade cracked. She tried to rally support, twisting stories, accusing others of jealousy and spite. But the evidence was overwhelming. Dad looked at her, finally seeing her clearly. This has to stop, he said firmly. We're family, but not like this. Lorraine, cornered and furious, stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. That night, the family was fractured like never before. Some supported Lorraine, still blinded by years of loyalty or fear, but more and more voices joined me in saying enough. I knew this was just the beginning. Lorraine wouldn't back down quietly. But for the first time, I felt like I had the upper hand. In the weeks that followed, Lorraine's attempts to sabotage me intensified. She spread rumors, tried to pit family members against me, even showed up uninvited at my workplace. But every time, I was prepared. I had allies now, people who had seen her true colors. And I was no longer alone. One evening, I received a package. Inside was a small photo album, old family pictures, carefully edited to paint me as the villain in our history. Alongside it was a note. You can't rewrite the past. I smiled. Let her try. Because I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for the family we could be, one where truth and respect mattered more than control and fear. After that night at the community center, nothing was the same. Aunt Lorraine disappeared from most family events. She sent a few angry emails, but no one took her seriously anymore. The family split. Some stood by her, blinded by loyalty or fear, but most finally saw the truth. Dad, for the first time in years, started to rebuild his relationship with me. We spent weekends talking, repairing the damage Lorraine had done between us. He apologized for staying silent too long and promised to protect me from her control. Lorraine tried one last desperate move. She showed up at my workplace, demanding a private meeting with my manager, accusing me of being unstable and unreliable. I was terrified for a moment, but I'd already prepared. I handed over a copy of the dossier and email she had sent trying to sabotage me. My manager didn't hesitate. Lorraine was asked to leave and banned from contacting me or the company again. That was the final nail in her control. The rest of the family? Most chose to distance themselves from Lorraine, but a few remained loyal, twisting her narrative to fit their own interests. I don't speak to them anymore. Not because I'm bitter, because I realize they're part of the same problem. Today, I'm working full-time, finishing graduate school, and finally living my life on my terms. The party she tried to control? I threw my own celebration with people who actually cared, friends, supportive family, and neighbors who cheered me on without conditions. Lorraine still tries to send passive-aggressive messages, but I don't respond. I've learned the hard way. Some people won't change, and that's okay. In the end, Aunt Lorraine didn't win. She lost control, respect, and the family's trust. She chose to isolate herself, blinded by her need to dominate. As for me, I'm done waiting outside. I stepped inside and claimed my place not just at family gatherings, but in life. And this time, no one is shutting the door on me. Hi Reddit. I'm 38F, and I'm writing this while staring blankly at the wall, replaying everything that's happened over the last year. I'm not really the type to air family drama online, but at this point I think I just need to tell the story, partly to get it out of my system and partly because I think some of you will understand better than my own family ever has. I'm the oldest of 2 kids. My brother Julian is 35, and depending on who you ask in my family, he's either the second coming of a saint or just so charming, isn't he? I used to think that whole golden child thing people talk about online was exaggerated, something from movies or dramatized stories. But now I could write a book on it. Growing up, things seemed normal on the surface. My parents weren't overly affectionate, but they did the basic parent stuff. Birthday parties, school plays, packed lunches, that kind of thing. But even when we were kids, I started noticing a pattern. When I brought home straight A's, my dad would pat me on the head and say, "That's what we expect from you." When Julian brought home a C+ in math, it was suddenly the teacher's fault. "She just doesn't know how to work with boys," Mom would say, rolling her eyes like the poor man was being persecuted. I got my first part-time job at 16, saving up for a school trip to Europe. My parents said if I wanted it, I had to earn it. I did. I worked weekends at a bookstore and skipped out on a lot of friend hangouts. Julian, meanwhile, got a brand new gaming console that same year just because. When I asked about it, my mom replied without missing a beat, "Your brother doesn't ask for much. Let him have something nice." There were years of this. Tiny moments that added up. Things I brushed off at the time because, well, it's family. You grow up thinking the people around you have your best interests at heart. That even if they're unfair sometimes, it's not personal. But looking back, I see now that the imbalance wasn't an accident. It was a quiet kind of favoritism, a slow burn that became my normal. Even into adulthood, that dynamic stuck. I got my degree in communications, started working in event planning, and eventually started my own small business designing and coordinating local events. It's not flashy, but I love what I do. Julian, on the other hand, bounced around. He did a semester of community college, then dropped out. Tried being a DJ for a while. Then he worked at a car dealership, then quit. My parents supported him through every twist and turn, calling him a free spirit and praising his entrepreneurial mindset. I didn't complain. I stayed in my lane. I worked hard, paid my own bills, sent flowers on every birthday, every anniversary. I never forgot a single family holiday, never missed a gathering, until one day, they made it very clear that I wasn't welcome anymore. But I'll get to that. About a year ago, Julian met Sierra, and that was when the family dynamics shifted from frustrating to outright hostile, though I didn't realize it right away. Sierra is the type of woman who knows how to be liked. She walks into a room and greets everyone by name, laughs a little too loud at other people's jokes, always posts the perfect filtered photo of her brunch or bouquet of flowers. I don't mean that to sound bitter. If anything, I was hopeful at first. I thought maybe Julian had found someone who'd bring him a little direction. She was perfectly pleasant during our first meeting, smiled, asked me about my job, complimented my shoes. But there was a sharpness behind her friendliness, something I couldn't quite name at the time. I chalked it up to nerves. Then, gradually, things started to shift. Family dinners became more and more about Sierra. My parents acted like she was a visiting dignitary. My mom started calling her my girl and raving about her taste in decor. My dad would bring up how Sierra's been so good for Julian and how he's finally settling down, thanks to her influence. At one dinner, I brought a homemade cake. Baking is a hobby of mine, and I'd spend hours trying a new recipe. Sierra took one polite bite and said, "Oh, this is cute. We made a cake last week too, but we used almond flour and monk fruit sugar. It was so light." Then she pushed her plate away. My mom whispered to me later that I really should try to learn what people are eating these days. Little things. Always little things. But they added up. And then, last spring, Julian and Sierra bought a house together. I didn't hear it from them. I heard it from Aunt Muriel, who casually mentioned it while we were having coffee. "They just got the keys," she said. "Isn't that exciting? I'm sure you've already seen the pictures." I hadn't. I hadn't even known they were looking. I congratulated Julian over text. He sent back a thumbs up emoji. No words. No thanks. No, you should come see it sometime. Just a blue bubble with a hand gesture. That was when something in me started to shift too. I didn't press. I didn't ask why I hadn't been told. I just filed it away, like all the other little slights. A few weeks later, my dad called me out of the blue. "Hey, honey," he said. "Just letting you know we're all heading to Julian and Sierra's on Saturday. They're having a small get-together, nothing formal. Mostly just family." I blinked at the clock. "This Saturday?" "Yeah, nothing major. You don't have to come, of course. I just thought I'd let you know in case you felt like dropping by." There was a pause. "I mean," he added, "I know these things aren't really your scene." That line hit me in a way I can't quite explain. I've never caused drama. Never once raised my voice at a gathering. But somehow, I'd been quietly labeled the problem. I could have argued, asked what he meant, but I didn't. I said, "Thanks for letting me know," and hung up. And I didn't go. The next day, while scrolling through Instagram, I saw the first photos. Then came the group pictures. Decorations. A full buffet. matching signs and balloons, custom drink stirrers. And there, in the middle of the room, was a printed seating chart, names in calligraphy, matching centerpieces. It wasn't nothing major. It was a full-blown housewarming party. And everyone, every aunt, cousin, and second cousin, was there. Everyone but me. But I didn't cry. I didn't message anyone. I didn't even comment. After the housewarming party photos flooded social media, I did what I always do when I'm hurt, but trying not to show it. I got quiet. I stopped texting in the family group chat. I didn't like or comment on the endless stream of pictures. I didn't call to ask how the party went or what the new house looked like in person. I just went silent. For days, no one noticed. And that silence gave me time to think. I had spent years bending over backwards to show up for this family, rearranging my work schedule for birthdays, hand-making personalized gifts, offering help without being asked. I hosted baby showers for cousins, helped design invitations for weddings I barely got a seat at, and always showed up with a smile, no matter how passive the comments or how clear the favoritism. And for what? To be labeled the troublemaker, the one whose absence was more appreciated than her presence? I wasn't angry. Not in the shouting, red-faced way my dad gets when the cable goes out. I was calm, focused, and somewhere in that quiet, I decided it was time to stop playing the role they'd written for me. The too serious, too sensitive, too cold older sister. So when I got an email a week later about a small business spotlight event, a local networking and promotional opportunity, I decided to do something I'd never done before. I reserved the venue. Not for the event, though I did plan to attend. I reserved it for a celebration of my own. For the past 5 years, I'd been slowly building my event planning business. At first it was small, birthday parties, baby showers, a few corporate gigs. But it grew. Quietly. Steadily. I had finally reached a place where I wasn't just getting by, but thriving. I had clients referring me left and right, a small team under me, and even a few recurring contracts with local businesses. But I'd never really celebrated it. So I decided I would. I'd throw an anniversary event for my business. Not a launch party, not a client mixer. Just a celebration of 5 years of hard work and growth. And this time, I wasn't going to invite my family out of obligation. I invited who I wanted. Colleagues, friends, clients who had become like family. People who had encouraged me, believed in me, and respected me. I had custom invitations designed, tasteful, minimal, printed on thick matte cardstock. I spent hours making sure every detail was perfect. I rented string lights and floral arrangements, hired a local jazz trio, and planned the menu down to the smallest bite. It wasn't a massive event, maybe 50 guests total, but it felt right. I debated for days about whether to send invitations to my family. I knew what would happen if I didn't. I'd be painted as vindictive, dramatic, overly sensitive. Again, so I compromised. I told myself I'd send them to whoever had reached out to me personally after the housewarming. Not people who liked my photos or left heart emojis. People who actually spoke to me. That was easy, because no one had. Not even Julian. So I didn't send a single invitation to my parents, Julian, Sierra, or anyone else who had treated me like I didn't exist. The event was scheduled for a Saturday evening in late June, exactly 1 month after the housewarming. And as the date approached, I didn't advertise it on social media. I didn't talk about it in the group chat. I didn't drop hints. I simply moved forward. The night of the event, everything went off perfectly. The weather was warm but breezy. The venue, a renovated garden house downtown, looked beautiful. Guests mingled under soft lights, holding sparkling lemonade and plates of delicate hors d'oeuvres. I made a short speech thanking those who had supported me, and afterward, I was swarmed by people saying how proud they were, how beautiful everything looked, and how they couldn't wait to see what came next. I wasn't trying to make a statement, but apparently, my silence made one for me. Because about 3 days after the event, I got a text from my cousin Marcy. It was a photo, one of my invitations. Still sealed. Still in its envelope. She captioned it. Did you mean to leave people out? Just found this in our mailbox this morning, no postmark. At first, I was confused. I hadn't sent her an invitation, and I definitely hadn't mailed any without postage. Then, I looked closer. It wasn't her address. It was mine. But the envelope had her name written on it, in handwriting that looked a lot like Sierra's. My heart started racing. I called Marcy. Where did you find that? I asked. In my mailbox. I thought maybe it got delivered wrong, but it has my name on it, so I don't know. It's weird, but the address is yours. It didn't take long for me to piece it together. Sierra must have somehow gotten access to the invitations, or at least knew I was planning something, and intercepted the guest list. Whether she found the RSVP page or got someone else to spill, I'll never know. But the envelope being addressed with my home address and her name on it wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. Someone, whether Sierra herself or someone doing her a favor, had collected a few of the invitations I never sent and placed them in people's mailboxes with my address as the return, making it look like I had sent them, then deliberately disinvited people. Over the next 24 hours, I received 5 more messages, all from extended family, all asking why their invitation arrived late, or not at all. Some were polite, some were passive-aggressive. One even said, "Would have been nice to celebrate your business, but I guess you're too good for family now." I didn't respond. Instead, I waited. I knew the real storm was coming. I could feel it building. Because if there was one thing my parents hated more than me causing a scene, it was not being included in one. And sure enough, the call came the next evening. My dad. I let it go to voicemail. Then my mom. Then, finally, Julian. When I finally picked up, his voice was cold, distant. "So, you threw a party." I said nothing. He continued, "You didn't invite mom or dad?" "I didn't think they'd want to come," I said simply. "You invited Marcy. You invited clients. But not your own family." "I invited the people who've supported me," I said quietly. "Who actually treat me like I matter." There was a long pause. Then Julian said something that I still think about. "Well, we knew you'd cause trouble eventually." I smiled. I actually smiled. "Then it's good I didn't come to your housewarming," I said. "Wouldn't want to ruin the seating chart." He hung up. But that was just the beginning. Because a few days later, my aunt, one of the few neutral family members, called to warn me that something was happening behind the scenes. Sierra had posted something vague, but pointed on social media about fake support and jealous people trying to tear others down. My mother had sent out a long family email claiming I had excluded blood relatives in favor of clients and social climbers. Julian hadn't said much publicly, but according to my cousin's screenshot, he liked every post that implied I was the villain. And that's when I decided if they wanted to play this game, they were going to regret it. But not with drama, not with accusations or insults, with facts, with receipts, with something they couldn't twist or spin. And I had just the thing. After that call with Julian, I didn't cry. I didn't throw anything or scream into a pillow, like some people might when the people they call family choose to humiliate them. Again, so publicly. No, I sat in my office, in the quiet, with my hands folded in my lap. And then I turned to the old storage bin behind my desk. It was the kind of plastic tote people keep childhood photos and dusty holiday decorations in. Mine held years of files and mementos from my business. Notes from clients. Contracts. Thank you cards. Proof of payments. I kept it more for nostalgia than practicality, though something in me always liked having a record of things, just in case. Near the bottom was a slim folder. I hadn't opened it in years. Inside were 2 things. A copy of the flyer I'd made for Julian's very first business, a music promotion company that never took off, and the paperwork where I'd helped him apply for his initial business license. I had paid for the registration fees, covered the notary, even given him a blank invoice template. He never used any of it. He gave up after 3 months. But I had the receipts. That wasn't revenge, though. That was just history. The real gem? The folder I kept next to it. It had my original draft for a family reunion event I tried to plan 3 years ago, back when I still believed that if I just tried hard enough, we could all be close again. I'd gone all out. I designed matching shirts, scouted parks and catering options, and wrote out a full timeline. I sent out RSVP forms. Out of 24 people, 5 responded. Only 2 said yes. Julian? He didn't even open the email. My parents claimed they were probably going to be busy that weekend, despite the date being 8 months away. Sierra hadn't been around then, but I remember Julian joking in the group chat that I was treating a backyard picnic like the Oscars. That's when I stopped trying. But I hadn't thrown the plans away, because some part of me knew I'd want to remember how hard I tried, and how quickly they dismissed it. That reunion folder gave me an idea. A slow, meticulous, and completely legal idea. So here's what I did. I went back to the venue where I'd held my business anniversary. The owner, Emma, liked me. We'd worked together before. I told her I wanted to host a friends and found family gathering in late August. Nothing big. Just a private event to celebrate chosen community. I said I'd handle all the planning. She smiled and handed me the contract. Then, I started putting things in motion. First, I created a new guest list. No biological family. Not a single one. Instead, I invited people who had shown up for me in real ways. My team, former clients, the neighbors who helped me shovel my driveway during the winter, the friend who watched my cat when I had surgery last year. Real people. Loyal people. Then, I did something very intentional. I hired a photographer and a videographer. Not for glamour. For documentation. I wanted pictures. I wanted footage. Smiling faces. Happy moments. Laughing children. Dancing friends. Delicious food. I wanted evidence of what a celebration looked like when no one was walking on eggshells or being quietly insulted behind their back. Then came the final touch. I wrote a post. A simple, heartfelt message. Nothing petty. Just a caption with a few photos of the event. The table settings, the speeches, the group photo under twinkling lights. And underneath, I wrote, "Sometimes family isn't who shares your blood, but who shows up when it matters." This weekend reminded me of the beauty of loyalty, kindness, and chosen love. Thank you to everyone who stood by me, not just this year, but always. You know who you are. I posted it at 9 a.m. on a Monday. By noon, I had over 50 comments. Most were from friends or clients. So beautiful. Such a lovely evening. You deserve this. But one comment stood out. It was from my Aunt Muriel, who never liked to pick sides, but always noticed more than she let on. She wrote, "Looks like a perfect celebration. Some people really missed out." That was all it took. By 3 p.m., the family group chat, which had been mostly silent since the housewarming, lit up like a signal flare. My mom was the first. "Mom, why didn't we hear about this gathering? Was this another business thing?" "Julian, so now you're just posting parties and acting like we're dead?" "Dad, is this how you want things to be? Us finding out from Facebook that we're not family anymore?" I didn't respond. At least, not right away. But I knew they wouldn't let it go. And I was right. That evening, I got a call from Sierra. I don't know how she got my number, probably from Julian's phone, but her name popped up and, out of curiosity, I answered. "Hello." There was a pause, and then her voice, sugar-laced but sharp. "Hi. I just wanted to say, we saw your little post." I said nothing. She continued, "It's really sad, you know? Watching someone push away their whole family just because they can't handle not being the center of attention." I finally spoke. I didn't push anyone away. I just stopped begging to be included. There was a silence. Then she laughed, low and clipped. "You can play victim all you want, but everyone sees it. You could have reached out. You could have talked to your brother. But you decided to make a scene." I blinked. "You mean like the one you staged with the fake invitations?" Silence again. Then she said, voice tight, "Excuse me?" "You heard me," I said quietly. "I know what you did. And the next time you try to manipulate a narrative, make sure the envelope doesn't have my return address and your handwriting." The call ended soon after that. But the damage was done for them. Because what they didn't know, what they couldn't have known, was that I'd been documenting everything. The envelope, the messages, the screenshots from mutual friends who told me about the group chats Sierra had stirred up behind my back. I'd quietly saved every shred of evidence, not for drama, but just in case. Now, I had more than just silence on my side. I had the truth, and I wasn't done yet. After my call with Sierra ended, I sat there, still and silent, phone resting face down on the desk. I thought I'd feel triumphant, vindicated. I didn't. What I felt was clarity. For the first time in years, I wasn't doubting myself. I wasn't second-guessing whether I had overreacted or taken something too personally. Everything they had done, every exclusion, every dig, every manipulative twist, had been real. And now, I had proof. But I didn't want revenge for attention. I wasn't interested in getting even just to make a point. I wanted peace. Real peace. The kind that only comes when you finally stop asking people to respect you, and instead, remove them from your life completely. And that meant one final step. See, after years of being made to feel like I didn't belong, I'd started building something for myself. Quietly, privately, and without them. Remember the family reunion I tried to organize? The one they ignored? Well, after it fell apart, I started working with a local nonprofit that helped organize community events, especially for people who had lost ties with family or didn't have one. I'd spent the past few years helping them behind the scenes, volunteering, donating, and eventually joining their board. One of our biggest initiatives was an annual Found Family Festival, a weekend-long event that connected people who felt left behind by their families of origin. This year, I had been named co-chair, and I had a platform, so I decided to use it. I reached out to the director and asked if I could give the opening night speech. Not to talk about my family specifically, but to speak to the experience of what it feels like to be overlooked, diminished, and eventually erased. To speak to the pain of pretending to be okay with being the outsider, and to show people that you can move forward without those who refuse to see your value. The night of the event, I stood at the podium in front of nearly 300 attendees. I wore a navy jumpsuit, hair pinned back, hands trembling just slightly as I adjusted the mic. "My name is Celeste," I began. And for years, I thought the problem was me. I told them the story in broad strokes. I shared how I'd spent years trying to earn love that came freely to others. How I bent myself into shapes to please people who only ever saw me as too much or not enough. How I had finally learned that sometimes the healthiest thing you can do is walk away. The audience was silent as I finished. And then the applause started, slow at first, then growing. Some people were crying. A few stood. But what mattered most to me was the stillness I felt inside. No fear, no doubt, just truth. Afterward, I posted a short clip from the speech on my business page. I didn't tag anyone. I didn't name names. But people knew, especially people in my extended family. I received messages from a few relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Quiet apologies, small acknowledgments, nothing dramatic. But from my immediate family, radio silence. Until 3 weeks later, I was walking home from the grocery store when I saw the envelope on my doorstep. No return address, just my name, written in careful cursive I recognized instantly, my mother's. Inside was a letter, a full page. "No, I'm sorry, no ownership, just passive phrases like, 'I wish you hadn't taken things the way you did,' and 'we always tried our best, even if it wasn't what you wanted.' The final line? 'I hope you'll choose to come home someday. Your absence is hurting the whole family.' I folded the letter back into the envelope and placed it in a drawer. I didn't respond, because I had finally accepted that the home they wanted me to return to never truly existed for me. It was a place where I was tolerated, not loved, where silence was expected and boundaries were seen as betrayal. And I wasn't going back. Since then, life has been quieter and better. I've expanded my business, hired 2 new team members, and started mentoring young women trying to enter the events industry. My social circle has grown in ways I never expected. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me without condition, not because they have to, but because they want to. My parents, Julian and Sierra, remain distant. Occasionally, I'll hear about them through a cousin or mutual acquaintance. I know Julian and Sierra got married in the fall. I wasn't invited, obviously, but I wasn't upset. I was relieved, because I finally stopped chasing a seat at a table that was never built for me. And now, I'm building my own table, one where kindness, respect, and loyalty are the only invitations anyone needs. So, to answer the unspoken question I know some people might still wonder. No, I didn't forgive them. I didn't forget, and I didn't soften. Because forgiveness isn't something owed, it's something earned. And they never once tried to earn it. They showed me who they were, again and again, and I finally believed them. That's the situation now. I am no longer part of their story, and they are no longer part of mine. And for the first time in my life, I'm okay with that. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. Christmas had always been my favorite time of year. Even as I got older, I still felt that little spark of excitement as December rolled around. It wasn't about the gifts. I knew I wasn't a little kid anymore. It was the feeling of it all. The lights twinkling softly in the living room, the smell of cinnamon and pine filling the house, the way everything just felt warmer despite the cold outside. Most of all, I loved the tradition. Every year, my family had the same Christmas morning routine. We'd wake up early, still in our pajamas, and gather in the living room, mugs of hot chocolate in hand. Dad would always put on that same old Christmas playlist, songs I had heard 1,000 times before, but still made me smile. Mom would pass out gifts, one at a time, so everyone got a turn opening something while the rest of us watched. It was something small, something familiar, something I thought we all cherished. This year felt different. though .it started with little things. My parents had been distant in the weeks leading up to Christmas, barely acknowledging me unless they needed something. Conversations felt short and forced, like they were just going through the motions. My younger brother, Jake, on the other hand, had been getting all their attention. They talked to him constantly about school, his soccer games, his friends. I told myself I was imagining it, that it was nothing, that maybe I was just reading too much into things. But deep down, I felt it. I just didn't expect Christmas morning to confirm it so clearly. That morning, I woke up to the sound of Jake laughing downstairs. The smell of coffee drifted through the air, and for a brief moment, I smiled. I shook off the uneasy feeling in my chest, pushing aside the nagging thought that something was off. I made my way downstairs, rubbing the sleep from my eyes as I stepped into the living room. The tree stood tall in the corner, glowing with soft, colorful lights. The usual pile of presents sat beneath it, perfectly wrapped with shiny bows. Mom and Dad were already on the couch, sipping their coffee. Jake sat cross-legged on the floor, his face practically glowing with excitement. "There you are," Mom said, flashing me a quick smile. "We were just about to start without you." I sat down on the floor next to Jake, trying to shake the feeling of unease creeping up my spine. Maybe I was just overthinking things. Maybe this year would feel like every other. Mom reached under the tree and grabbed a gift, handing it to Jake first. Just like always, he tore into it, and I watched as he pulled out a pair of brand new sneakers, the kind he'd been talking about nonstop for weeks. His eyes lit up, and he looked up at our parents. "No way. These are sick." Mom laughed. "We knew you'd love them." Dad chuckled. "There's plenty more where that came from, buddy." I smiled at Jake. "Nice," I said, trying to match his excitement. "Those are cool." He barely glanced at me before moving on to his next gift. I sat quietly as he unwrapped present after present. High-end clothes, a gaming headset, a gift card to his favorite store. With each new thing he unwrapped, I felt my stomach tighten. And then, Mom handed him the big one, a sleek, perfectly wrapped box with a bright red bow. Jake's eyes widened as he grabbed it, practically ripping the paper off in one motion. His jaw dropped as he held up the latest iPhone, still in its untouched packaging. "No way," he shouted. "This is insane." Mom beamed. "You've earned it," she said, ruffling his hair. Dad clapped him on the back. "You work hard, kid. You deserve it." Jake grinned, turning the box over in his hands. "This is the best Christmas ever." I swallowed the lump in my throat, forcing myself to smile. Then, Mom turned to me. "Oh, almost forgot," she said, reaching under the tree. She pulled out a small, lumpy package, wrapped hastily in thin paper. "Here you go." I took it slowly, suddenly aware of how silent the room had become. The wrapping crinkled in my hands as I peeled it away, revealing a cheap, flimsy notebook. The kind you find at the dollar store, with a thin cardboard cover and lined pages that felt rough to the touch. I blinked. I reached inside the package again and pulled out a single plastic pen. I clicked it. Nothing. The ink was dry. For a moment, I just stared at it, my mind struggling to process what I was looking at. Then, a snicker broke the silence. I looked up. Dad was smirking. Jake burst out laughing. "Wow," he said, shaking his head. "Guess someone wasn't that good this year." Mom just sipped her coffee. Not saying a word, I forced a smile, gripping the notebook tightly in my hands. "Thanks," I muttered. Nobody responded, and in that moment, something inside me cracked. That night, long after the laughter had died down and everyone had gone to bed, I lay in my room staring at the ceiling. The cheap notebook sat on my desk, unopened. The dead pen lay beside it, useless. I tried to push the thoughts away, tried to tell myself that I was overreacting. It's just a gift, I thought. It's not about the presents. It's about family. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't about the gifts. It was about what they represented. Jake had gotten everything he wanted. Mom and Dad had spent months listening to him, caring about what would make him happy, making sure he felt loved and appreciated. Me? I got a last-minute, thoughtless present. Something that screamed we didn't even try. I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't caused problems. My grades were good. I helped around the house. I did everything they asked. And still, I was treated like an afterthought, I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I had spent years pretending it didn't bother me, laughing off the favoritism, telling myself that maybe one day they'd see me, that maybe if I worked harder, did more, was better, they would finally love me the way they loved him. But tonight, something in me shifted. I wasn't going to sit around waiting for them to care. I climbed out of bed as quietly as I could, my hands shaking. I grabbed my backpack from the corner of my room and started stuffing it with clothes. A hoodie, a couple of t-shirts, my savings, what little I had. I didn't have a real plan, but I knew one thing for sure, that I couldn't stay here. Not when it felt like I was invisible. Not when it hurt this much. I slipped on my shoes, took one last glance at my room. The same room I had spent my whole life in, and then I did something I never thought I would. I left. Days later, my phone buzzed. At first, I ignored it. I had been ignoring them for days. But then, the screen lit up again. 17 missed calls. Then, a text popped up. Where are you? Please come back. My parents were panicked. But did they really care? Or were they just scared of what people would think? I took a deep breath. I had a choice to make. I stared at the phone for a long time, my finger hovering over the screen. The message was clear. They were looking for me, desperate for me to come back. But why? Was it because they missed me? Or was it just because everything had gotten too complicated and they didn't know how to fix it? I felt a wave of bitterness rise in my chest, but then another thought crept in. What if they were genuinely worried? What if they realized what they had done wrong? I turned the phone off, staring down at it for a while before putting it back in my pocket. I didn't know what to think anymore. My whole life, I had tried to prove myself. I had tried to be the daughter they would finally notice, the one they would look at with pride like they did with Jake. But all that time, all those years, I had been invisible. And now, they were panicking because I was gone. But were they panicking because they realized they messed up? Or because they were losing control of their perfect image of a happy family? I didn't know. And right now, I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out. The next few days were the quietest I had ever known. I stayed at a friend's house, not telling anyone where I was. I spent my time thinking. Maybe I was being dramatic, but the more I thought about everything, the more I realized I was tired of always being the afterthought. A few days later, I received a call. It was Mom. She sounded frantic, almost pleading. Please, come home. We've been so worried. It's not like this. We promise we'll fix it. Just come home. I sat silently for a moment. Did I really want to go back? It took me a while, but I finally decided to pick up the phone. I'm not coming back. There was a long pause on the other end. What do you mean? You need to come home. Your father and I, we're sorry. We were wrong. I could hear the sincerity in her voice, but I wasn't sure if it was enough. I don't know if I can believe you, I said softly. You've treated me like I don't matter for years. It's not just about the presents, Mom. It's about how I've been invisible all this time. I don't know if I can just forget that. I hung up the phone and took a deep breath, my heart racing. I wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to be anyone's second choice anymore. The days after that phone call felt like a blur. I spent most of my time reflecting, trying to find some sense of peace within myself. My mind kept bouncing back and forth. One minute, I felt like I was doing the right thing, standing up for myself. But the next, I felt a pang of guilt. I wasn't used to being defiant. I wasn't used to putting my foot down and demanding respect. My entire life, I had been the good daughter, the one who followed the rules and did everything expected of me. But now, I was walking away from everything that had once felt familiar. And it was hard. That I thought about the Christmas morning, the look on my parents' faces when they handed Jake that shiny new phone, their pride so clear. I thought about the way I'd smiled through gritted teeth, pretending like everything was okay. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about Christmas. This was about years of being overlooked, of feeling like I didn't matter. And I didn't want to go back to that. But then, something happened. It was 2 weeks later when my mom showed up at my friend's house unannounced. I opened the door, startled to see her standing there, looking different. She was no longer the stern, distant figure I had known all my life. Her eyes were red, and her face was pale as if she hadn't slept in days. "Can I talk to you?" she asked softly. I stood frozen for a moment, unsure what to do. But something in her voice made me hesitate. I stepped aside, letting her come in. We sat down in the living room, and for the first time in a long time, the silence between us wasn't uncomfortable. It was raw, almost fragile. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I know I can't take back what happened, but I want you to know that I'm truly sorry. For years, I treated you like you didn't matter. And I know that now. I see it. And I hate myself for it." I could feel my chest tighten. This wasn't the apology I expected. I didn't expect her to take full responsibility like this, to admit her mistakes so openly. But there was something in her tone that made me want to believe her. "You're not invisible," she continued, her voice cracking. "I've always loved you. But I've been so caught up in making sure Jake had everything I thought he needed, I didn't realize how much I was neglecting you. You've always been enough, just the way you are. And I'm so sorry I made you feel otherwise." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to accept her apology, but another part of me felt like I needed more than just words. "I don't know if I can just come back," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's going to take time. You can't just fix this with a few sentences." She nodded, tears falling from her eyes. "I know, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it right. But I don't want to lose you. Please, just give me a chance." The weeks after that emotional confrontation with my mom were a mix of uncertainty and hope. Things were different now, but I wasn't about to just let my guard down completely. The pain of feeling unseen for so long didn't vanish overnight, and I couldn't just ignore the years of neglect. No matter how hard my parents tried to make things right, I spent more time with my mom and dad, but every now and then, I'd catch myself holding back, just in case. I had to make sure this wasn't some temporary change, some short-lived attempt at fixing things. I didn't want to be hurt again. But then something unexpected happened. One night, a few weeks after the apology, Jake called me. "I'm sorry," he said, sounding genuine. "I never meant to make you feel like that. I'm a jerk, and I didn't even realize what was going on until everything blew up. I didn't think about how you felt, and for that, I'm sorry." It felt strange to hear him say that. Jake and I had always had a sibling rivalry, but it was never this deep. We fought, sure, but it was the kind of fighting that felt normal, like any other brother and sister. But this felt different. This felt real. I wasn't sure what to say at first, but then I took a breath and replied, "Thank you. I didn't expect an apology from you, but it means a lot." He sounded relieved. "I really do hope we can get along better. I don't want to be part of the problem anymore." Over the next few months, I watched my family slowly begin to change. I won't say everything was perfect overnight, because it wasn't. There were still awkward moments, still moments where I questioned if they really meant what they said. But gradually, the distance between us shrank. My parents started taking the time to ask me about my day, to check in on me without it feeling like a duty. And the best part? They stopped comparing me to Jake. I noticed it the most when I got a new job offer. Instead of the usual, "Well, Jake did this," or "Jake got that," I heard, "We're so proud of you." As the months went on, things with my family began to settle. The apologies didn't feel as hollow anymore, and I could tell that my parents were genuinely trying to make things right. They were putting in effort, asking about my life and listening when I spoke. It wasn't perfect, and there were moments where I still felt a flicker of that old resentment, but things were better, and I could tell they were trying. Jake, too. Our relationship slowly improved. We had our awkward moments, but every conversation felt like a step forward. Sometimes we would joke around like we used to, or talk about things we never had the chance to discuss before. And while I still wasn't ready to completely forget the past, I couldn't deny that I was starting to feel like maybe, just maybe, things could go back to some version of normal. I never expected that apology from Jake, and I still don't think he fully understood the depth of how much his actions had hurt me. But the fact that he made an effort, that he acknowledged what had happened, it meant something. The biggest change, though, came from my parents. They took responsibility, which was huge. For years, I had felt like I was invisible, like I didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And that Christmas morning, that was the tipping point. But in the months that followed, I saw them put their words into action. They didn't just apologize, they made sure I knew that I was valued. They made it clear that I was not second place, not an afterthought. It wasn't about the presents anymore. It was about the time, the attention, and the care. I started to see my parents as people, not just as figures in my life who only cared about their idea of a perfect family. But even with all of that, I realized something important. I had learned to stand up for myself. I had learned that it was okay to walk away when I needed to, and it was okay to demand more. For years, I had been silent, playing the role of the invisible child. But walking away, it made me realize I had a voice. I had a right to be heard. And maybe that was the most important lesson of all. So, looking back, was it the right decision to leave? Was it the right decision to stand up for myself and demand respect, even if it meant hurting my family in the process? In the end, I think I did what I needed to do. It pushed my family to change, and it pushed me to find strength I didn't know I had.
Honestly, I think OP made the right call. It's tough to walk away from family, but sometimes it's the only way to get people to understand how much their actions have hurt you. What do you all think? Was OP right to leave, or should they have stayed and tried to work things out quietly? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and if you think OP handled it well, don't forget to subscribe for more stories like this one.
I still remember the exact moment I stopped pretending everything was okay. I was standing in my parents' living room, holding a half-wrapped birthday present for my son and listening to my mom gush over the latest achievement of my sister's golden child family. My name is Nick, I'm 41 years old, and I've spent most of my adult life biting my tongue to keep the peace. I thought that if I stayed quiet long enough, they'd eventually notice me, or at least notice my kid. But I was wrong. And the moment I finally stopped playing along was the moment everything started unraveling. Growing up, my sister Claire was the sun, and the rest of us were expected to orbit around her. She was 2 years younger than me, but it always felt like she was born in a spotlight. Straight A's, violin lessons, ballet recitals, scholarships, she had it all. And every time she succeeded, my parents clapped louder than anyone else. It wasn't just pride, it was obsession. Every photo in the house was of Claire. Every dinner conversation somehow circled back to Claire. And if I ever dared to bring up anything I'd done, it was either brushed aside or compared to how Claire had done it better. I thought that when we grew up and started families of our own, things might even out. I was wrong. Claire married a corporate lawyer named Brandon, Mr. Polo Shirt and Smile for the Christmas card. He was the kind of guy who could talk for 20 minutes without saying anything. Their kids had names like Everly and Jasper and were apparently fluent in Mandarin by age 6. My son, Max, is 11. He's smart, kind, and obsessed with drawing video game characters in the margins of his school notebooks. He's not flashy. He's not the type to win spelling bees or go viral playing cello solos on TikTok. But he's mine, and I'd take one Max over a dozen of Claire's Instagram-filtered life any day. But my parents never saw it that way. They called Claire's family the perfect pack. Not even joking. My mom had a mug that said, "World's Best Nana," and it was covered in photos of Claire's kids, but not a single one of Max. She said she didn't have a good picture of him. He was 6 at the time. Over the years, I let the small slights slide. Like when they forgot to invite Max to Claire's daughter's birthday party, then claimed the invite must have gone to spam. Or when they offered to help pay for Everly's horseback riding lessons, but told me they were tight on funds when I asked for help getting Max a new laptop for school. They didn't even hide it. My dad once said, "Well, Claire's kids are just more active in things." But the thing that really got under my skin? They forgot Max's birthday. Not once. Not twice. 3 years in a row. The first time, I brushed it off. Maybe they were busy. The second year, I reminded them a week in advance. Nothing. No call. No card. Max didn't say anything, but I could tell it stung. The third year, I didn't remind them. I wanted to see if they'd remember on their own. They didn't. They called me the next day to brag about Everly's piano recital. I was sitting on the couch with Max, eating leftover cake and watching him silently draw a dragon on his tablet when I decided I was done making excuses for them. I didn't say anything out loud, not yet, but something shifted in me. The part of me that used to say it's fine, and they didn't mean it, just went quiet, replaced by something colder, more certain. The final straw came a few months later when my mom turned 70. Claire planned a huge party, rented out a hall, catered dinner, open bar, slideshow of family memories. Max and I were seated at a table in the back, next to the coat rack. I counted 14 photos of Claire's family in the slideshow. Two of my parents in their youth. Not a single one of me. Or Max. Still, I kept my mouth shut. Max was playing a quiet game on his Switch, and I didn't want to ruin the night for him. But then came the toasts. Claire got up first and did her whole emotional monologue. How Mom was her best friend. How she couldn't have raised such incredible kids without her guidance. How Brandon felt like he hit the jackpot with such a supportive mother-in-law. There were tears, applause, clinking glasses. I smiled politely. I thought that was the end. Then my mom stood up. She thanked everyone for coming. She made a few jokes. Then she looked directly at Brandon and said, "You are the son I always wanted." I froze. There was a ripple of awkward laughter, but my mom didn't crack a smile. She meant it. I looked around the room, expecting someone, anyone, to react. Claire grinned. Brandon looked bashful. My dad nodded approvingly. Nobody even glanced at me. I glanced down at Max, who had pulled his hoodie up and was pretending not to have heard. But I saw his jaw tighten. I felt my throat close. And then, before I could even stand up or say a word, there was a loud clink. My grandfather, my mom's dad, 93 years old, sharp as ever, had set down his glass and slowly pushed back his chair. He stood up, eyes locked on my mom, and said a single sentence that made the entire room stop breathing. The room fell into silence so thick you could hear the creak of my grandfather's joints as he rose to his full height. For a man well into his 90s, he still had presence, back straight, voice clear, no-nonsense gaze that made even the most arrogant people sit up straighter. All eyes were on him as he pointed his gnarled finger toward my mother and said, "That's enough, Elaine. You already have a son, but you've spent your life pretending you don't." I didn't move. No one did. It was like the air had been sucked out of the room. Claire looked stunned for a split second before shooting a nervous smile to the guests as if to say, "Oh, Grandpa and his old stories," but no one laughed. Not this time. My mother's face twitched, part confusion, part offense, like she couldn't decide whether to defend herself or act like it was all a joke. Grandpa didn't sit back down. "I've watched you for 40 years, he said. 40 years of brushing aside your firstborn because he wasn't shiny enough. 40 years of parading Claire around like a trophy and acting like Nick was some stranger's kid. You want to call Brandon your son? Fine. But don't pretend that doesn't come at a cost. That boy," he pointed directly at Max, who had now lowered his hood and was staring with wide eyes. "He's your grandson. And if you can't remember his birthday, then you don't deserve to be called his grandmother." My mother opened her mouth to speak, but Grandpa cut her off with a slight wave of his hand, as if the matter was settled. And in a way it was. He sat down. No applause. No gasps. Just the awkward scraping of silverware and a few people coughing into their napkins. I could feel Claire burning holes into my skull from across the room. Brandon just sipped his wine like nothing had happened. And my mom, she looked older in that moment than she ever had. Her hands shook slightly as she picked up her glass and toasted to family. With forced cheer, her voice an octave too high. No one raised their glasses. After that night, everything cracked. For a few weeks, it was quiet. I didn't hear from my parents. No calls, no texts. Max asked if Grandma was mad at us, and I told him the truth. Maybe, but it's not your fault. He nodded and went back to drawing his usual scene, a cartoon knight with spiky hair fighting a dragon twice his size. He titled it, "Knight Max versus the Big Bernie Lie." The holidays came. Claire hosted, as always. I wasn't invited. My parents went, of course. I saw the photos on Facebook. Everyone in matching plaid pajamas. Brandon holding a glass of wine like he was royalty. Everly playing violin in front of a giant tree. My mom beaming with her arms around Jasper and Claire. Max and I spent Christmas watching old movies and baking cookies that burned on the bottom. I offered to take him sledding, but he shook his head and said he didn't want to go outside. "Let's just stay here. I like it when it's just us." He didn't say it outright, but I knew he was hiding from the disappointment. In early January, I got a call from Claire. I stared at the screen for a long time before answering. I didn't want to talk to her. Not after everything. But something told me to pick up. "Hey, Nick," she said in that voice she uses when she's pretending to be warm. "I just wanted to give you a heads up. Mom's thinking of revising the will. She's been upset since the party. She said she's not sure she wants to include Max anymore." I didn't respond right away. I was too stunned. The will? We'd never even discussed it. I didn't care about money, but the idea that she'd go so far as to remove my son, Just because my grandfather called her out? She said she's reconsidering everything. Claire continued, lowering her voice as if she were doing me a favor. Brandon and I tried to talk her down, but you know how she is. I wanted to scream. Claire was pretending to be neutral, like she wasn't gleefully watching me get iced out. Like she hadn't spent decades letting mom do the exact same thing without ever once standing up for me. I don't care about the will, I finally said. Tell mom she can leave everything to you. I hope it keeps you warm at night. There was a pause. Well, she said, clearly not expecting that. Okay, just thought you should know. She hung up without saying goodbye. I thought that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. 2 weeks later, Max came home from school quieter than usual. I asked him how his day went. He shrugged and said, okay. Then he went to his room without even asking for his usual after-school snack. I gave him some space, thinking maybe he was tired. But an hour later, I found him sitting on his bed, staring at his tablet with his fists clenched. He handed it to me without saying a word. It was a group photo from Everly's birthday party, some big outdoor thing with a rented petting zoo and a magician. Max's classmates were there. A couple of his teachers. Claire. My parents. Brandon, wearing a ridiculous top hat like he was the host of some children's TV show. Max wasn't in the photo, because he hadn't been invited. That's what broke me. Not the photo. Not the exclusion. Not even the fact that my parents had attended and never mentioned it. It was the look on Max's face, like he wasn't surprised anymore. Just quietly resigned. Did you want to go? I asked softly. He didn't answer. Just gave me the smallest shrug, like even answering that would be a waste of effort. That night, I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling. My mind raced with every slight, every insult, every time I'd swallowed my pride for the sake of keeping the family peace. And for what? To be treated like a footnote? To watch my son grow up thinking he didn't matter? I made a decision. No more playing nice. No more second chances. If they wanted distance, I'd give it to them. But not quietly. Not passively. They'd feel it. And it didn't take long for the opportunity to arrive. In March, my mom called me out of the blue. Nick, she said, we're planning a family trip this summer. To Italy. We're thinking Tuscany, maybe Florence. Brandon has a contact who can get us a villa. It'll be a full family thing. Your sister really wants everyone there. I stared at the wall, trying to figure out if this was a joke. She continued. We'd like Max to come. Claire says Jasper misses him. I laughed. I couldn't help it. A sharp, bitter laugh that caught her off guard. Oh, now Jasper misses him? After they forgot his birthday and left him out of Everly's party. There was a beat of silence. Well, that wasn't intentional. Claire didn't think Max would be comfortable, because he wasn't even invited. My mom sighed, and suddenly I could hear the defensiveness creeping back in. Don't make this a thing, Nick. We're trying to include you now. Don't be difficult. That was when I realized what this was. Not an apology. Not an olive branch. They needed a full family photo for the villa trip. Something to post online. Something to prove we were all still one big happy family. And Max and I were accessories. Props. Not people. I'll think about it, I said coldly. Let me know the dates. I hung up. That was the moment the idea started to form. A plan. Not revenge. Not exactly. But something deeper. Something that would make them see. Something they wouldn't be able to ignore. And I knew exactly how to start. But first, I had to call my grandfather. Because he remembered birthdays. And he remembered the truth. And he remembered what my mother would rather forget. I didn't tell Max everything. Not yet. He was too young to carry the weight of all this. And I didn't want him growing up bitter just because the people who were supposed to love him most couldn't see what they had. But I did tell him we wouldn't be seeing Grandma and Grandpa for a while. He didn't ask why. He just nodded and went back to drawing a picture of a robot knight shielding a small boy from a dragon made of fire and piano keys. I didn't need to ask what it meant. After that call with my mom, I stopped answering. Emails, texts, voicemails, they piled up, and I let them. I muted the family group chat. I ignored Claire's passive-aggressive, just checking in, messages. And for the first time in my life, I stopped explaining myself. The silence felt strange at first, like walking away from a burning house and realizing the heat no longer touches you. But slowly, it started to feel like peace. Still, it wasn't easy. The lowest point came in April, when Max came home from school and handed me a flyer crumpled in the bottom of his backpack. Dad, he said, there's this art competition thing. But it costs money to enter. So maybe we can't. I unfolded the paper. It was a regional contest for middle school students. First prize was a full scholarship to a summer program at the local arts academy, Max's dream. But the entry fee was $95, and the supplies list included things like professional markers and illustration boards. I looked around our apartment. Rent had gone up again. My job as a freelance web designer paid the bills, but barely. A couple clients had ghosted on invoices, and I hadn't gotten a new contract in over a month. The fridge needed stocking. Max had grown out of his sneakers, and the car was making a sound I couldn't afford to investigate. I put the flyer down. "Let me figure it out," I told him. "We'll make it work." He nodded again, quiet as ever. But I could see it. The flicker of hope. The part of him that still wanted to believe that sometimes, maybe, things could work out. That night, I sat in front of my computer with a pit in my stomach. I dug through old files, mock-ups, templates, anything I could package and sell. I listed a design bundle on a digital marketplace. I stayed up until 3 a.m. rewriting my resume. I updated my LinkedIn profile for the first time in 2 years. I applied to 7 job postings and sent 5 cold emails to potential clients. It felt like throwing stones into a canyon. But a week later, someone threw one back. A guy named Terrence from a mid-sized tech startup replied to one of my cold pitches. He said they needed a complete redesign of their client dashboard. Tight deadline, tight budget, but decent pay. I took it immediately. No hesitation. For the next 3 weeks, I buried myself in work. Mornings with Max, afternoons designing, evenings reviewing mock-ups, nights making revisions until my eyes burned. I slept maybe 4 hours a night, drank too much coffee, and lived off peanut butter sandwiches. But by the end of it, I delivered something I was proud of. And more importantly, I got paid. Not a fortune, but enough. Max entered the art contest. We bought the markers, the boards, the entry fee. He worked on his piece every day after school, tongue between his teeth, headphones on, laser-focused. I didn't look until he was done. When he finally showed it to me, I had to sit down. It was a single image, a boy on a small island made of bricks and memory cards, holding a pencil like a sword. Around him swirled a sea of dragons made of spreadsheets, broken clocks, and empty photo frames. Above him hovered a shadowy figure with sharp teeth wearing a crown made of piano keys. The boy wasn't scared. He was drawing the world into something new. I stared at it for a long time before I said, "This is incredible." Max just shrugged. "It's what I feel like." He didn't say anything about Grandma or Claire. He didn't have to. That same week, I got a second job offer, this one full-time. A marketing firm looking for someone to lead their UI/UX team. Remote, benefits, stable hours. They liked my recent work with Terrence. Wanted to offer a 6-month contract to start, with room to grow. I almost cried when I signed the papers. For the first time in years, things felt possible. I started waking up earlier. Made real breakfast instead of cereal. Took Max out on weekends. Museums, thrift stores, comic book shops. We didn't talk about the family much. But slowly, he started smiling more. Laughing at my bad jokes again. Showing me his sketches before he finished them. Asking me to watch him draw. I felt like I was getting my son back. Not the quiet, guarded version I'd learned to accept, but the one who used to jump on the couch and narrate imaginary battles with toy soldiers. Then the contest results came in. Max didn't win first place. He won grand prize. He got the scholarship and an additional feature in the regional art magazine. His school made an announcement. His art teacher cried. I picked him up that day, and he ran toward me like he was 6 again, flung his arms around my neck, and whispered, "I think I'm actually good at something." I held him tighter than I should have and whispered back, "You always were." That night, as I was cleaning up dinner, my phone buzzed. It was Claire. For the first time in months. Her message was short. Did Max really win that contest? Mom's freaking out. I stared at the screen for a long time. Not because I was surprised, but because it confirmed what I already knew. They hadn't changed. Not really. They didn't call to congratulate Max. They didn't message to apologize for ignoring his birthday. They reached out because someone else had praised him. Because his success suddenly reflected on them. I didn't reply. Instead, I called my grandfather. He answered on the second ring. "Nick," he said, "I saw the article. You proud? More than I can say." He chuckled. "I knew that boy had it in him. He's got your fire. And your mother's stubbornness, but the good kind." We talked for an hour. About art. About family. About memory and grief and legacy. He told me something I'll never forget. Sometimes, he said, when people show you who they are, it's not a tragedy. It's a gift. Now you know where to stop pouring your love. I sat with that for a long time. The next day, I emailed the coordinator for the Italy trip. Claire had added me months ago when she assumed we'd be attending. I wrote a polite but firm message. Max and I won't be joining. Please remove us from any further communications. We wish you all the best. I didn't get a reply, but a week later, my mom finally called. She left a voicemail. Her voice was tight, brittle. Nick, I saw the magazine. That's good. Very good. I just don't understand why you're shutting us out. You're being dramatic. Your sister has always tried to include you. Brandon says, well, it doesn't matter. But this has gone on long enough. I hope you'll reconsider. I didn't. And that silence? It became my freedom. I got promoted 3 months into the contract. Max started writing a graphic novel. We framed his contest piece and hung it in the hallway. Every time I passed it, I felt something in my chest loosen. Like I'd been holding my breath for years and was finally learning how to breathe again. Then, in June, I got an invitation. My grandfather's 94th birthday. A backyard barbecue. No RSVP required. Just come if you can. I hadn't seen most of the family since my mom's 70th. I debated whether to go. Max didn't. We should, he said. Grandpa was the only one who stood up for us. So we went. And that's where the next chapter began. Because when we showed up, Max in a button-down shirt he hated, carrying a handmade card, everyone turned to stare. Not with mockery, not with pity, but with something I hadn't seen in years. Recognition. The kind that comes when someone realizes the person they thought would stay down is standing taller than ever. And somewhere behind the grill, I saw Brandon pause mid-tongs, his smile faltering. Claire's jaw clenched. And my mother, seated at the head table in her usual floral blouse, turned pale as she watched Max hand Grandpa the card and receive a tight, teary-eyed hug in return. Walking into my grandfather's backyard felt like stepping onto the stage of a play where the script had been flipped without warning. For the first time in years, I wasn't dreading a family gathering. I wasn't bracing for backhanded compliments or forced smiles or the subtle exclusion that always found its way into conversations like mildew. No, this time I walked in with Max by my side, our heads high, and silence on our side. The reactions were everything I expected, and more. Claire was the first to see us. She was near the dessert table, holding a plate with 3 carefully cut triangles of lemon bars, laughing with one of her yoga friends. The moment she spotted Max and me, her laugh died mid-giggle. She didn't move, didn't wave, just blinked and tilted her head, like she couldn't quite compute what we were doing there. Brandon turned next, mid-sip of his craft beer, and his reaction was almost comical. His eyebrows rose like he'd seen a ghost, and his lips formed a tight line as he muttered something to Claire. I caught only one word. Awkward. Perfect. My mother was seated under a big white canopy, surrounded by what I could only describe as her hand-picked court of loyal relatives, the same ones who'd reposted every perfect pack family photo for the last decade. She didn't stand when we approached. She didn't smile. She didn't even make eye contact. Max and I walked right past them. We went straight to Grandpa. He was manning the grill, wearing an apron that said "Old but Dangerous" in bright red letters, and holding a spatula like it was a sword. When he saw Max, his face broke into a smile so wide it made my chest ache. They high-fived like old teammates and hugged like they hadn't just seen each other a few weeks ago. You made it, Grandpa said, clapping me on the back. Wasn't sure you'd want to. I didn't, I said. But Max did. That earned me a wink. Smart boy. We stayed close to Grandpa for most of the afternoon, helping with the food, avoiding the main cluster of folding chairs where the gossip flowed like sweet tea. Max handed out burgers. I refilled drinks. I caught a few people giving us strange looks. Not hostile, just curious. The same way people look at a puzzle missing a piece. Eventually, Claire approached. Her heels clicked on the patio as she walked over, holding a paper plate of fruit skewers like it was a peace offering. She smiled like she practiced it in the mirror. Hey, she said too brightly. Didn't expect to see you here. Likewise, I replied. She gestured at Max. He's gotten so tall. He's 11. Still, feels like just yesterday we were all at Mom's for Christmas. Remember that year he got the little robot? I didn't reply. That was the same year they'd forgotten his birthday. Again, Claire glanced around, voice dropping. Listen, Mom's been kind of upset. Ever since the party, she's felt like you're icing her out. I sipped my drink and waited. She's trying, Claire said. I know it doesn't always look that way, but she's not. I cut in. Trying would be picking up the phone to apologize. Trying would be remembering her grandson's name on a school form. Trying would be acting like he exists when she tells people about her family. Claire's lips pressed into a thin line. You always twist things, Nick. You make everything about you. That stung, but only for a moment. Because I realized something as she said it. She didn't see me anymore. Not really. I was just a character in her perfect narrative, one she could dismiss when it got uncomfortable. I smiled. Good seeing you, Claire. And I walked away. Later that night, after the guests had started trickling out and the string lights flickered overhead, Grandpa called me over to the side of the yard where he kept his old tool shed. He leaned against it, arms crossed, a gleam in his eyes. You ready? He asked. I blinked. For what? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small manila envelope. To do something about it. I opened the envelope. Inside was a copy of my grandfather's living trust. Updated 2 months prior. I'm leaving the lake house to you and Max, he said. Claire thinks she's getting it. Your mother assumes it'll be passed to Brandon for the kids. But I've got other plans. I nearly dropped the papers. What? He chuckled. You earned it. And I want Max to have a place that feels like home. Not a photo backdrop. But, no buts. I already told my lawyer. It's ironclad. Just don't say anything until I'm gone. I want to see the look on their faces when the truth comes out. I stared at him, speechless. That's when I realized this wasn't just a house. It was a symbol of legacy, of respect, of the fact that someone had seen me, chosen me, trusted me. And suddenly, I had something I hadn't had in years. Leverage. From that moment on, the pieces started falling into place. It wasn't revenge I was after. Not exactly. I wasn't going to torch their lives or sabotage their reputations. That would be too easy and too obvious. What I wanted was something quieter, slower, the kind of shift they wouldn't notice until it was too late. I started small. A few weeks after the barbecue, I signed Max up for a community art showcase. Nothing big, just a local gallery hosting a youth art night. But I invited some of the extended family. Not my mom or Claire, just the cousins. The ones who always looked a little awkward at big family events. The ones who had kids Max's age, but never got invited to perfect pack outings. They came. They brought their kids. They saw Max's work and gushed over it, took photos, tagged me on Facebook. A week later, I got a message from my cousin Lydia. I didn't know Max was this talented. We should do more stuff together. Claire's always made it sound like he's shy or uninterested. That was the first crack in the wall. The second came when I finally accepted an invitation to a family cousin brunch. I brought Max. I didn't mention Claire, but I did tell a story about Max's art camp, about how proud I was, about the contest win and the upcoming comic book fair. I spoke with warmth, with pride, and without bitterness. And people listened. They saw. Then I started reaching out to my mom's siblings, my uncles and aunts, sharing updates about Grandpa, offering to help coordinate his care, dropping in thoughtful updates about Max's accomplishments. Not bragging, just facts. But ones they hadn't heard from Claire or my mother. Because those stories didn't fit the perfect pack narrative. It was a slow process. But it worked. The family's focus started shifting. Not entirely. Not all at once. But the spell Claire had cast was weakening. And through it all, I never confronted my mother. Never demanded apologies. Never accused her of anything. I just moved forward. With purpose. Quietly. Until August came. And with it, an invitation. My mother was hosting a formal legacy dinner at the lake house. The same house Grandpa had quietly transferred to me in his trust. It was to be an elegant evening, she said. Family only. A celebration of heritage and values. I showed Max the invitation. He looked up at me. Are we going? I smiled. Oh, we're going. Because now, I had a plan. The evening of the legacy dinner arrived with the kind of late summer humidity that makes even fancy linen clothes feel heavy. Max and I dressed simply. Nothing flashy, just clean button-downs and pressed pants. I didn't want to stand out because of what I wore. I wanted to stand out because of what was about to happen. And trust me, something was about to happen. As we approached the lake house, the sun was dipping behind the water, casting long gold streaks across the surface. The place looked beautiful in that postcard kind of way. Painted porch, rocking chairs, string lights twinkling as if the house itself was holding its breath. It wasn't lost on me that soon, legally, This place would be mine. I parked the car. Max let out a small breath and tightened his grip on the birthday card he'd made for Grandpa the night before. You ready? I asked. He nodded. Yeah. Inside, the house buzzed with conversation. The entire extended family was there. Cousins, aunts, uncles, people I hadn't seen in years. Claire and Brandon were in the middle of the room, greeting relatives like they were royalty. My mother was stationed near the fireplace, wearing a deep navy dress and clutching a glass of wine like a queen prepared to issue decrees. When she saw me, her expression flickered between surprise and irritation. Well, she said, you actually showed. We were invited, I said. Her lips twitched. Of course. Family is family, isn't it? I didn't answer. I didn't need to. We all took our seats around an enormous dining table. The kind you only bring out when you want to impress people. Brandon sat next to my mother, flashing his practiced smile. Claire took her seat across from me, chin tilted upward, as if waiting to be admired. Max sat beside me, quietly fidgeting with his napkin. When the servers, yes, actual servers, brought out the first course, my mother stood to make her speech. She tapped her glass with the back of a spoon. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Family means so much to me, and with everything happening in the world, I think it's important that we honor our roots. I could see where this was going. She'd done this at a dozen gatherings. A grand monologue about legacy, tradition, values, and always, ending with a sentimental ode to Claire and her perfect family. My mother continued, this home has stood for generations. It's a symbol of what our family has built. And tonight, I want to acknowledge the people who will continue that legacy. I felt Max shift beside me. He knew something was wrong. He could sense the tension the same way animals sense storms. My mother smiled, lifting her glass toward Claire and Brandon. These two have been such a source of pride for me. The way they raise their children, the way they bring us all together. A few polite claps. And one day, when this home is passed on, I know it will be in the best possible hands. That did it. My grandfather, seated at the far end of the table, lowered his fork. Slowly, deliberately, he cleared his throat. Actually, he said, voice calm but firm, that's not true. Every head swiveled toward him. Even the servers froze. My mother blinked. Dad, what are you talking about? Grandpa dabbed at the corners of his mouth with his napkin. The home isn't going to Claire. Or Brandon. Or their children. Claire laughed nervously. Grandpa, what do you mean? Mom already said. I know what she said, Grandpa interrupted. But she doesn't own the house. Silence. I watched as realization crept across their faces like a slow-moving shadow. Dad, my mother said, what are you talking about? Of course we. You don't own it, Grandpa repeated. I do. And months ago, I changed the trust. That's when he looked at me. Not subtly. Not vaguely. Directly. I've chosen Nick and Max as the inheritors. The words hit the room like a dropped chandelier. There was no applause. No shock of joy. Just the sound of Claire's fork clattering to her plate and my mother's glass tightening in her hand. Brandon was the first to speak. That's ridiculous, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. This house has always been intended for Claire. We've made plans. We've discussed renovations. Grandpa shrugged. You should have checked the paperwork. My mother stood up, so fast her chair scraped the floor. Dad, this is absurd. Nick doesn't even come here anymore. He's barely involved in family events. That's because you pushed him out, Grandpa snapped. And I'm done watching it happen. My mother's face went red. We didn't push him out. He isolated himself. I felt something inside me go very still. For years, I'd wanted to defend myself. Wanted to yell, cry, argue, demand better. But now I didn't need to. Grandpa was doing it for me. No, he said. You ignored him. You belittled him. You forgot your own grandson's birthday. You treated Claire's family like royalty and treated Nick and Max like extras. Claire jumped in, her voice sharp. Oh, come on, that's not fair. We tried to include Max in things. He was always quiet. He was quiet, I said. Because every time he talked, you talked louder. Claire's jaw dropped. Excuse me. You heard me. Brandon scoffed. This is childish. Nick, you're really going to take the house. After everything your mother's done for the family. I turned to look at him fully. What has she done for us? He opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Nothing came out. My mother tried a different approach. Nick, please. Be reasonable. This is a family home. Claire's kids need the space. They're growing. They're involved in activities. Their equipment. I laughed under my breath. There it is. She blinked. What? Not once, I said. Have you ever asked what Max needs? A ripple of whispers moved across the table. My mother stiffened. This isn't about birthdays or school events. This is about fairness. It is, I said. For the first time, it is. She stared at me, eyes flashing with a mix of disbelief and insult. You wouldn't dare keep the house. You don't have the money to maintain it. Oh, don't worry, Grandpa said, leaning back with satisfaction. I covered 10 years of property taxes in a fund. Should be plenty of time for Nick to decide if he wants to keep it or sell it. Claire made a sound, somewhere between a gasp and a squeak. Sell it. That's right. Grandpa looked at me. Eyes soft now. Do with it what you want. And that was that. The dinner unraveled instantly. Conversations died. My mother excused herself to get some air, which really meant storming out. Claire whispered angrily to Brandon, who motioned with wide eyes for her to lower her voice. A few relatives muttered things like, good for him, under their breath. Max tugged at my sleeve. Dad, can we go outside? We slipped out onto the back porch. The air was cooler now, the moon pushing silver light across the lake. Max leaned against me. Does this mean we have a house? I rested my hand on his shoulder. Yeah, bud. It does. He looked up at me. Why would Grandpa do that for us? I smiled. Because he sees you. We stood there for a long moment, quiet. Inside, voices rose in sharp tones. Accusations, denials, the sound of an empire cracking. But out here, it was peaceful, honest, real. Eventually, Grandpa shuffled out to join us. He had 2 slices of cake, one for me and one for Max. I think that went well, he said. I laughed. You call that well? He winked. Better than the alternative. We ate in silence, watching the water ripple softly. When Max went to skip stones along the shore, Grandpa leaned toward me. You didn't take anything from them, he said. You just finally accepted what was yours. I swallowed hard. Thank you. He nodded. Just promise me one thing. Make sure that boy grows up knowing he deserves the world. Not scraps. I nodded. I will. And I meant it. Inside, the chaos continued. Voices rose. Doors slammed. The perfect pack narrative cracked wide open. But out here, on the porch with the moonlight and the quiet and my son laughing as a stone skipped 6 times across the lake, I felt something deep and steady inside me. Something that had been missing for years. My mother and sister spent their whole lives building a perfect image. I didn't. I just built a life worth living. And when the night finally came to a close and Max and I walked back to the car, I felt no guilt, no doubt, no second guessing. Just clarity. Because for the first time, I wasn't the forgotten son. I was the one who walked away with the legacy. And as we drove home with the windows cracked open, Max humming softly in the passenger seat, I realized something that hit me like a clean beam of truth. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying someone. It's becoming everything they failed to see. That's the real ending. There's a photo on my mom's fireplace mantle that still haunts me. It's from 6 years ago, Thanksgiving dinner. We're all in it. My mom, my dad, both my sisters, their husbands, and me. Everyone's smiling. You'd think we were a Hallmark card family. But if you zoom in and really look close, you'll see it. I'm sitting just slightly off to the side. Like I didn't belong even back then. Like I was already being slowly pushed out of frame. My name's Jasper. I'm 32. I run a small but successful IT consulting business. Just me and a few freelancers I've worked with for years. Nothing flashy, but I've worked hard for every dime. I've always been the quiet one in the family. Not shy, but not loud either. The dependable one. The one who never asked for anything. Who picked up the check when no one else reached for it. The one who listened to everyone's problems but kept his own locked away in a mental drawer somewhere between dad's passive-aggressive comments and mom pretending not to notice. I'm the youngest of 3. My oldest sister, Meredith, is 38. She's a storm in heels, loud, intense, commanding a room the moment she enters. She married Brett 6 years ago, and let's just say, Brett is a walking red flag wrapped in a golf polo. Job hopper, risk taker, wannabe entrepreneur with a trail of failed ventures and maxed out credit cards in his wake. He's the kind of guy who calls himself a visionary because he once tried to start a kombucha subscription box. Spoiler, it never launched. Meredith, of course, stands by him like he's the second coming of Steve Jobs, except with worse taste in sneakers. Then there's Layla, the middle child. She's 35 and a nurse, married to a chill guy named Aaron. They're fine, quiet, like me, but more passive. Layla doesn't stir the pot unless she has to. But Meredith? She's the chef, the cook, and the waiter when it comes to stirring drama. And lately, it's been boiling. Our parents, especially Mom, dote on Meredith. Maybe it's because she gave them their first grandchild. Maybe it's because she talks the loudest. Or maybe it's just easier to agree with her than to push back. Either way, she's always gotten her way. When she and Brett bought a house they couldn't afford 3 years ago, guess who helped out with the down payment? Yep, yours truly. Not because I was asked directly, but because Mom called and said, Meredith's just so stressed, honey. They're in over their heads. If you could just spot them a little something to get through the closing, it would mean the world to her. And to me. I sent them $10,000. I didn't even get a thank you text. That was the first drop in the bucket. The latest one. A few months ago, Brett apparently took out some sketchy high-interest loan to fund his latest business idea, something about crypto vending machines. Don't ask. It bombed within weeks. Now they're underwater with a debt collector on their backs, and, surprise, surprise, Meredith calls Mom crying that they're going to lose the house unless someone steps in. Mom calls me again. Jasper, sweetheart, they're desperate. The kids can't lose their home. I felt it in my gut. This wasn't just a plea. This was an expectation. Like I was some emergency ATM the family could tap whenever someone else made a reckless decision. Like I didn't have my own life. My own limits. So I said no. I said it calmly, firmly, respectfully. But no. And just like that, something shifted. It wasn't a blowout. No yelling, no screaming. Just cold silence. A group chat that went dormant. Invites I didn't get. Calls that went unanswered. I'd see photos on Facebook of family dinners I wasn't told about. Layla reached out once, awkwardly, to say she didn't want to get in the middle. I understood, but it still stung. Then came Mom's birthday. Every year, we go out to this mid-range Italian restaurant she loves. Nothing fancy, but tradition. It's always the same. Round table in the back, too much wine, way too many toasts, and a bill that somehow always lands in front of me. This year, I hesitated. I wasn't going to go, but then I thought, maybe things had cooled down. Maybe I was overthinking. So I showed up, clean-shaven, button-up shirt, a bottle of wine from a local vineyard as a gift. The second I walked in, I knew something was off. Meredith glanced at me like I'd tracked mud into a museum. Brett didn't even look up from his phone. Layla gave me a half-smile, and Aaron nodded. Mom hugged me, but it felt performative, like she was acting for an audience. We sat. We ordered. The conversation buzzed around me, but never included me. When I did try to chime in, Meredith would immediately redirect it. I became background noise at my own mother's birthday. Then came dessert. And with it, the moment that would burn into my memory like a scar. We were halfway through some tiramisu when Meredith stood up and tapped her fork against her glass. I just want to make a quick toast, she said, clinking the side of her wine glass like a self-appointed queen. Everyone quieted down. To family, she began. To those who lift us up, and to those who kick us while we're down. There was an awkward laugh. She smiled, tight-lipped, venom in her eyes. And to those who forget what loyalty means. To those who turn their backs on blood when it matters most. She turned, full body, toward me. You're no longer part of this family, Jasper. Not in my eyes. Not in Brett's. And honestly, I doubt in anyone's. I didn't flinch. Not at first. I just stared at her, blinking once. Twice. The table was dead silent. Everyone was looking at me. And then, like it was a scene from a bad sitcom, people clapped. Layla didn't. Aaron didn't. But the rest? Mom. Dad. Even the waiter, who I think was just confused, gave a polite little heh and walked off. I didn't say anything. I stood up, nodded, and pulled out my wallet. Happy birthday, Mom, I said softly, placing the wine bottle in front of her. Then I handed the server my card. He walked off, and I walked toward the door. My chest was tight, my hands clammy, but I wasn't going to cry. Not here. I was halfway to the exit when I heard footsteps behind me. Excuse me, sir? It was the manager, holding my card. It was declined. I froze, slowly turned around. The whole table was looking at me again, waiting. The applause was gone. Just silence. I looked at the card. I looked at them. And I smiled. I simply stood up straighter, tucked my wallet back into my pocket, and walked out the front door. No explanation. No argument. Just silence. I didn't cry in the car. I didn't scream. I didn't punch the steering wheel. I just sat there in the driver's seat of my Camry, staring at the dashboard, the cold digital clock blinking 9:47 p.m. over and over like it was trying to taunt me. I felt like I'd just stepped out of a play I hadn't agreed to star in. Like I'd been handed a role, family scapegoat, and everyone else had learned their lines except me. My card hadn't declined. I checked my bank app 5 minutes after pulling out of the lot. It was fine. Balance untouched. No notifications. No fraud alerts. I even called the bank just to be sure. The rep on the other end told me my card was active and functioning. No holds. No issues. Which meant only one thing. Someone at that restaurant, likely with the same last name as me, had told the manager to lie. To humiliate me. To make me feel like I didn't even have the right to pay. Like I was nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, the ceiling fan chopping the darkness above me like it was slicing time into meaningless fragments. My brain played the scene over and over again. The toast, the applause, the smirk on Brett's face. That smug, leech-like smile that said, I won. That night, something snapped in me. Not a rage. Not even bitterness. Just clarity. A dull, heavy click in my chest like a safe door swinging shut. I was done being the nice guy. But before I could make any moves, things somehow got worse. The first message came the next morning. From my mom. I hope you're not planning on coming to Easter brunch. It's going to be too tense with everyone. Maybe take some space. Take some space? I laughed out loud reading it. Space. That's all I'd ever given them. Space to make mistakes. Space to take advantage of me. Space to pretend I didn't exist unless my wallet was involved. Then came the second message. From Layla. Hey, I don't agree with how that went down. Just wanted you to know. I'm sorry. Aaron is too. I stared at that one for a while. I appreciated it, in theory, but it was still lukewarm. Still safe. Still 2 steps away from standing up and doing the right thing. A week passed. Then 2. Then I got a call from an unknown number. It was a debt collector. Asking for Brett. My number was apparently listed as his business associate on one of the loan applications. I told the guy I hadn't spoken to Brett in months. He seemed skeptical. Told me my name was on some kind of informal guarantee agreement. I asked him to send a copy. He emailed it an hour later. And that's when I saw it. A typed-up, unofficial contract with a digital signature from someone named Jasper H., stating I would support any necessary short-term funding needs for BH Holdings, LLC. I'd never signed it. Never even heard of BH Holdings. But the email address? It was mine. Or, it looked like mine. Just slightly off. Jasper.h@techsolutions.net. They'd dropped the U in solutions. I checked the domain. It wasn't registered to me. Brett had spoofed my email address, made up a fake agreement, and used it to secure a $25,000 loan. I should have called the cops right then and there. I should have lawyered up. But I didn't. Not yet. I needed more. I needed to know how deep this went. So I went quiet. I didn't respond to my mom's Easter guilt trips. I didn't like Layla's photos of her kids. I didn't answer Dad's half-hearted voicemail asking if I'd cooled off yet. Instead, I started gathering receipts. I pulled up every transaction I'd made for Meredith and Brett in the last 5 years. The down payment, the plane tickets, the emergency car repair, the time I covered their rent for 2 months during COVID. I tallied it all. $36,840. I dug into my emails and found dozens of threads where my mom had subtly pressured me. You know how hard it is for them right now. Brett just needs a little runway. Meredith's having such a rough week. Can you help? Then I went even deeper. I reached out to a friend of mine from college, Derek. He's a cybersecurity consultant who now does freelance investigations for corporate clients. I asked him a simple favor. Can you find out who registered TechSolutionsNet? It took him 3 days. The domain had been bought anonymously through a privacy shield, but the account used to buy it was tied to a recovery email, Brett_M1984@somewhere.com. It was him. Brett had created a fake email address pretending to be me, signed a fake contract, and used it to get a loan he had no business getting. All under my name. I had enough. Enough to ruin him. But still, I waited. Because the betrayal that changed everything hadn't happened yet. That came a month later. I got a call from my bank. My business account was frozen, not because of fraud, but because there was a formal complaint filed accusing my company of wire fraud and financial misrepresentation. They were forced to lock it pending investigation. I thought it had to be a mistake, but when I checked the filing, it was from BH Holdings, a company run by Brett and, apparently, Meredith. They were accusing me of stealing money from them. I called Layla in a panic. She was the only one I thought might still have a shred of sense. She picked up on the third ring. Jasper. Hey, I need to ask you something. Urgent. What's wrong? Did Meredith ever say anything about my company? Or Brett? About me stealing? There was a long pause. Then, I don't know what's going on, but she did say something a few weeks ago. At Mom's. Something about how you were shady with money. That she was going to get back what was owed. I thought she was just being dramatic. My throat closed up. Layla, I said quietly. They're trying to destroy my business. I didn't know, Jasper. I swear. I would have said something. It's okay. But it wasn't okay. I was done being blindsided. I spent the next week talking to lawyers, gathering documentation, every receipt, every email, every bank transfer. I had enough to not only disprove the fraud claims, but to pursue defamation, identity theft, and cyber fraud. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part came when I showed up to my parents' house. I hadn't been there in months, but I needed to see them, to ask, just once, if they knew what Meredith and Brett were doing. My mom opened the door. She looked surprised. Not happy, not angry, just unsettled. Jasper, she said, I need to talk to you and Dad. Now. She led me in. Dad was in his chair, watching some cooking show. I stood in front of them, hands trembling, not with fear, but with fury I'd been holding back for too long. Did you know Brett and Meredith filed fraud charges against me? I asked. Their expressions shifted. Dad furrowed his brow. Mom's eyes flicked away. Of course not, she said. That doesn't sound like them. I laughed, short and bitter. They forged a contract in my name, spoofed my email, filed fake claims, and now my business account is frozen. I might lose clients. I might lose everything. Dad looked uncomfortable, like he wanted to shrink into the couch. Mom, she just sighed. I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding, she said. Meredith wouldn't do that. And even if Brett did something, I doubt she knew. I stared at her. You're defending them. I'm just saying we don't know all the facts. I do. Silence. Then she looked me straight in the eyes and said something I will never forget. If you hadn't turned your back on them in the first place, none of this would have happened. And that's when I realized. They'd picked a side. They'd picked it long ago. I'd just never wanted to admit it. I walked out without another word. And as I got in my car, my phone buzzed. A new email. Subject line. Final notice. Debt repayment. From BH Holdings. Amount due, $25,000. Due date, immediate. Attached, the forged contract. Again. The next morning, I got up before the sun. It was strange. I hadn't slept more than 3 hours, but I felt calm. Like the dust had finally settled, and I could see the wreckage for what it was. My business account was still frozen. A few of my clients had paused projects while the investigation was ongoing. One of them, a big one, a software startup in San Diego, had called the day before and said they'd circle back in Q3, which is corporate speak for, we're out. I was bleeding money. My savings could hold me for maybe 5 months at my current burn rate. 6 if I cut back hard. And yet, something had shifted in me. I wasn't scared. I wasn't even angry, not in the way I had been. I was focused. Like all the energy I'd wasted on pleasing people who never saw me was now being rerouted into a singular goal, rebuild. Not for them, not to prove anything, but for me. The first thing I did was change my number. Not just block people, full change. I left my old number on a voicemail that said, "Hi, this number is no longer in use. If you need to reach Jasper and your family, don't." Then I smiled and ended the recording. Next, I cleared out the guest room in my apartment and turned it into a war room. I bought a cheap cork board and started pinning things to it. Emails, fake contracts, timeline of events, bank records, call logs. It looked like something out of a detective movie, red thread and all. I even printed out a photo of Brett and pinned it dead center, with a sticky note under it that said, "The Parasite." My lawyer, Carla, was a godsend. Late 40s, sharp-eyed, former prosecutor who now ran her own firm. She didn't sugarcoat anything. "They were hoping you'd back down," she said, flipping through a stack of papers I'd given her. Most people do. Family pressure works more than lawsuits. But this is criminal. Wire fraud, defamation, forgery, identity theft. If you wanted to bury him, I could make it happen. I didn't say anything. Do you? She asked, eyes steady. I want him to understand what it feels like, I said quietly. To watch something you built collapse because someone you trusted decided you were disposable. She gave me a nod. Then let's make sure he feels it. The case would take time. Weeks, maybe months. But that was okay. Because in the meantime, I had something else to do. I had to start over. Since my main account was locked, I set up a new one under a different LLC. This time, completely separate from my name. I called it Blue Ridge Digital, inspired by the hiking trail I used to walk with my grandfather when I was a kid. Just the name made me feel steadier. I started calling old clients, one by one. Not to ask for favors, just to let them know the situation. To my surprise, most of them were supportive. We figured something weird was going on, one of them said. You've always been professional. Just let us know when you're back online. Another client actually wired me a small retainer up front. Call it a vote of confidence, he said. And Brett's a joke, by the way. We looked into him after that weird email. I hadn't realized how much people actually respected me. Not the version my family painted, some gullible pushover bankrolling idiots. But me. Jasper. The guy who showed up, did the work, didn't complain. It felt good. Strange, but good. I worked out of cafes at first. My apartment felt like a crime scene, and I needed fresh air. There was a coffee shop about 10 blocks away with a massive skylight and creaky wooden tables that made me feel like I was working inside a novel. The barista started remembering my order: black coffee, splash of oat milk, no sugar. After 2 weeks, she started slipping me a muffin on the house. You always look like you're solving a mystery, she said with a smirk. I guess, in a way, I was. By week 4, Blue Ridge Digital had its first real client. A logistics startup in Oregon needed a new internal dashboard. They didn't care about the mess with my old company. They just wanted clean code, clear updates, and someone who picked up the phone. I gave them all 3. The money started to trickle in. Not a lot, but enough to feel like I wasn't drowning. I still hadn't replaced what I lost, but something had changed inside me. I wasn't chasing validation anymore. I wasn't doing this to get a pat on the back from my mom, or a proud of you from a dad who thought grilling burgers once a month made him a family man. I was doing it because I wanted to live without chains, without guilt. And slowly, I started to breathe again. I didn't check my family's group chats anymore. I had blocked Meredith and Brett on every platform. Even Layla. I loved her, but I needed distance. She'd never stood up for me. Not really. But then, one night, I got a letter. Handwritten. No return address. Just my name, neatly printed on the envelope. Inside was a single page. Jasper, I know I didn't do enough. I've been a coward. I let Meredith speak for everyone, and I convinced myself staying neutral was the same as staying moral. It wasn't. I'm sorry for what they did. I believe you. I believe everything. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. If you never want to speak to me again, I understand that too. Layla. I held the letter for a long time. I didn't cry, but my hands shook a little. I didn't respond. Not yet. But I didn't throw it away either. The days turned into weeks. The business grew, slowly but steadily. My war board in the guest room got more organized. Carla updated me regularly. Brett had been served. Meredith had hired a lawyer too. There were whispers of them trying to settle, but I told Carla no. Not yet. They needed to sweat. And they did. I started hearing things. Through old mutual friends. Through LinkedIn posts and whispers in industry forums. Brett had been quietly blacklisted from a few consulting circles. Turns out, people talk. Especially when you try to destroy someone with fabricated charges, and it backfires. Meredith, meanwhile, had started unraveling publicly. She posted long, cryptic rants about fake brothers and betrayals from within on Facebook. Her tone shifted from smug to desperate. The kind of spiral you can only have when you're not used to consequences. And then, one Friday evening, I got a call from Carla. They just made an offer, she said. A real one. Full retraction of all fraud charges, formal apology, agreement to pay restitution for legal fees and losses. If you sign, it's over. I leaned back in my chair. My coffee was cold. The sun was setting through the window, casting everything in a warm, golden blur. Do they admit to the forgery? I asked. No, she said. But we have the email records. The bank account links. They know they're cooked. This is a way out for them. I closed my eyes. I could have said yes. Could have ended it right there. But something told me this wasn't over. Not really. They can keep their apology, I said. You want to go to court? No, not yet. I want them to see what it feels like to lose everything they leaned on. I want the people around them to start asking questions. I want the story to get out. Slowly, like rot in the walls. Carla chuckled softly. All right then, let's keep the pressure on. After the call, I walked to the mirror. Looked at myself. Same face. Same tired eyes. But something was different now. I was standing taller. I looked like a man who had seen his whole life collapse and decided to rebuild from the ashes, brick by brick. And I wasn't done yet. I didn't plan revenge out of anger. That would have made it sloppy. I planned it because it was necessary. Because some people like Brett, like Meredith, only understand consequences when you draw them in blood across the white tablecloth they've been feasting on for years. It started with a folder. A thick black leather one I kept tucked inside a locked drawer in my desk. Inside was everything. Screenshots, call logs, domain registration records, the fake email header analysis Derek had helped me with, wire transfer receipts, and a hard copy of the forged Jasper H. contract with the bogus email address. Every lie they'd told. Every trap they'd set. Right there on paper. But this folder wasn't for court anymore. It was for leverage. See, Carla had already built a solid case. If I wanted to sue, I could have. If I wanted them charged, it wouldn't have taken much. But I wanted more than legal action. I wanted exposure. I wanted silence to become suspicion. I wanted people to start asking, wait, why would your brother lie about that? I wanted to pull the thread until their whole public image unraveled, and they did it to themselves. But for that, I needed the right moment. And more importantly, the right people in the room. The opportunity came in the form of an invitation. An email, mid-July. Subject, family barbecue, hosted by mom and dad. It had emojis. A sun, a burger, a little fire. I stared at it for a long time. A part of me almost laughed. After everything, they were still pretending like we were one big happy sitcom family. No mention of the fraud. No acknowledgement of the lawsuit. No apology. Just hot dogs at 3 p.m. Bring a chair. I almost deleted it. But then, I got an idea. Because Brett would be there. And Meredith too. And probably a dozen family friends, co-workers, neighbors. People who still saw them as this perfect suburban couple with a chaotic but lovable dynamic. The golden daughter and her eccentric husband. What better place to flip the script? But I had to play it carefully. I RSVP'd yes with a short, polite email. Then I got to work. First, I reached out to Derek again. Can you help me build a little presentation? I asked him. Something clean, visual, like a pitch deck, but with teeth. He didn't even hesitate. Tell me what you want on slide 1. Over the next week, we built a digital file. Not a full-blown expose, just enough to crack the mask. Slide 1. A side-by-side comparison of my real email and the fake one used to forge the contract. Slide 2. The contract itself. Slide 3. The GoDaddy registration for the fake domain, traced back to Brett's burner email. Slide 4. A screenshot of Meredith's LinkedIn post bragging about launching BH Holdings, just days after my bank account was frozen. It ended with a simple line of text on a black screen. Imagine what else they've lied about. I uploaded it to a USB drive and tucked it into the inner pocket of my jacket. Next, I called Layla. I hadn't spoken to her since the letter. She picked up after 2 rings. Jasper. Her voice was cautious, soft. Yeah. Hey, you free to talk? Yeah. Of course. I'm going to the barbecue. There was a pause. Are you sure that's a good idea? It's not, but it's the right idea. Another pause. Then, what are you planning? I just want people to know the truth. She sighed. I'll be there. And for the record, I believe you. I always did. I just didn't know how to show it. You just did, I said, and hung up. The day of the barbecue was a scorcher. Blazing sun, sticky air, the kind of heat that made everyone move slower and sweat through their good intentions. I arrived at 2:50 p.m., 10 minutes early, wearing jeans and a plain navy button-up. Nothing flashy, just neat. My mom answered the door like nothing had happened. Jasper, she said, fake surprise layered under her sing-song voice. You made it. I gave her a polite smile. Wouldn't miss it. Inside, the usual chaos. Kids running through the hallways, the smell of burgers and charred corn, an acoustic playlist humming from the Bluetooth speaker. Meredith was in the backyard, laughing way too loudly, a red plastic cup in hand. Brett stood beside her in a tacky Hawaiian shirt, holding court with a few of my dad's old co-workers. I stayed inside, greeted a few extended family members, and waited. I wasn't looking for a confrontation. I was looking for a catalyst. And that came, beautifully, predictably, from Brett himself. Around 4 p.m., I was grabbing a water bottle from the cooler when I heard his voice behind me. "Well, look who finally grew a spine." I turned slowly. "Brett." He grinned like we were old friends. "Didn't expect to see you here after the little meltdown." "What was it again? Your card declined, right?" Laughter from two of the guys standing near him. I recognized one of them. Carl, a guy from Meredith's office. The other was a neighbor, I think. I just smiled. "That's right," I said. "Guess I should have kept a better eye on my accounts." Brett leaned in, smirking. "Hope you're not here to beg for forgiveness." "Bit late for that, huh?" I looked him dead in the eyes and said, "No, Brett. I'm here to return the favor." He blinked. Just once. Confused. Then tried to laugh it off. "I don't know what you're talking about, man." I pulled the USB out of my jacket. "Can I use your laptop?" I asked Mom, who was setting out a fruit tray. She looked startled. "What?" "Just for 5 minutes. I have something I want to show everyone." That got attention. My dad looked up from the grill. Meredith stopped mid-laugh. "What are you doing?" she asked, eyes narrowing. I ignored her and walked inside. A few people followed. Then more. Within 5 minutes, half the backyard had trickled into the living room. Curiosity outweighing manners. I plugged the USB in, opened the file, and hit present. Slide 1. Silence. Then slide 2. Someone gasped. By slide 3, Carl stepped back from Brett. By slide 4, Meredith's face had drained of color. And when it ended, just that single line on a black screen, the room was dead quiet. I turned to Brett. "You used my name. You forged a contract. You tried to ruin me." He opened his mouth. Closed it. Meredith stepped forward, panic rising in her voice. "This is taken out of context." "Shut up," Layla said suddenly. Every head turned. "I'm so sick of this," she said, voice trembling but loud. "Of all of you pretending this is normal. It's not. What you did to Jasper is disgusting. And you let it happen, Mom. You helped it happen." My mom looked like she'd been slapped. "I didn't know." "You never wanted to know?" Layla snapped. "Because that would mean admitting your favorite child is a liar married to a con artist." Meredith's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. I turned to the room. "I'm not here to make a scene," I said. "I'm not here for revenge. I just wanted you all to see the truth. Make your own decisions." Then I unplugged the USB, slid it into my pocket, and walked to the door. No one stopped me, not even Mom. As I stepped outside into the fading sun, I heard Brett's voice behind me, shaky now, no longer smug. "This is slander. He's making this up." No one believed him. Not anymore. But I wasn't done. It took 5 weeks for everything to collapse. The barbecue wasn't the climax. It was the fuse. The soft hiss of combustion before the boom. By the time I unplugged my USB and left that living room full of stunned silence, the damage was already spreading. It wasn't just a crack in Brett and Meredith's image. It was a fracture in the carefully maintained mask they'd worn for years. And people started noticing. It started with Carl. He wasn't just some coworker making small talk. He was Meredith's supervisor at the real estate firm where she'd been trying to claw her way up to management for the past 2 years. I didn't even know that until a week later, when I got a call from Layla. "You won't believe this," she said. "Carl opened an internal investigation at her company." "Wait, what?" "Yeah. Apparently, they've had issues before with Meredith fudging numbers, overstating listings, promising unrealistic timelines. But they never had enough to push it. After the barbecue, Carl took a second look. And Brett? His business partners started dropping him like he was radioactive. I didn't have to lift a finger. Turns out when someone shows up on a slide deck labeled cyber fraud architect, potential investors run for the hills. Especially when those slides are quietly passed around in private group chats and Slack channels full of tech consultants and entrepreneurs in the city. I didn't send those slides. But Derek might have. Accidentally. Whoops. By mid-August, BH Holdings was dead. Website offline. LinkedIn scrubbed. Brett's Twitter, where he once posted obnoxious, hustle culture quotes daily, went silent. I heard from a mutual acquaintance that he'd tried to pitch another crypto-adjacent startup and got laughed out of the room. Meanwhile, Carla filed formal charges on my behalf. Not civil. Criminal. Identity theft. Forgery. Wire fraud. I had proof. I had timestamps. I had metadata. And I had patience. The cops didn't bust down Brett's door or throw him in cuffs while he was mowing the lawn. That only happens in TV shows. But they did knock. They took his laptop, his phone, his bank records, and then they subpoenaed Meredith's emails too. Turns out, she was far more involved than I'd thought. The fake contract? She edited it. The spoof email account? Created on her work laptop. The false fraud report to my bank? She sent it. From their shared IP address. At 2:14 a.m. on a Tuesday night. I guess that's when real villains get things done. The formal charges hit in early September. Brett was arrested. Released on bail. Meredith wasn't cuffed, but she was named. Accessory to wire fraud. Implicated in conspiracy. And the fallout came hard. Her company suspended her immediately, then fired her a week later when they found out she'd falsified documentation on 2 listings. Brett's consulting license, somehow, he still had one, was revoked pending the outcome of the case. And my parents? They called me. Of course they did. First it was Mom. Voicemail. Jasper, this has gone too far. You've made your point. Please, don't destroy your sister's life. I didn't return the call. Then Dad. Text message. We need to talk. Family is family. This isn't the way. I didn't answer that either. It's funny. When Meredith stood up and announced I was no longer part of the family, they applauded. They clapped. And now, with everything crashing down, they wanted me to play the prodigal son. To come back. To make it stop. But I wasn't the one who needed forgiveness. And I wasn't the one who'd burned the bridge. Layla came by one evening, early October. Brought coffee. We sat on my small balcony while the sun dipped low over the skyline. I read the charges, she said. It's brutal. They earned every line. She nodded slowly. You okay? I am now. And I meant it. Blue Ridge Digital was doing better than ever. The client who'd pulled out during the fraud scare had returned. With more work. I hired 2 part-time developers and a virtual assistant. I even rented a shared office space. Nothing fancy, just a converted loft with brick walls and good light. But it felt like something real. Something mine. But I wasn't done yet. There was one final card I'd been holding. Remember that USB? The one from the barbecue? I'd made a copy. A cleaner version. One with extra slides. Screenshots of Meredith's texts to Brett. Quotes from emails. A PDF of the criminal complaint. And one page at the end. Just a simple note I wrote myself. Sometimes, the family you're born into teaches you how to survive. Sometimes, they teach you exactly who not to become. I printed 50 copies of that presentation. Bound them in sleek black folders. Then I mailed them. Anonymously. One to Meredith's former boss. One to the HOA board where Brett used to speak at meetings. A few to real estate clients she'd ghosted. Even one to my parents. I never put my name on them. Didn't need to. Let the truth speak for itself. That was the real revenge. Not the lawsuits. Not the charges. Not even the public humiliation. It was the truth, finally cutting through the performance. It was the moment people stopped believing the story Meredith had written and started asking, wait, what happened to Jasper? And that's how it ends. Not with applause. Not with an apology. But with silence. The kind of silence that follows when masks fall off and all that's left is who you really are underneath. They haven't spoken to me since. I don't expect them to. I don't need them to. I have peace now. I have clarity. I have people in my life who don't see me as a wallet, or a scapegoat, or a punching bag with a polite smile. And for the first time in years, I'm finally out of the photo frame. And I like it that way. My parents always said my brother deserved more because he was the man of the house. When I bought my first home, they demanded I put it in his name. I refused and revealed a shocking truth they couldn't argue with. iReddit. I'm 29F, and honestly, I'm still reeling from everything that went down with my family over the past few months. I've debated posting this because it's still fresh, but I can't stop replaying the conversations in my head, especially the moment everything finally unraveled. I guess some backstory would help this make sense. I grew up in a pretty traditional household, the kind where my parents believed very firmly in roles. My brother, Damon, 32M, was the oldest, and since he was the man of the house after our dad retired early due to health issues, he was treated like royalty. And me? I was expected to stay quiet, stay helpful, and stay in my lane. From as early as I can remember, Damon got the bigger room, the newest tech, the first plate of food, and basically everything. When we were teenagers, I started picking up part-time jobs while Damon played video games all day, but my parents would still praise him for being such a responsible young man. Meanwhile, I was the one helping mom cook and taking on extra shifts to afford my textbooks. I can't tell you how many times I heard the phrase, "You have to understand, honey, Damon's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. One day, he'll have to take care of all of us." Spoiler alert, he didn't. After high school, Damon flunked out of community college twice. He started a landscaping business that never really went anywhere and racked up a mountain of debt from tools and equipment he never used. My parents bailed him out twice. They made it sound like this was some noble sacrifice, like investing in Damon's future was the same as securing the family legacy. Meanwhile, I got into a decent state university with partial scholarships and paid my way through the rest working nights. I got a degree in digital marketing, landed a solid remote job, and after years of saving, I finally bought a house a few months ago. Not a mansion or anything, but it's mine. 2 bedrooms, small backyard, good bones. I cried when I signed the paperwork. I had done it completely on my own. I didn't tell my parents right away. Part of me didn't want to deal with their usual dismissiveness, and another part, I guess I wanted to keep this piece of happiness untouched for a while. But eventually, I invited them over to see it. I figured, stupidly, that maybe this time, they'd be proud of me. They weren't. "Oh," my mom said when she stepped in, her lips pursed like she smelled something sour. "It's smaller than I thought." Dad wandered around making non-committal noises. Damon didn't say anything at first. He just looked around with this tight, unreadable expression. I offered them tea and cookies I'd baked that morning, which my mom said were a little dry, and tried to ignore the knot growing in my stomach. Then Damon spoke. "So whose name is it under?" I blinked. "Mine. I bought it." He looked at our dad, then back at me. "Yeah, but like, legally? Is it under your name? Or is it under the family trust or something?" I laughed a little, thinking he was joking. "It's under my name. I don't have a trust. I paid the down payment myself." He looked genuinely confused. "Why wouldn't you put it under my name? I mean, I'm the one who's going to take care of mom and dad. You don't even live nearby." That's when my mom chimed in, setting her tea down way too hard on my coffee table. "Exactly. Damon is the man of the family. You have no idea how stressful it's been for him, watching out for all of us. It would mean a lot to give him that security." I just sat there, stunned. It was like they had all gotten together and rehearsed this, like this was the natural next step in their minds. "I'm sorry," I said slowly, "but why would I give Damon the house I bought with my money?" My dad scoffed. "Don't be selfish, Talia. It's not about the money. It's about doing the right thing. Damon has always been there for us. You ran off to do your own thing." "I ran off to get a job," I snapped. "One that pays enough to afford this house. Damon's still living in your basement." Damon stood up, face red. "I didn't come here to be insulted." I stood too, heart pounding. "And I didn't invite you here so you could try to guilt trip me out of the one thing I've worked years for. You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about sacrifice? I did everything without help, and now that I have something to show for it, you think I owe you." My mom's eyes flashed. "You watch your tone, young lady." And that's when I realized something. They were never going to see me as anything but the backup plan. The extra. The one who's supposed to sacrifice. But I wasn't done yet. Not even close. The room was tense. Damon had his arms crossed, staring at me like I'd just kicked his dog, and my mom looked like she was about to start lecturing me about respect and gratitude. My dad had gone quiet, which is how I knew he was truly angry. He always defaulted to silence when he didn't get his way out. I stood there, still holding the edge of the kitchen counter, trying to calm myself down before I said something I couldn't take back. My heart was racing, but in the middle of all the noise in my head, one thought cut through. They really believe I owe them this. I took a deep breath. "There's something I haven't told you," I said. "About the house. About a lot of things, actually." Mom narrowed her eyes. If this is about you being ungrateful again, it's not, I interrupted. Just let me finish. For a moment, no one said anything. Damon sat back down but kept glaring at me like he was preparing his next argument. I walked over to the little bookshelf by the hallway and pulled out a plain blue folder I tucked behind some cookbooks. It wasn't flashy. I hadn't shown it to anyone yet, not even my closest friend, Elise. But I'd kept it close, waiting for the right moment. I handed it to my dad and sat down across from them. "What's this?" he asked, flipping it open. Inside were printed screenshots of my loan approval, the closing documents for the house, and the full breakdown of my savings and investments. Neatly labeled, highlighted in yellow and green. I had included a summary sheet, too, showing where the money came from, every last cent I'd saved over the years, right down to my first internship check in college. I didn't just buy a house, I said. I paid off my student loans. I have a 6-month emergency fund, and I've been investing since I was 22. I've made smart choices. I've lived well below my means. And I didn't ask for a dime from any of you. My mom frowned. "We know you're good with money. What does that have to do with this?" I met her eyes. "It has everything to do with this. You all came here expecting me to hand something over to Damon just because he's the oldest. Because he's the man of the house. But where was that house when I was pulling double shifts in college? When I was eating rice and canned beans for weeks to make rent?" Dad closed the folder and set it on the table. "We didn't know you were doing all that." "You didn't ask," I said quietly. Damon scoffed. "So what? You think a few smart choices make you better than the rest of us?" "No," I said calmly. "I think they make me independent. And that means I get to decide what I do with what I've earned." He leaned forward, tone sharp. "You're still part of this family. Families take care of each other." I nodded slowly. "I agree. So let's talk about that. Because there's something else you don't know." Mom shifted in her seat. "Talia, if this is just another way of saying you don't want to help your brother, no. It's more than that," I said, reaching for my phone on the table. I wasn't going to say anything. I really wasn't. I wanted to be kind and let things be. But if we're talking about who deserves what, then we need to have an honest conversation. I opened the gallery and scrolled to a photo I'd taken a few weeks earlier. It showed a letter on university letterhead, a name, a program, a date. I handed the phone to my mom, whose eyebrows pulled together the second she saw it. "What is this?" she asked. "It's Damon's university loan record, from when you co-signed and paid off his second attempt at college. The one he said he finished." She blinked. "Yes. What about it?" I looked at Damon. "You told them you graduated." He sat up straighter. "I did. I mean, technically you didn't," I said quietly. "I checked. You dropped out again after 2 semesters. You told them you had a degree. You lied." Dad looked up sharply. "That's not true." "Damon, tell her she's wrong." Damon stood. "It's not a big deal. It was a community college degree. I didn't think I needed it once I started the business." Mom looked back at the screen. "You said you finished. We celebrated. You used my savings to pay for that," I added. "The money I had in my account from working in high school. You said it was a loan. You told me I'd get it back once Damon's business took off." My voice caught for a second, but I pushed through. "That was 10 years ago." Silence. My dad rubbed his temples. My mom looked stunned. Damon, he looked annoyed. Not apologetic. Not ashamed. Just annoyed. "I was going to let it go," I said. "I figured maybe that was just the price I had to pay to get out. But then you all came in here and acted like I should hand over the one thing I've built, because Damon deserves it more?" I leaned back in my chair. "No, not anymore." That's when Damon snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, making my teacup rattle. "You think you're better than me because you got some job and bought a little house? You think that makes you the big success story?" He pointed at me, his face red now. "You owe this family everything. You wouldn't be where you are without us." I stared at him, and something inside me just clicked. I stood slowly, steady and calm, and walked to the hallway. I opened a closet and pulled out a second folder, this one black and a little heavier. I turned to face them. "This," I said, "is what I owe you." and I'll show you exactly what it means. I walked back into the living room, the black folder in my hand. Damon was still standing, arms crossed again. My mom had gone pale, and my dad looked like he was trying to piece everything together without showing how confused he was. I sat down and laid the folder flat on the table between us. "This is everything I documented," I said, tapping the cover. "Every transaction from when you all borrowed my savings. The transfers from my account to Dad's name. The cash withdrawals Mom made with my ATM card when I was in high school because we needed groceries. Even though we all know I was the only one not eating fast food every night." Dad frowned. "That was to help keep the lights on. You knew we were going through a rough patch." "And I was a kid," I said. "A kid who thought it was normal to give her parents her entire paycheck because she was told it was her responsibility. I kept records back then because I was scared. I didn't know how to say no, but I knew something didn't feel right." My mom's voice was thin, almost a whisper. "You were just helping the family. That's what good daughters do." I looked straight at her. Good daughters don't get used. Good daughters don't have to prove their worth every year while their brother gets praised for waking up before noon. Damon scoffed again. "This is pathetic. You're still holding on to stuff from, what, 10 years ago? Grow up." "You're right," I said softly. "It was 10 years ago. And you know what I've done in that time? I've grown. I've worked. I've paid my dues. And I've planned. I'm not here to beg for fairness anymore. I'm here to protect myself from people who have shown me, again and again, that I'm only useful when I'm handing something over." They didn't say anything. I opened the folder. Inside were notarized statements, screenshots of bank activity, and, at the very back, a letter from my lawyer. Yeah, I hired one. Not because I wanted to sue anyone, but because I'd been thinking long term. After my house closed, I wanted to set up protections in case anything happened to me. I wanted my assets to go where I chose. And as I started writing out those instructions, I realized I needed to be really clear, especially when it came to my family. "I'm not here to fight," I told them. "I'm here to explain what's going to happen next and why." I passed the lawyer letter to my dad first. He opened it and scanned the first few lines before his expression changed, subtle but noticeable. His eyes flicked to Damon, then back to the page. Mom leaned over his shoulder. "What is this?" "It's a legal notice," I said. "It states that any attempts to access, control, or lay claim to my property, financial or otherwise, without my consent will result in formal action. Everything I've built is protected under my name alone. No shared accounts, no co-ownership, and no family agreements unless they're on paper and signed." Damon let out a dry laugh. "You're acting like we're trying to rob you." I turned to him. "You asked me to put my house in your name. You said I owed it to you. If that's not trying to take something from me, I don't know what is." He didn't laugh after that. I could tell my mom was still trying to find her footing. She always needed a version of the story that made her look like she was just trying to help. "Talia, we didn't know you felt this way. If we had, maybe we could have handled things differently." I nodded. "Maybe, but you didn't ask. You never asked how I was doing. You just assumed I'd fall in line." My dad finally spoke. "So what now? You going to cut us off completely?" That hit me harder than I expected. A small part of me, a stupid, lingering part, wanted to say no. That I still loved them. That we could fix this. But I didn't. Because love without respect isn't safety. And I didn't feel safe with them anymore. "No," I said. "But things are going to be different." And they were. Because what I didn't tell them, not yet, is that this house wasn't just for me. And that the person they always overlooked, the one they thought would never amount to anything, I had plans. Big ones. And they were about to find out exactly how far I'd come from the girl they dismissed to the woman building something they could never touch. There was a strange kind of silence hanging in the room. Not the angry kind, not even the disappointed kind. It was the sort of silence that comes when people are finally starting to realize that the version of someone they had in their head isn't the person sitting in front of them anymore. I didn't fill the silence. I let it stretch. My mom kept looking between me and the letter in my dad's hands, like she was hoping someone would tell her it wasn't real, that maybe it was just a warning, not something I'd actually go through with. Damon, though, he wasn't buying it. You know what this is? He said, finally sitting back down like he'd just solved a puzzle. This is some kind of power trip. You finally get a little success and you think you can lord it over everyone who helped raise you. Helped raise me. That phrase. It stuck in my throat. I raised myself, Damon, I said quietly. While you were dropping out and asking for second chances, I was working nights and studying during the day. I cooked my own meals. I did my own laundry. You got help every time you stumbled, and I was told to figure it out. He opened his mouth to fire back, but I held up a hand. Don't, I said. Don't turn this into something it's not. I'm not punishing anyone. I'm protecting myself. There's a difference. I took a slow breath. And I'm not finished. I stood again, walked over to a drawer by the TV stand, and pulled out a thin envelope. Handwritten. No fancy labels. Just something I'd quietly worked on over the last 2 years. I wasn't planning to show you this yet, I said, walking back over. But I think now's the time. I placed it on the table, just under the lawyer's letter. This, I said, is a business plan. Damon tilted his head. A what? A business plan, I repeated. For a wellness retreat. Small scale. Local. Something I've been slowly building with the help of a few contacts I met through work. I've already scouted the location and secured early backing. I've got a mentor helping me through the legal steps, and I've been saving for the down payment on the land. Mom blinked. But I thought this house was your big thing. It's a stepping stone, I said. Something I bought smart, renovated carefully, and will eventually rent out when I move to the property. The retreat is where I'll live and work full-time. Dad looked confused. You're moving? Not yet, I said. But I will, once everything is ready. And when I do, I'll be the sole owner of a business, a rental property, and land that's fully paid off. I looked at Damon. The same land you said was a waste of money when I mentioned it last year. The one you laughed at because it was too far from everything. He said nothing. And here's the thing, I continued. I'm doing all of it without handouts, without loans from family, and without tying myself to anyone who doesn't believe in what I'm building. My mom looked almost lost, like she didn't know how to respond to this version of me. I didn't know you were working on all of this, she said. I know, I replied, because you never asked. There it was again, that silence. But this time, it was a little heavier. My mom glanced at my dad, but he just sat back in his chair, folding his arms like someone who had finally realized the room wasn't his anymore. Damon gave a short laugh, but it wasn't amused. More bitter. So what, you're cutting ties? Moving to the woods and pretending we don't exist? I shook my head. No, but I am drawing a line. I'm done bending over backwards to earn a seat at the table. If you want to be part of my life moving forward, it'll be on equal terms. No more guilt. No more expectations. Just respect. He muttered something under his breath, but I didn't ask him to repeat it. Instead, I picked up the folder and business plan and began calmly putting them back in their places. I wasn't trying to impress them. I wasn't asking them to understand. I just wanted the truth out there, so no one could twist it later. As I slid the folder back into the drawer, I turned to face them one last time. I built this life on my own, I said. And from now on, it stays mine. All of it. I watched their faces closely then, not because I wanted to gloat, but because I wanted to see who they really were when the illusion of control was gone. My dad stood up first. No words. Just walked to the front door, grabbed his coat, and left. My mom stood more slowly. She looked at me like she was trying to solve a puzzle she'd never seen before. And maybe she was. I didn't realize you were so angry, she said quietly. I'm not angry, I replied. I'm awake. And then she followed my dad out, without saying goodbye. That left Damon, still sitting at the table, jaw tight. He looked around my living room. The plants I'd cared for, the shelves I'd built. The art on the walls. Mine, not generic prints. It was the first time I realized that even the house felt like me. like proof that I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was thriving. Damon stood and stepped closer. You really think this is over? He asked, eyes narrowed. You think you can just walk away and everything we did as a family, just disappears? I looked at him calmly. It's not over, I said. It's just finally beginning. After Damon stormed out that night, I expected things to quiet down. For a few days, they did. No calls, no texts, no passive-aggressive emails from my mom. Just silence. Then, like clockwork, it started again. Damon began spreading stories to the rest of the family, our aunts, uncles, cousins. He told them I had kicked our parents out, that I was hiding money, and had lost touch with family values. He made himself out to be the poor, loyal son who had sacrificed so much and was now being betrayed by his selfish sister. At first, a few people reached out, some genuinely concerned, others just fishing for drama. I calmly shared my side with those who actually listened. I didn't trash talk Damon or my parents. I didn't need to. The facts spoke for themselves, and the people who cared about me saw through the noise quickly. But Damon wasn't finished. About a month later, I got a notice from the county. Someone had filed a complaint about unpermitted renovations on my property. Specifically, the basement suite I'd finished last year. It was clearly Damon. He was the only one who had seen the new setup, and the timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. I wasn't panicked, though. I'd done everything by the book: permits, inspections, even receipts for the contractors. I contacted my lawyer, handed over the documents, and within a week, the complaint was dismissed. But that moment changed something in me. Damon wasn't just bitter. He was actively trying to sabotage me, and that meant I had to take things a step further. Remember the wellness retreat I was planning? I sped things up. I finalized the down payment on the land, filed the business license, and moved forward with a small team I'd been quietly assembling: friends from college, a retired yoga instructor I'd met through work, and a local gardener who helped me map out the property. Every person on the team wanted to be there. No ego, no drama, just purpose. A few months later, I moved. I didn't make a big announcement. I simply packed, rented out my house, and relocated to the retreat grounds. My house became an income property, stable, quiet, and fully mine. I had a property manager handle the day-to-day, so I could focus on building the life I'd always wanted. I never gave Damon my new address. My parents tried a few more times to reach out. Messages that always started sweet, but turned guilt-trippy halfway through. I didn't block them, but I didn't engage either. I responded once, letting them know I was safe, healthy, and focused on my goals. I told them if they ever wanted a real relationship, one built on honesty and respect, I was open to that, but only if they came without expectations or demands. That was the last time I heard from them directly. It's been over a year now. The retreat is running. Small but steady. We host weekend events and quiet weekday getaways. I spend mornings walking the trails and evenings watching the stars. I'm not rich by any means, but I'm peaceful. I'm free. Damon. Last I heard through a cousin, he tried to start a business of his own. Asked my parents for another loan. It didn't work out. They sold their house and moved into a smaller place. My cousin hinted that there's been tension between them ever since. My parents realizing, far too late, that betting everything on one child while draining the other doesn't build the family they thought it would. Do I feel bad? Not really. I gave them more chances than most would. What I feel now is relief. Not just because I stood up for myself, but because I did it without becoming like them. I didn't tear anyone down. I didn't get even. I just got out and built something beautiful for myself in the process. I honestly can't believe I'm typing this out right now. It feels like I'm in a bad reality show. But here goes. This is the story of how my birthday gift turned into the worst betrayal of my life, and how I ended up giving my family the most unforgettable revenge. So, a bit of background. I'm in my late 20s, living in a house that's been in my family for generations. It's a huge place, too big for just me, but it was handed down to me after my parents passed away a few years ago. I've got a good job, But this house is my pride and joy. My family, though, they never let me forget that they thought they should have been the ones to inherit it. It's like a constant, low-key tension whenever we get together. Fast forward to my birthday last year. I'm expecting a regular celebration. Maybe a cake, a few gifts, and some laughs. But my family? Oh no, they had something special planned that IT started with my cousin, Rachel. She's this charming person who never really learned the meaning of boundaries. She shows up with a big smile and a wrapped box, practically jumping up and down. "I got you something amazing," she says, almost out of breath that I was honestly excited. It was nice of her, even though we didn't always see eye to eye. I unwrapped it, and inside was a notice. I stared at it, trying to figure out what I was holding, until I read the words. Notice of eviction. You are required to vacate the premises of address within 30 days. Signed, your family. I swear my heart stopped. I looked up, trying to piece everything together, but Rachel's face was already flushed, like she was holding back laughter. My aunt, who was sitting across the room, gave me this pitying smile. "Don't be upset, honey," she said. "We thought you'd be happy to finally have a change of pace. You can move somewhere nicer." Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, barely able to form words. Rachel shrugged, all innocent. "Well, you're an adult now, and we just thought it was time. We've been talking about it for months, and it's really for your own good. You don't need all this space, right? You could sell it and get something more manageable." I was stunned. No one had talked to me about this. No one even gave me a hint that they were unhappy with the house or thought it was mine to keep. I could feel my pulse in my ears, and I looked at everyone in the room. My aunt, uncle, cousins. Each one was nodding like this was normal. Like I should be grateful. I smiled, trying to hold back my anger. "Oh wow, how thoughtful. Really, just perfect." That was when my brother, Jake, chimed in. Jake has always been the chill one, but this time, his voice had a bit of a smirk to it. "Well, the house was always meant to be a family thing, right? Not just yours." That was when I knew I couldn't just let this go. Fast forward a couple of months, and I'm still living in the house, despite the absurd eviction notice. I start planning something, not immediately, but every little detail is bubbling in the back of my mind. How do I get back at them? How do I make them realize what they tried to take from me? Well, I figured it out. A few months later, I get an invite. It's for Rachel's wedding. They thought they could mess with me, huh? So, after I got that invite to Rachel's wedding, I knew exactly what I had to do. This was the perfect opportunity to return the favor. I wasn't going to just show up and act like everything was fine. No. I had plans. Big plans that I spent the next few months pretending to go along with their ridiculous eviction idea. Whenever they brought it up, I'd nod along like I was considering moving. I even started looking at other places to move into, though in reality, I had no intention of leaving my house. I'd be damned if they thought they could push me out that easily. When the wedding date finally rolled around, I showed up at the venue, all smiles, dressed to the nines. Everyone was acting like this was going to be a huge celebration. But I knew better. The whole thing was a spectacle. Rachel had spared no expense, renting this extravagant venue, hiring a big-name DJ, and even getting a luxury catering service. But despite the glitz and glamour, there was this sense of unease in the air. And it wasn't just the fact that my family was trying to be fake nice to me. It was because I knew the real reason I was there. As I walked into the ceremony, I saw them all, my aunt, uncle, cousins, and of course, Rachel, looking absolutely radiant. Everyone was acting like everything was normal, but I could see the tension in the air. The underlying assumption that they had won, that they'd made me feel small, had me on the edge of my seat. But I wasn't going to let them win. I had my plan, and it was about to unfold. The ceremony went off without a hitch, and the reception was filled with loud music and endless laughter. It was the perfect distraction, the perfect chaos. Rachel was busy dancing with her new husband, and my family was caught up in the excitement. That's when I slipped away. I found the seating chart by the door. They had assigned everyone to tables, of course. And there it was, a special note, placed discreetly next to the chart, marked family only. I took a deep breath and headed over to the banquet hall. I wasn't sure if anyone would notice, especially with the way everyone was celebrating. But as soon as I walked in, I noticed Rachel's wedding planner huddling by the entrance, looking at me like she'd seen a ghost. She was about to speak, but I stopped her with a smile. I'm just here to make sure the seating is right, I said, my voice calm, almost too calm. I'll just make a small change to the list. I quickly scanned the table assignments, the faces of my relatives. Then, I smiled to myself that I moved myself from the back of the hall where they'd put me to the front, right beside Rachel and her new husband. I even made sure to leave the note, just like they'd left it for me. Only this time, it was a special one for them. The rest of the night was pure magic. I had a drink in hand, and Rachel was so busy posing for pictures with her guests that she didn't even notice what I'd done. But when she finally did, when she saw me sitting at her head table, her eyes went wide, her smile froze. "What are you doing here?" she hissed under her breath, her voice sharp. "Oh, just enjoying the celebration," I said, savoring every word. "Just like you thought I should enjoy my birthday gift." I didn't even look her in the eye, just casually twirling my drink. The wedding planner came over to try to move me back to my original spot, but I wasn't budging. Family only didn't apply to me, clearly. After all, I was family too, right? Rachel, looking more irritated by the second, eventually stormed off to her parents. But that wasn't the best part. Oh no. The best part was when I watched her parents, especially her mom, who had been the most vocal about me needing to leave the house, look around the room, clearly confused as to why there was a seat missing. I smiled. The tables were about to turn. By the end of the night, Rachel's attitude had gone from angry to downright snippy. I could see it in her face. She knew something wasn't right. But here's the kicker. Just before she could come over to confront me again, I overheard her and her new husband talking. "I can't believe she pulled this stunt at my wedding," Rachel was saying, her voice shaky. "How dare she, after everything we've done for her?" Her husband, looking a little less than thrilled, tried to calm her down. "Look, Rachel, it's just a wedding. Let it go." But Rachel wasn't letting it go. She was fuming, and I could see the wheels turning in her head. Whatever plan she had to get back at me was about to be set in motion, but I wasn't worried. All right, I can hear you. Where's the revenge? Trust me, it's coming. But let me set the scene for the final twist, because that's where it really gets sweet. So, after Rachel lost her mind at the wedding, I could tell she was plotting something. She kept throwing little passive-aggressive comments my way, trying to get under my skin. But I wasn't biting. I knew she was desperate to get back at me, but what she didn't know was that I had already been preparing for the next move. A few weeks later, after the wedding chaos died down, Rachel called me. I knew this was it. She was about to lay it all out, probably blaming me for ruining her big day or something. But no. What she said next made me almost drop my phone. "You know, you've really hurt me," she started. "All drama and fake hurt feelings. I thought you were family, but instead, you pulled that stunt at my wedding. And now, you're still refusing to leave the house. You're making everyone uncomfortable, and I'm going to do something about it." I almost laughed in her face. She had the audacity to lecture me about family after what she and the rest of my relatives had tried to pull. But instead of getting defensive, I stayed calm. "Wow, Rachel, I'm really sorry you feel that way," I said, laying it on thick with the sarcasm. "I guess we all need to make sacrifices for family, huh?" She didn't catch it. Instead, she went on about how I was ruining the family reputation by holding on to the house. "You're just so selfish, it's unbelievable," she ranted. "I'm going to get everyone on my side, and we're going to fix this once and for all." At that moment, I realized something. She had no idea what was coming. A few weeks after that phone call, Rachel started talking about a family meeting where she wanted to discuss resolving the situation about the house. I'd already expected this. What I hadn't expected was the firestorm that followed. She started texting everyone in the family, telling them that I was being unreasonable and selfish and that it was time for me to do the right thing. She even pulled out the "You're making mom and dad proud" card that I let her go ahead with it all. Why? Because I had already set the stage. The day of the family meeting arrived, and I showed up to the house like it was any other Sunday. I knew they'd all be there, my aunt and uncle, cousins, Rachel, and of course, the surprise guest I'd invited. The real estate agent. I watched them file in one by one, expecting to see the usual mix of smug and angry faces. But when Rachel walked in and saw the real estate agent, her jaw nearly hit the floor. "You invited him?" she stammered, pointing at the agent. "Yeah," I said, my voice completely calm. I thought it'd be useful to have someone here who knows the real value of this place. You know, just in case we want to talk about selling." Rachel's face turned pale. My cousins and aunt looked around, confused. I could see the realization creeping in. This was a big deal. "You can't be serious," Rachel hissed, her voice shaking with anger. "You're really going to sell it? This house was supposed to be ours." I smiled. "Well, Rachel, maybe you can buy it. You know, since you're so keen on making decisions about what's best for me." It didn't take long for the entire family to unravel. Everyone started pointing fingers, demanding to know why I was making decisions without consulting them. But here's the thing. Rachel had gone too far. She thought she could push me out, control me, but now she was realizing she was the one in danger of losing everything. As they bickered, I turned to the real estate agent and said, "How much would this place go for in today's market? With the location, the history, and all the renovations I've made?" The agent didn't hesitate. "Easily a couple of million, maybe more, depending on the buyer." Rachel froze. The rest of the family was dead silent. It was like the air had been sucked out of the room. I leaned back in my chair, looking around at all of them, and said, "So, if anyone wants to talk about taking the house off my hands, now's the time. Otherwise, I'll be listing it and moving on. I'd suggest you start working on your own plans." The family meeting dissolved into chaos. Rachel was furious, shouting at me, but I didn't care. I'd put her in a position where she had to either back down or face the reality of losing everything. So, yeah, the revenge is real, but the best part? This is only the beginning. After the family meeting, things got really tense. Rachel was absolutely furious. No surprise there. But the rest of the family? They didn't know what to do. The shock was still settling in. No one thought I would actually go through with my threat of selling the house. Rachel tried to play the victim card. "You can't just throw the family out of this house," she said, her voice cracking with frustration. I shrugged, calm as ever. "Guess I'll just let it sit on the market," I replied, taking my time with the words. "We'll see what happens." And let me tell you, that made Rachel lose it. She stormed out of the room, shouting over her shoulder, "You'll regret this, just wait." But I wasn't done yet. The next day, I got bombarded with calls from extended family members. Aunts, uncles, cousins, everyone trying to talk me down. They weren't asking me to stay in the house. They were just telling me that I should sell it to Rachel. They kept going on and on about keeping the family together and how Rachel deserved it. But here's the thing. None of them cared about me. They cared about what they could get out of this. And now that I had the upper hand, they were all scrambling to try and turn things back around. Then, my mom's sister, Aunt Carol, called. She had always been the one to stir the pot between me and Rachel, and I wasn't shocked when she started her usual guilt trip. "Look, I understand you're upset, but Rachel's in tears over this. You can't really go through with selling the house, can you?" she said, her voice thick with feigned concern. I laughed bitterly. "I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I'm just done being treated like a doormat, Aunt Carol." She tried the usual lines, "But this isn't just about you. You can't destroy the family like this." I let the words sink in before I snapped back. Funny how no one cared when I was the one getting kicked around. Now that I'm standing my ground, suddenly I'm the bad guy. There was silence on the other end for a moment before she sighed. "This isn't what your parents would have wanted." I froze. The mention of my parents, gone for years now, stung. They never once would have let Rachel get away with this kind of manipulation, and they definitely wouldn't have wanted this kind of mess. But now it was clear. Aunt Carol and the rest of the family were just looking for an easy way to get Rachel what she wanted. I was done being the nice one. Later that week, Rachel showed up unannounced, her face twisted with rage. "I'm not going to let you sell the house," she yelled as soon as I opened the door. Her eyes were wild. Like she thought she could intimidate me into backing down. I raised an eyebrow. "And how do you plan to stop me?" She stepped forward, practically shaking with fury. "I'll do whatever it takes. You think you can just throw me out like that? Like I'm some stranger?" I crossed my arms. "You're not getting the house, Rachel. Not now, not ever." She started crying, but it wasn't real. It was that manipulation, the kind where she wanted me to feel sorry for her. But I wasn't falling for it this time. "Rachel, if you think I'm going to hand over this house because you're upset, you've lost your mind," I said coldly. I'm not your punching bag anymore. She stood there, her eyes narrowed, before she let out a snarl. You'll regret this. You don't know what I can do. Try me, I said, closing the door in her face. But that wasn't the end of it. The next day, I got a call from a lawyer. Rachel had hired him to challenge the house's ownership, claiming that it rightfully belonged to her. The lawyer tried to convince me that my parents had left her the house in their will, which was a lie, considering they had no such will. I laughed when I heard it. This was just another attempt to control me, to use legal threats to wear me down, so I decided to escalate things. If Rachel thought she could manipulate me with empty threats, I was going to make her pay for underestimating me. At this point, the situation was boiling over, and there was no going back. But Rachel wasn't done yet. She still thought she could turn the family against me by playing the "I'm the real victim" card. But I was about to show her that I had a few tricks left up my sleeve. She started telling everyone that I was trying to steal the house from her, that I was heartless and selfish, and that I was somehow responsible for all the chaos. Her words were poison, and people in the family were starting to believe it. That's when I realized that the house wasn't the only thing at stake here. Rachel wanted the family's loyalty. She wanted control of everything, and she thought she could win it by manipulating everyone around her. She wasn't just trying to get the house. She wanted to break me, break my connection with everyone. But I wasn't about to let that happen. I had a plan, and it was time to put it into motion. I started gathering everything: emails, texts, and recordings of her numerous threats and manipulations over the years. The things she had said, the lies she had spread, all of it. I was going to use her own words against her. I wasn't going to let her play the victim any longer. I printed everything out, neatly organized it in a folder, and prepared for the next step. This was it. The moment I had been waiting for. One day, I invited a few family members over for dinner. Just a small gathering, nothing too flashy. I knew Rachel would be there, and I knew exactly how to handle it. We were all sitting around the table, chatting about nothing in particular, when I casually slid the folder across the table toward Rachel. Her eyes flicked to it, and I could see her instantly tense up. "What's this?" she asked, feigning innocence. "Oh, just a little something I wanted to share," I said with a calm smile. "You know, all the times you've threatened me, lied about me, and tried to manipulate the family. Thought it was time for everyone to hear your true colors." Rachel's face went pale. She shifted in her seat, trying to recover, but I could see the panic creeping in. She knew what was in that folder, and she knew what was coming. One by one, I started reading the messages, the conversations, the threats she had made. I laid out everything for everyone to hear. The way she tried to frame me, her lies about our parents' will, how she had manipulated the family into believing I was the villain. I watched as Rachel's composure started to crack. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Her eyes darted around the room, desperately seeking someone to back her up, but all she saw were eyes. Family members who were finally starting to see the truth. I could feel the weight lifting off my shoulders as I exposed her for who she really was. The truth was finally out. No more lies, no more manipulation. Just Rachel, standing there with nothing to hide behind. And then, finally, one of our aunts spoke up. "Rachel, I can't believe you would do this to your own family." The room went silent. The tension was thick, and I could almost hear the gears turning in Rachel's head as she tried to salvage what little dignity she had left. But it was too late. The damage was done. Rachel stood there, speechless. I looked her in the eyes and gave her a small, satisfied smile. "I hope you learned something today, Rachel. You can't manipulate people forever. Sooner or later, the truth comes out." And just like that, I turned and walked away, leaving her to deal with the fallout. I didn't need to say another word. I had one. The family finally saw Rachel for what she truly was, a manipulative, entitled liar. My name was cleared, and my relationship with everyone in the family was stronger than ever. Rachel, on the other hand, was left to deal with the consequences of her actions. Her influence in the family was shattered, and the people who once believed her now knew the truth. As for the house, I decided it was time to put the past behind me for good. I sold it, letting go of the last piece of the mess she'd created. But I didn't need the house to feel victorious. The real victory was knowing I'd exposed her for who she truly was, and that I'd finally taken control of my life again. Sweet revenge? You bet. I got my first big promotion. That's cute, my mom scoffed. Now be a good daughter and give your brother a loan. I smiled, pulled out a bank statement, and said, actually, I have a different surprise for you. She laughed until she realized what I was holding, and that's when the screaming started. I'm Rachel, 31 years old, and until a couple of months ago, my life was, well, pretty normal. Nothing extravagant, nothing to complain about. I had a decent job as a project manager at a tech company. I lived in a small, cozy apartment in the city, and my relationship with my family was, for the most part, manageable. At least that's what I thought. But everything changed when I got that promotion. It wasn't just any promotion. It was the promotion I'd been working toward for years, the one that would finally prove to myself that I was going somewhere. Senior project manager. More responsibility, a significant pay raise, and finally, some respect from my coworkers. For once, I was the one being congratulated, being seen for the work I'd put in. No more playing second fiddle to the guys in the office who always seemed to get ahead. Naturally, I called my mom right away to tell her the good news. I was expecting her to be proud of me, maybe a little impressed. After all, I'd worked hard for this, and it was a big deal. Or so I thought. When I told her about the promotion, her reaction was, well, let's just say it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's nice, honey, she said, her voice flat. But you know, it's cute and all, but your brother needs some help. I blinked, confused for a second. What do you mean, Mom? Help with what? Don't play dumb, she snapped. He's been struggling with his finances. He's trying to start this new project of his, and he really could use a loan. You're doing well now, right? You should be a good daughter and help him out. Just like that, the reality of my relationship with my family came crashing down. Of course, I knew my mom was always the type to coddle Aaron, my brother. He was 29, still living at home, still trying to figure out what he wanted to do with his life. He tried his hand at a few business ventures that flopped, dropped out of college twice, and for the most part, he just seemed to coast along, never really facing the consequences of his decisions. And yet, there she was, asking me to bail him out again. I couldn't believe it. Mom, I said, my voice getting a little tight, I don't think I can just lend him money. I've worked hard for this promotion. I'm still figuring out my finances. I don't have that kind of disposable income. She didn't take it well. You're being selfish, Rachel. Your brother needs you. You know he's had a rough time. He's your brother, your family. Don't you want to see him succeed? Her words hit me like a punch to the stomach. It wasn't the first time she'd said something like that. Family first, she always said. And yet, I was the one who always had to pick up the pieces after Aaron's latest failure, the one who had to prove myself constantly, while he coasted by on my mom's sympathy and excuses. I wasn't going to be part of that cycle anymore. I understand, Mom, I said, trying to stay calm, but I'm not in a position to help him out right now. I have my own plans, my own goals. Her response was a scoff. Plans, goals. You sound like your father. Always so self-centered. Just because you finally managed to do something doesn't mean you should forget about your family. That stung more than I wanted to admit. My father had always been the type to push us to be independent, to not rely on handouts. He wasn't the one to bail out Aaron, and somehow, that always seemed to fall on me. I'm not forgetting about you, Mom, I said, keeping my voice steady, even though I could feel the heat rising in my chest. I just don't think it's right to keep rescuing Aaron every time he messes up. Maybe it's time he faces the consequences of his choices. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could hear her breathing, the way she was trying to process what I said. Finally, she spoke, but her tone was colder now. So you're not going to help your brother? Is that it? I'm sorry, but no, I said firmly. I can't. The silence that followed was deafening. I could feel the tension building, and then, just as I thought she might let it go, she said something that made my heart stop. Well, if you're not going to help him, I guess you're not really part of this family anymore, are you? The words cut through me like a knife. I hadn't expected this. I thought she'd be disappointed, But this was different. She was angry, and I could feel the weight of her disappointment bearing down on me, pushing me to a point I hadn't reached in years. I didn't respond right away. Part of me wanted to tell her exactly what I thought, to shout back, to argue. But another part of me, maybe the part that was finally tired of being the responsible one, the one always trying to make everyone happy, decided to do something different. "I'm sorry you feel that way, Mom," I said, my voice more cold than I intended. "But I'm not going to apologize for setting boundaries." And with that, I hung up. I was furious. I had just gotten the best news of my career, and my mom turned it into another one of her guilt trips, trying to pressure me into fixing Aaron's problems. But I wasn't going to let it go. I had something planned, something I'd been considering for a while. I wasn't just going to let my mom walk all over me anymore. No more being the obedient daughter who always did what was expected. It was time for a change. But I wasn't going to tell her right away. No, I wanted to make sure she understood what was happening before I dropped the bombshell. The next day, I called my bank. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with the information, but I knew I needed leverage. I needed to be prepared for what was coming next. And when I hung up with the bank, I had a plan. A few days later, I went over to my mom's house for our usual Sunday dinner. I'd been dreading it, honestly. My mom had barely spoken to me since that phone call, and I could tell she was still holding on to her anger. But I also knew that this was the perfect opportunity. It had been building up in me for years, this sense of unfairness, and now I was about to do something about it. When I walked into her house, everything looked the same: her spotless kitchen, the family photos lining the walls, the faint smell of garlic and herbs from whatever she was cooking. The usual setup. My brother, Aaron, was lounging on the couch as usual, his face buried in his phone. He barely even looked up when I walked in, as if I didn't even matter. Typical. "Hey, Rachel," he mumbled, without much enthusiasm. "Hey," I said, trying to keep the tension out of my voice. I glanced over at my mom, who was stirring something in the pot on the stove, her back to me. "You didn't tell me you were bringing a lawyer with you," she said without turning around. I could feel her words dripping with sarcasm. I ignored her comment. I didn't want to make a scene, but you're right. I need to be upfront about this. I took a deep breath, setting my purse down on the table next to me, trying to gather myself. This was it. The moment that was going to change everything. "Well, I guess we need to talk about Aaron," I began, my voice calm but firm. She whipped around, the look on her face already defensive. "What about him? I know you're upset about the money, but I think it's time to have a real conversation about how we've been handling things," I said. She scoffed. "What do you mean? I've already told you. Your brother needs help." I nodded slowly, trying not to get frustrated. "And I get that. But what I don't get is why you've always expected me to be the one to fix things for him." "Because you're capable, Rachel," she shot back. "You have a good job. You're the one who made something of yourself. Your brother is struggling, and you're turning your back on him." I could feel my patience starting to wear thin. "It's not that simple, Mom. You've been covering for him for years, and it's not helping him. You think he's going to change if I keep giving him money or bailing him out? He needs to stand on his own 2 feet. My mom crossed her arms, the same stubborn look on her face that I knew all too well. "You sound just like your father. Always thinking you know better." I didn't let her words shake me. Maybe it's because I do know better. I've been working hard for years, and now I'm finally in a position where I can do something for myself. I can't keep enabling Aaron just because it's easier for you. She took a step forward, her face reddening. "You don't get it, Rachel. I don't need you to lecture me. I'm your mother. I'm the one who's always been there for you. And this is how you repay me." I looked at her, my heart sinking in my chest. This wasn't about me. It was about her. About her expectations, her need to control everything. "I'm not repaying you, Mom. I'm just trying to set boundaries. I'm trying to finally live my life the way I want to, without being dragged down by guilt and responsibility for someone who can't get their act together." There was a long silence. The tension in the room was palpable. Aaron didn't say a word, still glued to his phone, not even looking up. My mom was seething, but she didn't speak. That's when I did it. I reached into my bag and pulled out the bank statement, the one I'd been carrying with me for days. My hand shook slightly as I unfolded it, holding it up in front of her. She looked at it for a moment, confusion clouding her expression. "What's this?" she asked, a little too casually. I smiled, though it wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who had been pushed to their limit. "I think you'll find it's an account balance," I said. "A balance that, if you're interested, would allow me to make some very interesting decisions." Her face twisted in confusion, and then recognition hit her. I could see her eyes flicker to the numbers on the statement, and the shock slowly spread across her face. "I don't understand," she said, her voice lowering. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that I'm done," I said, my voice steady but full of weight. "I'm done being the one who fixes everything. I'm done being the obedient daughter who does everything you ask, even when it's not fair to me. I've been working hard, and now it's time for me to take control of my life. It's time for me to stop letting you manipulate me into taking care of your problems." I could see her processing the words, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to find a response. Her face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief. You can't be serious," she said quietly, almost as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You wouldn't turn your back on your family." I held my ground. "I'm not turning my back on anyone, Mom. I'm just finally putting myself first. I've been trying to make everyone happy for so long, but it's never enough. And now, I have something you're not expecting." I paused for effect, letting the words linger in the air. "I'm bringing a lawyer next time I come here. And I'm taking steps to make sure I'm not just the good daughter anymore. I'm going to start making decisions that are best for me. You and Aaron can figure it out on your own." My mom's face went white, and for a moment, I thought she might collapse. The anger was still there, but it was mixed with something else now, fear. Fear of losing control, of losing me. "You don't mean this," she whispered. "I do," I said softly. "And you'll understand why soon enough." As I left my mom's house, the feeling in my chest was a mixture of relief and anxiety. I had done it. I had finally stood up for myself, something I'd struggled to do for years. But as I walked to my car, I felt a knot form in my stomach, and for a second, I wondered if I had done the right thing. I had always known my mom would react badly. She had a way of twisting everything to make me feel guilty, like I owed her something for simply being her daughter. And then there was Aaron, who, despite being perfectly capable of standing on his own 2 feet, had been allowed to fail without consequence, his problems always conveniently landing on my shoulders. But this time, I wasn't going to let that happen. The day after the dinner, I sat down at my desk at work, trying to focus on a new project. But all I could think about was my mom's face when I showed her that bank statement. I could still see her jaw dropping when she realized I had saved up a significant amount of money in an account she didn't know about. I'd always kept my finances separate from the family, partly because I didn't want them to know how much I had, and mostly because I didn't want them asking for loans or handouts. I hadn't wanted to go as far as I did, but I knew I had to make a point. I had to show my mom that I was in control of my own life now, that I wasn't the person I used to be, the one who let everyone take advantage of her. The truth was, I'd been thinking about this for months. The idea of showing my mom I was financially independent and taking control of my own destiny had been building slowly, like a fuse burning down to an inevitable explosion. But it wasn't just the promotion or the money. It was the years of resentment that had built up, the countless times my mom had undermined me, and the way Aaron was constantly excused from the consequences of his failures. That night, after I left my mom's house, I spent the next few hours processing everything. I didn't regret what I had done, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was about to explode. I hadn't heard from my mom, but I knew it was only a matter of time. The call came the next day. I saw her name flash up on my phone, and my stomach dropped. "Rachel." My mom's voice was strained, almost pleading. "We need to talk." "I know, Mom," I said, trying to sound calm, but I could feel the heat rising in my chest again. "What do you want to talk about? Why did you do that? Why did you bring that up?" she asked, her voice breaking. "You knew it would hurt me." You knew it would drive a wedge between us. I took a deep breath. I didn't do it to hurt you, Mom. I did it to make a point. For once, I'm not going to let you or Aaron manipulate me into doing things I don't want to do. You keep asking me to bail him out, to fix his mistakes, but when do I get to focus on my own life? When do I get to have my success without you trying to turn it into a way to fix your problems? There was silence on the other end of the line for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was low, like she was trying to hold back tears. I've always done what was best for you, Rachel. I've always tried to protect you. I thought you'd understand that. I understand that, Mom, I said, my voice softening a little. But I don't need to be protected anymore. I've been protecting myself, and I've been taking care of myself, while you've been doing everything for Aaron. It's not fair to me. I need you to see that. There was another long pause. Finally, my mom spoke, her voice quieter now. I don't know what to say, Rachel. I just wanted what's best for you. But if this is how you feel, I'll respect it. I don't want to lose you. I could hear the sincerity in her voice, and it almost made me feel guilty. But deep down, I knew I was doing the right thing. I'm not going anywhere, Mom, I said, trying to calm her down. But things have to change. I need to live my life for me, and I can't keep being the person you expect me to be. I know, she said softly, almost as if she was resigned to it. I just don't know how to let go. You don't have to let go, Mom. But you do need to trust that I can make my own decisions. It's time for us both to start living our own lives. And that means not using me as your safety net anymore. The conversation ended awkwardly, and I hung up, feeling a mix of relief and sadness. My mom hadn't reacted as badly as I feared, but I knew things wouldn't be the same for a while. It was a shift, a hard one, but I was ready for it. A few weeks later, my mom reached out again. This time, it wasn't to argue. She was calmer, and she even acknowledged that she understood why I had done what I did. I guess I didn't realize how much I was leaning on you, Rachel, she said. Maybe I just didn't want to face that Aaron needs to figure things out on his own. I've always wanted to protect him. It's okay, Mom, I said, but I need to protect myself, too. You've raised me to be strong. Now it's time to live that strength. So, here's the situation right now. Things have been pretty rocky between me and my mom ever since the dinner. We've talked a few times since, but it's clear there's still some unresolved tension. She keeps saying she understands, but I can tell she's hurt. She's trying to make things right, but it feels like it's all coming from a place of guilt rather than real understanding. My brother, Aaron, hasn't really said much to me since I showed up with that bank statement. He's still doing his usual routine, acting like nothing changed. I'm pretty sure he's angry, but he's not the type to confront me directly. He just keeps avoiding the issue, which honestly only makes things worse. As for me, I feel conflicted. I know I did what I needed to do for myself, but there are moments when I feel like I might have taken it too far. My mom's been reaching out more frequently, asking if we can meet up and talk things through. Part of me wants to go, but I'm not sure if I should. I've been holding my ground, but now I'm second-guessing if I was too harsh, if there's a better way I could have handled it. I've been thinking a lot about this, and I'm just not sure. So, I'm wondering, am I the a-hole here? Should I have gone about this differently? I'd really appreciate hearing other opinions, because I'm starting to question whether I was right to make things so uncomfortable for everyone, even though I know I needed to stand up for myself. What do you guys think? If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content. Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Do you agree with the choices made in this story, or do you think there's a better way to handle family drama? My parents always said my older brother would inherit everything because he was the firstborn. When I bought my dream house, they demanded I sign it over to him. I said absolutely not. I'm Lauren, 40 years old, and I never expected that buying my own house would open a can of family drama I'm still struggling to deal with. I grew up in a household where my older brother Matt, who's 43 now, was treated like the golden child. From as far back as I can remember, my parents made it clear that he was the one who would inherit everything: the family home, the money, the legacy. Their reasoning always boiled down to the fact that he was the firstborn, which in their eyes made him the natural heir. I was the youngest, always kind of in the background, the kid who was expected to just accept it. For years, I didn't question it much. I knew my place in the family, and I didn't want to rock the boat. But as I got older, I worked hard, saved carefully, and finally, last year, I bought a house in a town I loved. It wasn't extravagant or flashy, but it was mine. I put every penny into it and designed it to be exactly what I wanted, something I could call home. At first, it felt like a huge victory. I was proud and excited. But then my family found out. About 2 months after I moved in, my parents came over for dinner. It was a casual visit at first, but then my mom and dad sat me down with this kind of serious look I hadn't seen in a long time. My mom said something that stopped me cold. "Lauren, your father and I have been thinking. You know how things have always been with Matt as the firstborn. We think it would be best if you signed the house over to him." I blinked, not quite sure I heard right. "Wait, what?" I said. Mom smiled tightly, like she was trying to stay calm. "We're just trying to keep the family legacy together. It's tradition that the firstborn inherits. We want to make sure Matt has a home for his family." I stared at them, confused and a little hurt. "But this is my house. I bought it. I worked for it." Dad chimed in quietly, "We're not trying to take it away from you. Just make sure the family stays united. It's what's best in the long run." Before I could respond, Matt walked in from the kitchen. He had that smug look he always gets when he thinks he's about to win an argument. "Lauren, it's not personal. It's just how the family works. You know how much Mom and Dad want to keep everything in one place." I could feel my chest tighten. "Matt, this is my home. I'm not signing anything over." Their faces changed slightly, like I had broken some unspoken rule. The conversation ended abruptly after that, with the mood completely soured. After that visit, things got weird. Mom started texting me constantly, sending messages about how family is important and Matt's kids need a safe place. Dad would call every few days, telling me to think about the bigger picture. Matt began showing up unannounced, sometimes with his kids, acting like they had every right to be there. It wasn't just words anymore. It became pressure. They'd leave little things at my house, extra clothes, toys for my dog, like they were marking territory. One afternoon, I found Matt's car parked in my driveway with no note or warning. I tried to set boundaries, but every time I pushed back, they'd guilt me with things like, "You're breaking the family apart," or "You're being selfish." This went on for months. I changed my locks, stopped answering some calls, and started keeping a detailed record of everything. But it still wasn't enough. Then, one day Matt showed up with a lawyer. He wasn't alone, and this time, they came prepared. The lawyer pulled out documents that basically demanded I sign over my house to Matt. They called it Keeping the Family Estate Unified and said it would avoid future conflict. I refused flat out, but the lawyer didn't seem surprised. He slid over a copy of a will that my parents had apparently updated recently, a will that included a clause saying Matt would inherit all properties from my parents, including any I had purchased myself. It hit me then. This was no longer about tradition. This was a calculated move to wrest control from me and keep everything under Matt's name. After that meeting with Matt and his lawyer, I thought maybe I could put some distance between myself and the chaos. But it quickly became clear that wasn't going to happen. The family had taken sides, and I was suddenly the one standing alone, labeled as the troublemaker. The days after the lawyer visit were some of the most difficult I've ever experienced. My parents' calls stopped completely. At first, I thought maybe they were giving me space, but the silence felt heavy, like a punishment. The only messages I got were from Matt, and they weren't exactly friendly. One afternoon, I received a text from him. "Lauren, this isn't personal. It's about what's best for the family. You're making this harder than it needs to be." I wanted to reply, but I didn't. I was still trying to process everything and figure out my next steps. Then the subtle but constant intrusions began. Matt would stop by my neighborhood, just to check in, and I'd spot him driving slowly past my house several times a day. His kids sometimes showed up with him, which was clearly no accident. I could tell they were being used as part of his strategy to wear me down. It wasn't just the visits. I started noticing other odd things too. A few of my personal items on the porch went missing, and one morning, I found the gate to my backyard left wide open. I called the police to report it, but there wasn't much they could do without proof of trespassing. At work, I was more distracted than usual. The tension at home was eating at me, and every time I spoke to someone about it, they told me family shouldn't be like this. I agreed, but at the same time, I knew I wasn't wrong to stand my ground. Then came the invitation to a family dinner, which my parents insisted I attend. I had hoped for some kind of calm, maybe a chance to talk everything out face to face. Instead, it was a minefield. The moment I arrived, the atmosphere was cold. My parents barely made eye contact, and Matt was practically glaring at me from across the table. The conversation was strained, forced smiles and awkward silences filling the gaps. At one point, Dad cleared his throat and said, "Lauren, we've been patient, but this has gone on long enough." Matt's right. You're making things difficult for everyone. I looked at him, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not making things difficult. I'm protecting something I earned with my own work. Is that really so wrong? Mom jumped in, her voice sharp. You're tearing the family apart. Don't you see that? It was the first time I noticed how cold and unrecognizable they had become. I realized this wasn't just about the house anymore. It was about control, about power. They wanted me to submit, to give up everything, not because it was fair, but because they believed their version of family hierarchy was law. The night ended with Matt cornering me in the hallway. He said, "You're going to regret this, Lauren. Trust me." I didn't respond. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. After that family dinner, the divide between us grew even wider, and the way my parents and Matt behaved became more calculated, more cold. It wasn't just passive pressure anymore. It felt like a campaign to wear me down, piece by piece. A few days later, I noticed subtle things around my house that made me uneasy. The mailbox was slightly bent, like someone had tried to pry it open. My garden gate, which I was sure I'd locked the night before, was again ajar. I started double and triple checking every lock before going to bed. It was no longer a safe space. It felt like a battleground. I reached out to the local police and explained what was happening. They told me to keep a log of everything unusual and promised to increase patrols around the neighborhood. That helped a little, but I could tell that this was something no one outside my family could fix. Meanwhile, Matt ramped up his visits. It was no longer just checking in. He would show up at odd hours, sometimes standing across the street, watching. His kids played in my yard, sometimes with no permission, leaving behind trash and dents on my garden fence. I confronted him once, calmly but firmly telling him to stop. His response was chilling. They're family. You can't keep them out. The emotional strain started taking its toll. I found myself shrinking in my own home, anxious every time the doorbell rang, afraid it might be them again. I stopped inviting friends over, feeling embarrassed and vulnerable. At work, the stress was obvious. I confided in a close colleague who told me to consider mediation or to try to smooth things over. But after everything, I knew that wouldn't work. This wasn't about a misunderstanding or hurt feelings. It was about control and entitlement. My family believed they had a right to take what I had built, and they weren't going to back down. The worst moment came when I got an unexpected call from my mother. Her voice was cold, almost clipped. She told me that they had decided to cut off financial support for anything related to me. Not that I depended on them anymore, but it was a clear message. "We want you to understand the consequences of your choices," she said. I couldn't believe how far they were willing to go to force me into submission. It was like the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally had turned into strangers who wanted to erase my independence. Then there was the matter of the will. I had a copy now, thanks to the lawyer I'd hired, and it was clear my parents had rewritten it to exclude me completely from any future inheritance, including any properties I purchased myself. Everything was going to Matt. I wasn't just fighting for my house anymore. I was fighting to be recognized as a part of my family's future. One afternoon, a letter arrived from Matt's lawyer, demanding that I sign over my house within the next 2 weeks to avoid legal action. The letter was formal and cold, with a tone that left no room for negotiation. That's when I realized this wasn't just a family disagreement, it was a full-blown takeover attempt. I felt a strange mix of fear and resolve. They had taken every step to isolate me, intimidate me, and erase me from their plans. But I wasn't going to back down. In fact, I started to prepare. I gathered every document related to the house, financial records, everything that proved it was mine alone. I spoke with my lawyer about filing for protection against harassment and trespassing. I knew this was going to get uglier before it got better. And then, something unexpected happened. I got a call from an old family friend, someone who had been close to my parents for years but had kept a distance during this conflict. They told me something that stopped me cold, something about a secret my parents had been hiding, something that could change everything. After that call from the family friend, I spent days turning over every word in my mind, trying to piece together what I'd been told. The friend, let's call her Eleanor, was someone I trusted, someone who had watched my family for years but never got involved. When she called, Her voice was low, serious. She said she had information that could change everything about what my parents had been telling me. Eleanor explained that years ago, before my brother even bought his house, my parents had secretly taken out a second mortgage on the family estate without telling Matt. They used the money to fund Matt's business ventures and cover some personal debts. But the truth was, the estate had been more vulnerable than anyone realized, almost losing value under the weight of these hidden loans. What really caught me off guard was that Eleanor said my parents never intended for Matt to actually inherit the estate in the traditional sense. Instead, they planned to sell it piece by piece over the next few years, funneling the money through Matt's name and effectively cutting me and anyone else completely out of the picture. It was a scheme, one designed to consolidate everything under Matt's control while keeping the rest of us in the dark. No wonder they were pushing so hard to claim my house too. It was part of their plan to erase my stake before it even became a problem. I sat with this for a long time, feeling a mix of betrayal, anger, and a strange clarity. For the first time, I saw the full picture. My family wasn't just clinging to outdated ideas about birth order. They were deliberately working to take everything from me and keep it for themselves. I realized if I wanted to protect what was mine, I couldn't just sit back and defend. I needed to take the initiative. So, I started by digging deeper into the estate's finances. With Eleanor's help, I got access to public records, loan documents, and some of the financial statements my parents had hoped would stay hidden. The more I uncovered, the more it became clear the estate was burdened by debts they had kept secret, and Matt's name was tied to many of these loans. Armed with this knowledge, I went back to my lawyer. We talked strategy. I couldn't stop the will or undo the mortgages overnight, but there were ways to expose their mismanagement and put pressure on them legally and publicly if I had to. I also made a decision to turn the tables on Matt. Instead of ignoring his visits, I started documenting every interaction, taking photos of his car in my driveway, keeping notes on the trespassing, and recording conversations when I could. I was building my own file, a record that would prove I was being harassed and pressured. Meanwhile, I reached out quietly to some of Matt's business partners and associates. I hinted that there were risks in his financial dealings, risks that could come to light if things escalated. It was subtle, but it planted a seed of doubt. I wasn't trying to destroy him, just making sure he knew I wasn't powerless. Then came the small but satisfying moments of pushing back. One afternoon, Matt showed up again, unannounced as usual. This time, I met him at the door with a calm but firm voice. "Matt, your visits are unwelcome. If you come onto my property without permission again, I'll have to involve the authorities." He tried to argue, but I didn't let him get a word in. I mentioned I was already speaking to the police about past incidents. His face tightened, and for once, I saw a flicker of hesitation. I also began sharing my story carefully on social media, not naming names, but enough details to let people know what I was facing. Support poured in from friends, strangers, even distant family members who had no idea what was going on behind closed doors. After that call from Eleanor, everything shifted. The information she provided about my parents' financial mismanagement and their secret plans to funnel the family estate through Matt wasn't just troubling, it was devastating. It felt like someone had pulled back the curtain on a stage I didn't even know I was standing on. For years, I had quietly accepted being treated like the lesser child, the one who didn't need or deserve the same support. But now it was clear, this wasn't just neglect. This was a calculated attempt to write me out of the family entirely. Eleanor had kept meticulous records. She showed me documents where my parents had quietly taken out a second mortgage on the family estate, years before Matt's business had even launched. She showed me the signatures, the hidden accounts, the way everything was cleverly disguised under Matt's name to protect themselves if anything went wrong. They had taken enormous financial risks, gambled with our family history, and now they were trying to secure my home as a backup plan. I remember sitting at my dining table long after Eleanor left, the documents spread out in front of me. The house, once my refuge, now felt like a fortress under siege. But with that fear came something else, clarity. I couldn't undo what they had done, but I could stop them from going any further. The next morning, I called my lawyer, Sarah. I laid everything out. The harassment, the manipulation, the trespassing, and now, the financial deception. Sarah listened without interrupting, then said, "We need to act." We began by filing for a restraining order against Matt. I documented every time he'd come by uninvited, every message he sent, every incident with his children entering my property. The judge granted the order without much hesitation. Matt was now legally required to stay away from my home and cease all direct contact. Then came the larger move, challenging the will. Sarah filed a petition to invalidate the most recent version based on undue influence and lack of transparency. Simultaneously, we reported the undisclosed financial activities to the state's real estate and banking authorities. Investigators were assigned, and soon they were combing through the tangled web of accounts, property deeds, and loan applications. My parents, once composed and commanding, started to panic. I received a curt letter from them, claiming I was disrespecting the family legacy. They tried to frame my actions as betrayal, but by now their words carried no weight. They had long since forfeited any right to moral high ground. Matt, meanwhile, attempted to paint himself as the victim. He claimed he had no knowledge of the mortgage or the loans, that he was merely following our parents' wishes. But the paper trail didn't lie. His name was on too many documents, and his hands were too deep in the family finances to plead ignorance. When the investigation concluded, the findings were strong. My parents had taken out multiple loans using the estate as collateral, funneling the money into Matt's ventures and personal accounts. They had failed to disclose these liabilities to any future heirs, violating state laws. The estate was placed under legal supervision and frozen pending full restitution. My parents were fined heavily, and their remaining financial authority over the estate was revoked. As for the will, it didn't survive the light of day once it was brought into court. After weeks of testimony, document review, and expert analysis, the judge ruled unequivocally that it had been drafted under undue influence. There was compelling evidence that Matt and my parents had collaborated to exclude me, emails exchanged behind closed doors, financial movements that coincided suspiciously with the timing of the revisions, and a troubling pattern of isolation and manipulation. It was clear to the court that I hadn't simply been forgotten in the will. I had been deliberately written out. In response, the judge ordered that the will be invalidated and removed from probate. An impartial executor, someone with no familial ties and a reputation for being methodical and fair, was appointed to handle the estate moving forward. The judge stated that the distribution process would start from scratch, with all assets and liabilities reassessed in the presence of legal oversight. I was reinstated as an equal heir, and for the first time in years, I felt seen. But more than that, more than the estate or the legal acknowledgement, what mattered most was my home. The court formally recognized that the house I lived in was legally mine and had never been a part of any family-held trust or joint asset. It had been purchased independently, with my income, my savings, and my choices. It had no financial ties to the estate and was therefore off-limits to any family claim. The judge's declaration wasn't just a legal win, it felt like a moral one. My sanctuary, my safe place, remained untouched. There were no apologies. Not from my parents. Not from Matt. Not a word of remorse or ownership. To them, I had betrayed some unwritten family code by refusing to give in, by fighting back instead of quietly handing over what they believed was theirs. They didn't lash out. They didn't plead. They simply vanished into silence. Calls stopped. Messages ceased. Holiday invites, such as they were, dried up completely. The silence was sudden and heavy. At first, I thought it would break me. That kind of rejection, so final, so cold, was harder than I'd imagined. Even after everything, some part of me had held out hope that there would be an acknowledgement, even a small one, that what they'd done was wrong. But instead, they chose erasure. And strangely, after the initial sting wore off, that silence became liberating. I realized it was the first time in my adult life I wasn't performing for their approval or fighting for scraps of respect. They were gone, and I was still standing. The months that followed were hard in a different way. The fight was over, but the emotional residue lingered. I cycled through anger, grief, and a quiet sort of guilt. Not because I thought I was wrong, but because I had to grieve the loss of something I never really had, a family that acted with fairness, that offered unconditional love. I went to therapy. I journaled late into the night. I tried to piece together a new definition of what family meant. Each day, though, I grew a little stronger. I made small changes around the house that gave me joy. I planted a garden in the backyard, a riot of herbs, tomatoes, and flowers that bloomed defiantly in the spring. I repainted the front door a vibrant shade of blue, something I'd always wanted but never done because it felt too bold for my parents' tastes. I had friends over for brunches and movie nights, filling the space with warmth and laughter that had been missing for far too long. The house stopped being a battleground. Slowly, it transformed back into a home. Mine. And as I healed, something unexpected happened. I reconnected with some extended family, cousins, and relatives who had quietly distanced themselves over the years. When word got around about what had happened, a few reached out. Some offered support. Others shared their own stories of being overlooked or manipulated. The common thread was always the same. Matt had been the golden child, and the rest of us had been expected to accommodate him, even at our own expense. For the first time, I didn't feel like the outlier. I wasn't alone. We met for dinners, talked late into the night, exchanged old photos and stories. I began to understand that while I lost the illusion of one kind of family, I was gaining another, one built on mutual respect, not obligation. And in those connections, I found something that had been missing my whole life: acceptance without condition. Today, things are calm, peaceful, even. My home is safe, filled with reminders of my own choices and achievements. My finances are secure. I've rebuilt a support network. The estate is still under legal administration, and while I doubt I'll ever fully reconcile with my parents or Matt, that chapter is closing. There's still a pang of sadness now and then, especially during holidays, but it's not the aching emptiness it once was. It's more like the echo of something that used to be loud. One of the most empowering changes came when I began volunteering. I started speaking to small groups about financial abuse and coercion within families, something that's still not talked about enough. I shared my story in workshops and support groups, and in doing so, I discovered a purpose I hadn't expected. If my experience can help someone else see the signs sooner or find the strength to stand up for themselves, then everything I went through will carry meaning beyond just personal justice. Looking back, I didn't just protect a house. I fought for a piece of myself that I didn't even realize I'd been trying to reclaim. My independence, my dignity, my voice. And I won. The house stands exactly as I dreamed it would, not because someone gave it to me, not because it was passed down, but because I earned it. Every inch of it. Every tile, every nail, every blade of grass. I made this life, and no one can take that from me again. And that, finally, feels like justice. Hey Reddit. I'm Theo, 34M, and I've spent most of my life being the family extra, not the black sheep. That would imply I was rebellious or made a scene. I wasn't loud enough for that. I was more like the placeholder, present, but not particularly acknowledged. Until recently, I thought maybe that was just how family dynamics went. Everyone has a role. Some get celebrated, some get used, and some just get forgotten. My story starts with something small. It always does, doesn't it? Something tiny that finally tips the balance. My older sister Sierra, 36F, got promoted last month. Regional manager of her company. The kind of job with a title long enough to need a second line on a business card. And before you ask, yes, she's the favorite. That isn't jealousy talking. It's a fact everyone in the family knows but doesn't say out loud. Sierra has always been the golden child. Organized, ambitious, articulate. She's the one my mom brags about to the neighbors. The one whose report cards got framed. The one who had her future laid out since middle school, as my mom liked to say. And me? I've done all right. I run a small graphic design business from home. Nothing flashy, but stable. Pays the bills, gives me flexibility. But no one's ever toasted to that. At most, my mom will mention it to others with a quick, distracted Theo does something with computers. Sierra's promotion sparked a storm of celebration. My mom, in full event planner mode, decided to throw a party, just a little backyard gathering. She said in one of her group Facebook posts, though anyone who knows her knows there's no such thing. There were custom invitations, catered food, string lights, a rented tent, and even a "Congratulations, Sierra" banner printed with the company logo. I only saw all of this because my cousin Nadia posted photos on her story. That's when I realized something odd. I hadn't received an invitation. At first, I thought maybe I'd missed something. A text, a voicemail, a card lost in the mail. I checked everywhere. Nothing. I even called the post office, just in case. Still nothing. So I reached out to Nadia. Just a casual message. Hey, that party for Sierra looks amazing. Did they already send invites? Her reply came fast. Yeah, Aunt Marlene sent them out like a week ago. You didn't get one? I thought for sure you'd be giving the toast. I read that message 3 times. Then I sat with it for a while. A full day, actually. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was lost. Maybe Mom figured I'd already heard through the grapevine and didn't bother. But that little voice, the one that's grown familiar over the years, whispered, they didn't forget. They excluded you. Still, I decided to call Mom. Give her the benefit of the doubt. We spoke on a Thursday evening. She answered on the second ring. Hi, sweetheart, she said. Everything okay? Yeah, Just wanted to check something. I saw pictures from Sierra's party. Looked like a big deal. There was a pause. Then, oh, yes, it's this Saturday. You're welcome to come, of course. That phrase, you're welcome to come. Like I was inviting myself. I didn't get an invite, I said carefully. Another pause. Then a sigh. Theo, we figured you'd probably skip it. You've missed a few things lately. I blinked. Like what? Well, you didn't come to your uncle's retirement dinner. That was on a Monday. I had client deadlines, and it was 2 hours away. Mom's voice turned mildly irritated, like I was being difficult on purpose. We just assumed. And Sierra felt it might be better without distractions. It's her big moment. I didn't respond right away. I was trying to keep my voice calm. So, you planned a family celebration. Invited everyone except me. And assumed I wouldn't notice? Oh, don't be so dramatic, she said, in the voice she uses when she's trying to end a conversation before it gets uncomfortable. We didn't think it would be a big deal. You've always been more independent. Independent. That word again. The polite way of saying, you don't fit into the story we like to tell. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't hang up. I just said, good. Because I won't be coming to your next one either. She tried to say something. My name, maybe, or an explanation, but I ended the call. Quietly. Calmly. And then I sat there in my apartment, looking around at the quiet space I'd built for myself. No string lights. No banners. Just silence and clarity. That night, I didn't sleep much. Not because I was sad. I was done being sad. What I felt instead was a kind of cold understanding. For years, I'd been trying to earn a seat at a table I was never really invited to. And maybe it was time to stop waiting for their approval. I didn't post anything online. I didn't text Nadia back. I just stepped away. The next few days passed in a haze. The party happened. I saw photos online. Sierra posing under the banner, holding a glass of something bubbly, Mom standing next to her like she'd just handed her the Nobel Prize. My seat at the table? Empty, like I never existed. But the story doesn't end there. A few days later, exactly 1 week after Sierra's big bash, my best friend Julian sent me a text. Need you at my place Saturday. Just trust me. Julian and I have been close since college. He's one of those rare people who notices everything but doesn't always say it out loud. I didn't question it. I showed up, and what I walked into was something I'll never forget. When I pulled up to Julian's place that Saturday evening, the first thing I noticed was the string of soft amber lights twinkling through his living room window. Not unusual, Julian had a thing for ambient lighting, but there was something more deliberate about how they were arranged this time. Something expectant. I parked across the street and walked up the front path slowly, the air heavy with the scent of late summer jasmine. As I got closer to the front door, I heard music drifting out, a playlist we used to play during college all-nighters. Mostly soft indie tracks and a few embarrassing early 2000s pop songs we'd sworn to never admit we liked. My brow furrowed as I reached the porch. Before I could even knock, the door swung open. Julian stood there grinning, holding a glass of sparkling apple juice and wearing the world's most ridiculous host with the most apron. Took you long enough, he said, stepping aside. Get in here. I blinked, stepping cautiously inside. My eyes immediately landed on the living room, and my breath caught. The space was full of people. Not random acquaintances, but people I had history with. Classmates I hadn't seen in years, 2 old clients who'd become friends. Even my favorite professor from university, Dr. Latham, standing near the bookshelf and sipping from a paper cup like he belonged there. A soft hum of conversation filled the air. Someone was setting up a projector. There was a cake on the coffee table with my name on it. Balloons hovered in the corners of the ceiling, anchored down by weights wrapped in navy ribbon. And in the middle of the room, directly under a handmade banner that read to new chapters, Theo, was Julian. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, and gradually the talking quieted. Before we do anything else, he said, I want to say something. He turned to me. This guy right here has spent the last 10 years showing up for everyone else. Quietly. Consistently. Without asking for recognition or applause. He's built a business from scratch. He's helped people through job losses, breakups, family drama, all while somehow keeping himself afloat. And after hearing what happened last week, Julian's voice softened. Well, a few of us thought it was time he got the moment he was denied. There was a brief, stunned silence, at least on my end. Everyone else clapped. I stood there frozen, caught between gratitude and disbelief. I didn't know you were doing all this. I said under my breath when he came over. I know, Julian smiled. That's why you needed it. The rest of the evening felt like walking through a dream I didn't know I needed. There were speeches, short, awkward, genuine. Laughter. Hugs. At one point, Dr. Latham even pulled me aside and said, "You know, it's always been obvious to those of us who see people that you had more in you than your family ever gave you credit for." That stuck with me. Someone recorded Julian's toast. It wasn't meant to go viral. Just a short, blurry video where he held up his glass and said my name. But his words, about people who show up without being seen, about finding your value in the people who choose you instead of those who tolerate you, struck a nerve online. His friend Kai, who works in social media, posted it to his business account with a simple caption: "When your family leaves you out of the celebration, so your chosen family throws a better one." Within a day, the video had tens of thousands of views. Comments poured in. People shared their own stories of being excluded, overlooked, quietly replaced in their own families by louder, shinier siblings. It felt surreal, like strangers were seeing a piece of my life that I'd kept wrapped up and hidden for years. I didn't post about it, didn't add my own comment or explanation. I just watched. Then, on Monday morning, the messages started coming in. First, it was my cousin Nadia. "Hey, what's going on? Did you really not get invited to the party?" Then my Aunt Trish. "Your mom is in a panic. She says you're making her look bad online." And then Sierra? "What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Public sympathy? You could have just said something instead of dragging everyone through the mud." That one made me sit down. I hadn't dragged anyone. I hadn't said a word. All I'd done was show up somewhere I was wanted. But what followed next only confirmed what I already knew, that they were never going to take responsibility. Because later that afternoon, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. When I checked it, I heard my mom's voice. Flat. Tense. The kind of tone she used when she was talking to people she didn't particularly like, but needed something from. "Theo, I've seen the video. I don't know what you're trying to prove, but it's very hurtful to your sister and to me. We made a decision based on past patterns, and you're blowing it out of proportion for attention. You need to call me back." Immediately, there was no "I'm sorry." No acknowledgement that she had, in fact, excluded me. Just a sharp jab. "You're being dramatic," wrapped in concern for her image. The thing about my mom is she's very careful about appearances. She bakes for charity events, sends long holiday newsletters, always keeps the hydrangeas trimmed out front, and she hates looking like the villain, even when she is. It wasn't long before more messages came in. Some veiled, some not. "You should have just come anyway. Families fight. That doesn't mean you get to embarrass everyone. It's not that big of a deal. Why are you making this public?" But the thing is, I hadn't made anything public. They had made me invisible. They had decided my absence was convenient. They had written a story where I didn't matter, and the moment someone else told a different version, one where I was the person worth showing up for, the cracks began to show. And then, finally, came the message I knew would arrive eventually. My mother, again, this time in a long, passive-aggressive text. "I'm disappointed that you've allowed outsiders to interfere in family matters. You may not realize it now, but what you've done is deeply hurtful. Sierra is humiliated. I hope you reflect on your actions before any more damage is done." I stared at the screen, thumbs hovering over the keyboard. But I didn't reply, because for once, I didn't feel like explaining myself. For once, I didn't feel guilty for being the one left out. After I got my mom's last message, the long one, all about outsiders and family matters, I reread it twice before setting my phone face down on the table. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't even angry. What I felt was something sharper, cleaner. The quiet understanding that I had finally, completely stepped out of the fog they'd kept me in. They weren't mad that I was hurt. They were mad that I stopped hiding it. That someone else saw. I thought that might be the end of it. That maybe, just maybe, if I didn't reply, they'd let the silence hang and move on. But I underestimated how much they hated not being in control. By midweek, the whispers turned to calls. Aunt Trish phoned me twice. Left voicemails pretending she was just checking in. Nadia sent me a long text explaining how Mom and your mom talked, and they're all just really shocked you'd air things online. Even my Uncle Daryl, who once told me I was too soft for business, emailed me asking if I really meant to blow up a private family event like that. I didn't reply to any of them, but I did start planning. See, something shifted in me after that night at Julian's. Not just emotionally, Practically. For the first time, I realized I had support. Not just in the abstract, your friends love you sense. I had people, smart people, creative people, people who'd built things and seen things and knew how to turn intention into action. One of those people was my friend Alma. She was at the party. A quiet, observant type. The kind of person who doesn't say much, but always notices who brought the extra folding chairs without being asked. We met during a volunteer design project a couple years ago and stayed friends ever since. The Monday after the video went viral, she called me. Not texted. Called. "I've been thinking," she said. "About your family." "Oh," I said, already smiling. "You've spent so long trying to get them to see your worth. What if, instead, you showed the rest of the world what they missed?" That stuck with me. Over the next week, I sat down with Julian, Alma, and 2 other close friends. We came up with an idea. Nothing flashy, nothing petty. I didn't want drama. I wanted clarity. I wanted truth. And I wanted to build something that couldn't be ignored. You see, for years, I'd helped small businesses with their branding, logos, websites, presentations. I'd quietly worked behind the scenes to elevate other people's ideas. I'd helped launch cafes, fitness coaches, Etsy sellers, photographers. But my own brand, my own work, it had always taken a back seat. I was always the guy making other people look good. That changed. I rebranded everything. Julian helped me write a personal blog, just one entry to start, titled, "Invisible at Home, When Family Decides You're Replaceable." It wasn't an attack. There were no names, no direct callouts. Just a carefully written account of what it's like to be the quiet sibling, the overlooked one, the family afterthought. I detailed what happened with the promotion party, how I found out, and how my friends made space for me. I didn't share screenshots or receipts. I didn't have to. The emotion was enough. By the end of the week, the blog had over 80,000 views. Designers I'd worked with before started sharing it. A few of my former clients reposted it. One even reached out and said, "I had no idea what you were going through. You were always so patient and generous. I hope this brings you peace." But it didn't stop there. Julian had another idea. He pitched it casually over dinner like he hadn't been sitting on it for days. "You know how your mom's whole world is appearances?" he asked, spearing a slice of roasted squash. "What if you did something she couldn't spin?" "I'm listening," I said, knowing full well I'd say yes to whatever it was. He smirked. "Let's host an event. A real one. A public networking mixer, designers and dreamers. You invite everyone. Former clients, freelancers, students, small business owners. You make a speech. We record it. You talk about building without applause, creating value when no one's clapping. We frame it as a creative celebration. No shade, no bitterness, just success. Will that really get their attention?" I asked. Julian leaned back. "Your moms never like being left out, especially not when other people are watching." So we did it. We rented out a small venue downtown. Alma designed the flyers. My old professor, Dr. Latham, offered to introduce me. Julian took care of the guest list and RSVPs. We expected maybe 30 people. We got 90. The night of the event, I stood in front of a room packed with artists, developers, photographers, and entrepreneurs, most of whom had, at some point, been told by someone in their lives that they weren't serious enough, smart enough, or real enough to be worth paying attention to. I told them about how easy it is to disappear in your own story, how sometimes the people who claim to know you best are the ones who recognize you least, and how stepping out of their shadow wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, gentle, but deliberate. People clapped. A few cried. One woman came up afterward and said, "That was the speech I wish I heard 10 years ago." We posted the clip online the next day. Just a 2-minute excerpt. The caption was simple. "When your family erases you, create something they can't ignore." And then silence. For a couple days, nothing. No messages. No calls. And then a shift. It started with a comment under the video from a fake account. Something vague like, "Families are hard. You shouldn't turn your back on people who raised you." Then another, this time under one of Julian's Instagram posts. "Bet his sister's doing just fine without all this drama." They never signed their names. But I knew. And then came the real blow. My mom sent a handwritten letter. A real one. On thick stationery. Folded twice and sealed in one of those overly decorative envelopes she uses for wedding RSVPs and Christmas cards. Inside it said, "Theo, we've seen everything. I'm not going to pretend this hasn't been hurtful. You've chosen a path that distances you from your family. I understand that you're finding support elsewhere, but at some point, you will realize that family is the only thing that lasts. We don't owe each other perfection, but we do owe loyalty. If you're ready to come back to the table, I expect you to reach out first. That's how forgiveness begins. Love. Mom. I read that letter twice. Then a third time. Not once did it say I'm sorry. Not once did it say we were wrong. Just that I had distanced myself, like they hadn't locked the doors before I even tried knocking. But I didn't reply, because I had something else in motion, something they weren't expecting. I never answered my mother's letter. Not because I didn't have anything to say. I did. I had pages of things I could have written. But I wasn't interested in correcting her version of events anymore. I wasn't interested in proving anything to her, to Sierra, or to anyone who had watched me go silent in the face of their favoritism for years. Instead, I focused on the announcement. It was something I had been working on for a long time, mostly in private, a mentorship initiative I called Quiet Builders. It was designed for overlooked creators like myself, people with talent but no loud support system, no golden child status, no family funds backing them up. Alma and I collaborated on the structure. Julian helped pitch the idea to a few contacts, and a past client of mine, Grace, offered to feature it in her local magazine's upcoming Community Changemakers edition. When the article dropped, it included a photo of me standing in front of my workspace with the headline, "Designer who was once overlooked now empowers others like him. We deserve to be seen." The article didn't mention my family by name, but it didn't need to. The day after it was published, I got another wave of messages. Some encouraging, some passive-aggressive, some from numbers I didn't recognize, but that still opened with, "Saw your piece in the paper. Are you really going that far?" Then came the invitation. Not from my mother, from Sierra. She sent it through a group email. I stared at it for a long time, unsure if it was a joke. Hosting a small dinner to celebrate the end of Q3. Just family. Would be nice to catch up, Theo. That was it. No acknowledgement of the past. No apology. Just a vague, sterile olive branch, one I wasn't naive enough to take. I didn't reply. Instead, I forwarded the email to Julian with a single line. The silence seems to be working. But the real closure didn't come through public speeches or social media attention. It came a few weeks later, quietly, during a family gathering I was once again not invited to. It was my uncle's birthday. A big affair. Sierra posted a photo from the event. A group picture with everyone in the family smiling under a banner in our grandparents' old backyard. And I noticed something. They looked smaller. Not physically, emotionally. Less vibrant. Almost performative. Like they were trying to hold on to something that was slipping through their fingers. 2 days later, I got a message from Nadia, my cousin. She was one of the only family members who had always treated me with some basic kindness. She wrote, "They spent half the party talking about you. Not happy, just annoyed. But it was weird, like they were all trying to rewrite what happened. Someone even said you'd always been distant, that it was your choice to fade out." I stared at her message for a long time. That's when it hit me. They weren't angry that I'd moved on. They were angry that I'd moved on without them. For years, my family treated me like a footnote. A quiet convenience. Someone to tolerate, not celebrate. They only valued my presence when it made them look good, when it served their narrative. But now that I had built something of my own, something visible, meaningful, they couldn't claim it, couldn't spin it, couldn't own any part of it. And that was the revenge. Not yelling, not confrontation, just independence. By the end of that month, Quiet Builders had received its first grant, enough to fund 6 full scholarships for local artists to develop their projects under mentorship. The blog continued to grow. Julian and I hosted 2 more events, both filled to capacity. And every once in a while, I get a message from someone I hadn't heard from in years saying, "I read your post. It felt like you were writing about me." I never mentioned my family in any of my speeches. I never aired the specifics. I didn't need to. Their absence spoke louder than anything I could have said. As for them, they stayed the same. My mom still sent out her holiday newsletters, still posted carefully filtered pictures of Sunday brunches, still held tight to the idea that she had done everything out of love. Sierra continued collecting titles and promotions, always front and center in every family gathering. They never acknowledged what they had done. Not once. But the next time they threw a party, some milestone celebration for one of Sierra's work achievements, I wasn't invited again. And this time, I didn't hear about it through Nadia or social media. I only found out because someone at the venue, who recognized me from the magazine feature, sent me a message. Your sister's party was here tonight. I asked if you were coming. Your mom just shook her head and said, he's busy with his little project. Figured you should know. I laughed when I read that. Because my little project had just secured a partnership with a citywide initiative for emerging creatives. Something that would put quiet builders in front of thousands of people who had stories just like mine. So where am I now? I'm at peace. Not because they made things right, they never did, but because I stopped needing them to. I stopped waiting for a seat at their table and built my own, and the people who gathered around it didn't need me to prove my worth. They already saw it. As for my family, they remain exactly where they've always been, polished on the surface, hollow beneath. Still pretending their version of the story is the only one that matters. But the difference now? I'm not in it anymore. And they know it. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My name is David, and if you knew my family, you'd understand why I've had to build a thicker skin than most people my age. Growing up, I was never exactly treated as an equal. My older brother, Marcus, was the golden beacon in my parents' eyes, the future of the family, as my father liked to call him. My younger sister, Clara, had her charm too, always shielded from consequences and somehow praised for things I would have been scolded over. And then there was me, the middle child who was useful only when someone needed a chore done or a problem quietly solved. Don't get me wrong, I've learned to live with it. Over time, I stopped expecting fairness and instead focused on carving out my own path. But no matter how independent I became, they always found a way to remind me of my place. That brings me to the dinner last weekend. It started with an unexpected call from my mom. Her voice was unusually cheerful, which immediately raised a red flag. She asked me to come over for a family catch-up dinner, saying it had been too long since we'd all been together. She even added, "It'll mean a lot to us if you're there, David." I'll admit, I hesitated. Every so-called family dinner in the past turned into a performance where Marcus's accomplishments were paraded around. Clara chimed in with her mockery, and I played the silent audience. But something in her tone made me curious. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Walking into my parents' house that evening felt strange. The place looked the same. The mismatched curtains my mom refused to replace. The faint smell of Dad's cigar collection lingering in the air. The family photos on the walls where Marcus's graduation pictures took up more space than anyone else's. Yet something about the atmosphere felt heavier, like the house itself was in on whatever game they were about to play. We sat down at the long, oak dining table. My father, as always, took the head seat. Marcus sat to his right, wearing that smug grin he had perfected since childhood. Clara had her phone out, snapping photos of the table before rolling her eyes at me as if I'd ruined the aesthetics simply by sitting there. My mom flitted around, placing the dishes down, her face plastered with that same unsettling cheerfulness. The first half hour was filled with the usual small talk. Marcus bragged about how his startup was on the verge of taking off, despite the fact that he'd been saying the same thing for years while still relying on my parents for financial help. Clara talked about her busy life, which mostly consisted of online shopping and complaining about how exhausting her social calendar was. My parents listened intently, nodding and smiling, as though each word was a pearl of wisdom. When I tried to mention that I'd been working on something exciting myself, my dad cut me off with a dismissive, "That's nice, David. We'll get to you later." The message was clear. I wasn't there to be heard, just to observe. Then, when the plates were cleared and dessert was set out, my parents exchanged a glance that made my stomach tighten. My mom folded her hands neatly on the table and smiled as though she was about to deliver wonderful news. My dad leaned back in his chair, his voice booming with authority. "David," he said, "we've been talking as a family, and we've come to a decision about your room here in the house." Before I could respond, Marcus leaned forward, his grin widening. Clara let out a small laugh, covering her mouth with her hand like she already knew the punchline. My mom placed her folded hands on the table, her wedding ring catching the light from the chandelier above. She looked directly at me, her smile just a little too rehearsed, and said, "We've decided that Marcus will be taking over your room here at the house. He needs more space, and it only makes sense." For a moment, I thought I'd misheard her. The words were delivered so casually, as if she was announcing a new brand of cereal she wanted to try. My room. The only room in that house where I'd ever had even a sliver of privacy. Before I could open my mouth, Clara chimed in, her voice dripping with amusement. Guess you'll have to sleep on the floor again, like old times. She chuckled at her own remark, nudging Marcus like they were sharing some inside joke at my expense. Marcus leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head like a king surveying his kingdom. Yeah, David. It's nothing personal. I just need the space for my equipment, and Mom and Dad agree it's the best use of the room. You don't even stay here that often anymore. My dad, who'd been watching me carefully, added, it's a practical decision. You've moved on, haven't you? It's not like you're here every day. Marcus, on the other hand, still lives at home and has ambitions that require room to grow. I stared at them, struggling to process what I was hearing. They spoke of my space like it was community property, like I'd never put in years of sweat into making it my own. That room had been the only place in that house where I could breathe, the one corner that wasn't invaded by Marcus's ego or Clara's drama. I kept my voice calm, though I could feel my jaw tightening. So, let me get this straight. You've already decided without asking me, and you expect me to just give up my room? Mom waved her hand like I was overreacting. Don't be so dramatic, David. It's just a room. You're hardly here anyway. Clara snorted. You're acting like it's some palace. Honestly, it's a miracle Marcus hasn't taken it sooner. Their words stung more than I wanted to admit. It wasn't just about the room. It was about what it symbolized. Once again, my place in the family was treated as disposable, interchangeable, less valuable than Marcus's needs or Clara's entertainment. I let the silence stretch for a moment, letting them believe I was swallowing their decision. Inside, though, something else was stirring, not anger exactly, but a kind of clarity I hadn't felt in years. Interesting, I finally said, my tone even. That one word seemed to throw them off balance. Clara tilted her head. Marcus narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Dad frowned, like he expected a fight that wasn't coming fast enough. Interesting, Marcus repeated, smirking again. Come on, David, don't be sore about it. You know I'll put the space to better use. It's not like you've ever had much going on that needed it. There it was, the dig I'd been waiting for. Marcus never missed a chance to belittle me, and tonight was no exception. I leaned back in my chair, mirroring his posture. Tell me, Marcus, what exactly do you need all this space for? Last time I checked, your startup was still a laptop and a bunch of sketches on napkins. His smirk faltered just slightly, but he recovered quickly. That's because you don't understand vision, David. You've always been so small-minded. You play it safe, never take risks. Meanwhile, I'm building something that will change lives. Clara giggled, adding, he's building something, all right. Probably another tower of unpaid bills. She said it lightly, but it was clear she enjoyed throwing fuel on the fire when it wasn't aimed at her. Mom gave her a warning look, though her lips twitched with suppressed amusement. Clara, that's enough. I took a deep breath and decided not to rise to Marcus's bait. Not yet. Well, I said, picking up my glass of water. I'm glad to see everyone's in agreement about my living arrangements. It's nice to know where I stand. Dad cleared his throat, as though to finalize the matter. We're not trying to push you out, David. But it's time you accepted the reality that this house isn't yours to cling to. Marcus needs the space, and we've made our decision. That's the end of it. I nodded slowly, hiding the smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. They had no idea. Not one of them knew what I'd just done earlier that week, the paperwork I'd signed, the keys now sitting in my pocket. While they were plotting to strip me of the one place I'd had in their home, I'd already secured something far greater. But I wasn't going to tell them. Not yet. Instead, I watched as the conversation shifted back to Marcus and his so-called business plans. My parents hung on every word, nodding, praising, encouraging. Clara scrolled on her phone, chiming in with sarcastic remarks that somehow always made Marcus look better in comparison. I sat quietly, my mind running over how I wanted to handle this little announcement of theirs. Because the truth was, I wasn't angry anymore. No, what I felt was something far more dangerous to their comfortable little world: patience. When dessert was nearly finished, Clara turned her attention back to me. So, David, she said, her tone playful but sharp, where will you sleep now when you visit? Maybe the couch? Or better yet, the floor in the living room. Just like when we were kids. You always seemed so at home down there." The table erupted in light laughter. Even my mom laughed, though she tried to mask it behind her hand. I didn't laugh. I simply smiled, leaning forward with an expression they couldn't quite read. "Don't worry about me," I said softly. "I've got it covered." The laughter around the table eventually quieted down, but the smug expressions on their faces lingered. Marcus leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with the air of someone who had just claimed a victory. Clara was still scrolling on her phone, her occasional chuckles showing she wasn't finished enjoying the moment at my expense. My parents looked satisfied, as if this decision about my room had been the final step in some unspoken plan. The funny thing is, if this dinner had happened 2 years ago, I probably would have argued. I would have raised my voice, pleaded my case, tried to reason with them, and left humiliated when they dismissed me. But not tonight. Tonight, I just watched them, almost as though I was seeing them for the first time from the outside. The way Dad sat in his chair, chin slightly raised, eyes darting around the table to measure everyone's reactions. The way Mom placed her hand on his arm as if to steady his authority, smiling at whatever he said like it was the final word. Marcus, with his puffed-up confidence, mistaking parental favoritism for actual accomplishment. And Clara, enjoying the chaos like a spectator who never has to take responsibility. It was like a play I'd already read the script for. I sipped my water, letting them think the matter was closed. "So," Mom said, breaking the silence as she carefully adjusted the napkin in her lap, "since that's settled, I suppose we can start moving some of Marcus's things in this weekend. David, you'll need to come by to clear out what's left of yours." I tilted my head. "Clear out my things?" "Yes," she said, her tone turning brisk. "You've been using the closet space, and Marcus will need that. It's only fair." "Fair," I repeated quietly. Dad nodded, looking pleased that I wasn't putting up a fight. "Yes, fair. You've had your turn, David. Now it's time to let someone else make use of the space." That's what family is about, supporting one another. That word, family, always carried a different meaning in that house. For them, it meant I was supposed to give, and they were supposed to take. Supporting Marcus meant financing his endless ventures. Supporting Clara meant forgiving every irresponsible choice she made. Supporting my parents meant showing up when they wanted me there and disappearing when they didn't. I kept my expression neutral, though inside I could feel the weight of years pressing down. Clara finally put down her phone and leaned her chin on her hand, smiling slyly. "You know, this actually works out perfectly. Marcus gets the bigger room. I keep mine. And you? Well, you can finally learn not to get too comfortable anywhere." Marcus laughed at that, his eyes flicking toward me. "Don't take it personally, David. It's just practical. You should be proud. Really, you're making a sacrifice for the good of the family." There it was again, that word. Sacrifice. Another word they loved to throw at me whenever they needed me to give up something. I let out a small laugh, not mocking, just quiet enough to make them wonder. Proud. Right. Mom mistook my calm for acceptance. She clasped her hands together, her eyes bright. "I knew you'd understand, David. You've always been so dependable. That's why we trust you to handle these things without making it difficult." That line nearly made me choke. Trust me? No, they didn't trust me. They depended on me to roll over without protest, to stay in the background and keep things running while they celebrated Marcus and excused Clara. But they didn't know I wasn't the same boy they used to walk over. Dinner dragged on, the conversation shifting back to Marcus and his latest breakthrough idea. He spoke animatedly about investors he was sure were interested, throwing around buzzwords he clearly didn't fully understand. My parents nodded and smiled as if he was unveiling the cure for disease. Clara threw in her quips, boosting him up with sarcasm aimed at me. "David could never handle this kind of pressure," she said at one point, stirring her dessert slowly. "He's too simple." Dad chuckled. "Well, not everyone can be a visionary." I wanted to roll my eyes, but instead I leaned forward slightly and asked, "So, Marcus, when's the last time you actually paid rent here?" The table went quiet for a beat. Marcus's grin faltered before he forced it back into place. "That's not really the point, David. I'm investing my time into something bigger than just bills." "Ah," I said, nodding slowly. "So the point is, you get the space, you don't pay for it, and Mom and Dad call that vision." Dad's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone, David. We didn't invite you here to be disrespectful." I smiled faintly, meeting his gaze. Of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. The silence stretched just long enough for everyone to shift uncomfortably in their seats before Mom chirped in to smooth things over. Now, let's not ruin a perfectly nice evening. We're all family, after all. Marcus jumped in quickly, eager to take back the spotlight. Exactly. And family supports each other. That's why I know I can count on all of you to back me up as I expand my business. With the extra space, I'll finally be able to. But his words started to blur in my mind. I wasn't listening anymore. My thoughts were elsewhere, on the keys in my pocket, the documents tucked safely away at home. I thought about the rooms in the house I had just bought, each one bigger and brighter than anything in my parents' cramped place. I thought about the silence I'd soon enjoy, free from the constant comparisons and backhanded remarks. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't dreading what came next. I was anticipating it. Clara broke my thoughts with another jab. Maybe when Marcus makes it big, David, he can hire you as his assistant. You'd be great at fetching coffee and keeping things organized. Marcus laughed loudly at that, and even Dad allowed himself a small chuckle. Mom tried to hush Clara again, but the amusement in her eyes betrayed her. I put down my fork and looked at each of them in turn. You know, I said slowly, I really appreciate this dinner. It's been eye-opening. That made them pause. Dad frowned slightly, trying to decipher my tone. Mom tilted her head, curious. Marcus smirked, thinking I was being sarcastic, but not quite sure. Clara just rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath. I leaned back in my chair, my smile calm and unreadable. I've been keeping some things to myself, but maybe it's time I start sharing, too. The pause at the table stretched out longer than I expected. My words had planted seeds of confusion, and I could almost see them germinating in their minds. Dad's jaw tightened slightly. Mom tilted her head, clearly trying to read the nuance in my tone. Marcus blinked a few times, trying to gauge whether I was joking, and Clara's eyes narrowed, a frown threatening to replace her usual smirk. I let them stew in it. Silence is a tool I had learned to wield, especially around people like my family, who thrived on the assumption that I would always defer, always play the background role. Tonight, that assumption was about to crumble. Eye-opening. I repeated, letting the word linger in the air, tasting it as I said it. I've realized something. Family, sometimes it has a funny way of showing who really matters, doesn't it? Clara scoffed, her laughter more defensive than genuine. David, are you about to start one of your sad speeches? Don't bother. We all know you've got nothing on Marcus. Nothing on Marcus, I said softly, leaning back, my eyes on her but my mind far away. Funny you mention that. I used to think I needed to measure up to him, to earn my place in this house. But then I started thinking, why would I keep trying to fit into a space that isn't mine? I could see the slight twitch in Dad's hand, the momentary pause in Mom's careful smile. Even Marcus shifted uneasily, sensing the calm in my voice wasn't empty. Clara's smirk faltered, though she tried to hide it behind a sip of water. I mean, really. I continued, letting my words flow carefully, slowly. Why should I give up my room, my space, my life to someone who's been handed everything? That caught them. Dad cleared his throat, a little louder this time. David, be careful with your tone. We're trying to have a nice evening. No need to start comparisons. I smiled faintly, tilting my head. I'm not comparing. I'm just observing. And observations often lead to conclusions. Clara scared. Observations, conclusions. Wow, you sound like a teacher now. You really think this little speech will change anything? I leaned forward slightly, resting my elbows on the table. It's not about changing anything. It's about showing that I've moved on. That I don't need approval from anyone here to decide what my life looks like. Mom's hand shook slightly as she picked up her fork again. Dad's voice was quieter, a little tense. David, what exactly are you implying? I let out a long, measured breath. Implications aren't needed. Actions speak louder. I paused, letting that sink in. Everyone at the table stiffened. Marcus opened his mouth, probably to interject, but I raised a finger, signaling him to wait. Clara leaned back, crossing her arms, suddenly a lot less confident than before. You see, I said softly, I've spent years living in a house where my space and my worth are determined by others, where I'm measured against someone else's success. And I realized, I don't have to do that anymore. I reached into my jacket pocket and subtly pulled out the set of keys I'd kept there. I let them rest on the table, in plain view, and didn't look away from my family as I placed them down carefully. What are those? Clara asked, her voice tight. I let the silence stretch. Marcus's grin faltered. Dad's eyes narrowed. Mom's hand twitched near her mouth. Her breath caught slightly. These, I said, touching the keys lightly, are the keys to a house I just bought. A house that's mine, free and clear. Big enough for anyone, plenty of space, and not a single person here has any say over it. Not even you. Clara's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You bought a house? When? Earlier this week, I said. Closed on it. All paperwork completed. All keys in my possession. No one here even knew it was happening until now. Marcus's face went pale, his smugness cracking. Wait, you mean you didn't tell us? I shook my head slowly. Why would I? You'd have had an opinion. You'd have tried to lecture me. Or worse, make me feel guilty for it. No, I wanted it done. Quietly. Efficiently. Privately. Mom's hands shook slightly on the table. David, this isn't, we didn't know. Her voice trailed off, uncertain. I let a faint smile curl on my lips. Exactly. You didn't know? And now, it doesn't matter what anyone here thinks. Marcus can take my old room. I can sleep anywhere else in this house. But I've already moved on to a place that is entirely mine. Entirely. The table was silent for a long moment. Clara's usual laughter was gone, replaced by a sharp, thin line of suspicion. Marcus's ego took a hit I hadn't realized I'd been waiting for, his posture stiff, his confidence wavering. My parents were blinking rapidly, mouths opening and closing without a word. I continued, slow and deliberate, letting every word sink in. It's funny, really. For years, this house was the battleground. My worth was determined by my ability to stay in the background, to tolerate your favoritism, your jabs, your little family games. But the funny thing is, I didn't need to fight for validation here. I just needed to create my own. Marcus finally leaned forward, his voice sharp but shaky. David, you think this changes anything? A house doesn't make you better than me. I leaned back in my chair, calm and composed. Better? Maybe not. Independent? Absolutely. And independence has a funny way of changing how people treat you. Funny how that works, isn't it? Clara scoffed, but her voice was quieter this time. So, what? You're just going to gloat now? Tell us how much better your life is. I shook my head. Not gloating, just demonstrating. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words, and sometimes, they make people rethink how they've treated others for years. That's all. I could see the unease spreading across the table. Dad's hands fidgeted with his napkin. Mom's smile was strained, unsure. Marcus's jaw tightened, his usual bravado faltering. Clara's eyes were sharp, darting between all of us, trying to find a way to cut me down, but finding nothing. I reached across the table casually and picked up the dessert plate, setting it aside without breaking my gaze. So, enjoy the rest of your evening. I'd suggest savoring it, because the rules just changed. Not for me, but for all of you. The tension was palpable. No one spoke. Each of them was calculating, reassessing, realizing for the first time that I wasn't the powerless middle child anymore. That I'd silently, methodically, taken control of my life while they were busy patting Marcus on the back and laughing at Clara's jokes. And then, just as the silence became almost unbearable, Marcus finally muttered, voice low and dangerous. You're going to regret this, David. One way or another. I didn't flinch. I just smiled, slow and controlled, letting the calmness in my tone serve as a mirror to their panic. Perhaps, but only if you're still thinking small. And that's when my mom, finally regaining a fragment of composure, stood up abruptly. Enough. This dinner is over. Everyone needs to leave this table and think about what's just been said. Clara rolled her eyes but stayed seated, Marcus bristled, and Dad leaned back, silent for once, a storm of frustration and confusion in his eyes. I gathered my things slowly, carefully, savoring the moment. Each movement deliberate, each gesture reinforcing the calm power I now held over a table that had spent decades under the assumption I would always defer. I said nothing else. No explanations, no gloating. I simply nodded at them politely, collected my coat, and walked toward the door. They watched me go, stunned into silence, unaware that the next steps I was about to take would leave their assumptions shattered entirely. The next morning, I didn't call them. I didn't text. I simply started moving small things from my old room into my new house. Nothing dramatic at first, just a few personal items, my laptop, some books, enough to make it clear I was taking control. My parents wouldn't have been able to stop me anyway, even if they tried. Their sense of entitlement had always made them blind to what I was capable of. By the time the weekend rolled around, I had orchestrated a little surprise. I invited them all, without telling them where, under the guise of a family brunch, to celebrate Marcus's so-called success. Naturally, they assumed it was about Marcus. Of course, Clara had already been texting friends about how hilarious it would be to see me scrounge for space in the old house, and Dad had bragged to his co-workers that he was helping Marcus expand. I let them believe it was their victory. When they arrived, I could see the anticipation in their eyes. Dad puffed up, Marcus practically glowing, and Clara snapping pictures to post later, probably thinking she'd humiliate me online for fun. Mom looked nervous, but she plastered that same rehearsed smile. I greeted them warmly at the front door, holding it open like the polite host I appeared to be. "Welcome," I said. "So glad you could make it." They stepped inside, and for a moment, their smug expressions remained. And then they saw it, the house. Big, bright, impossibly spacious. Every detail polished. High ceilings, light pouring in from tall windows, rooms that stretched on farther than they'd expected. And most importantly, every corner filled with evidence of my independence, my life, my success. Marcus's mouth fell open. This isn't." Clara dropped her phone, the snap of it hitting the hardwood floor louder than any words. "David, what is this?" Dad's face went pale. His voice, usually booming with authority, was barely a whisper. "This you bought." I smiled and motioned toward the house. "Yes, this is mine. Every inch of it. Not rented, not borrowed, not contingent on anyone else's approval. Just mine." Mom's hands shook as she reached for the banister. "But we thought." I held up a hand. "You thought I'd just let you push me around forever. You thought I'd silently step aside while Marcus took everything I'd earned the right to enjoy. You thought you could keep me small. You were wrong." Clara finally found her voice, but it was thin, frustrated, desperate. You can't just flaunt this in front of us." "That's flaunt," I interrupted, calm and precise. "No, Clara. I'm demonstrating. There's a difference. Actions, not words. You mocked me. You humiliated me. You treated me like my life and my space didn't matter. And now, I'm showing you exactly what that looks like. Me, standing on my own, living in a place that's mine, without your interference or your judgment." Marcus's face turned red with anger. "This isn't fair. You can't just." "Oh, I can," I said, my tone icy. "I can because I planned. I executed. And unlike you, I didn't rely on my parents to pave the way. I built my own path. While you were scheming, while you were mocking, while you were waiting for me to fail, I acted. And now," I gestured around the house. "Now I win." Dad swallowed hard. "David, this isn't how family." I cut him off gently, almost pityingly. "This is exactly how family treated me for years. And now you see what it looks like when I finally put myself first. Not just today, but every day. You've had your chances. Marcus, your success was celebrated at my expense. Clara, your jokes and mockery were at my expense. Mom and Dad, your favoritism and constant comparisons, at my expense." The room went silent. The kind of silence that's heavy and uncomfortable. They knew, finally, that I wasn't powerless anymore. I walked them through the house slowly, giving them just enough time to absorb the scale of what I had accomplished. The kitchen was fully equipped, the living room spacious and welcoming, my office neatly organized, and my bedroom, my sanctuary, a stark contrast to the room they'd tried to steal from me. Every step reinforced the reality they'd ignored. I had succeeded without them. I had built something they could not touch, could not belittle, could not undermine. By the time the tour was over, their faces were etched with disbelief, frustration, and a rare kind of respect. The respect that only comes from realizing they had underestimated you completely. Finally, I led them to the back patio, overlooking the garden I'd started cultivating. "I hope you enjoyed your tour," I said. "Consider it a reminder. The world doesn't owe you anything, and neither did I. I created my own opportunities, my own space, my own life. You'll notice something, though. This house isn't just a home. It's proof that being underestimated can be turned into power." Marcus opened his mouth, then closed it. Clara's phone stayed in her hand, and used. Mom and Dad exchanged worried glances, unsure what to say, realizing that all their lessons in control and manipulation had just been used against them. I smiled faintly. So, enjoy your visit while it lasts. You've spent years teaching me that I was small. Well, I've grown. And the moment you realize it, it's already too late. No one said a word after that. They simply wandered through the rooms quietly, each lost in their own thoughts, each realizing how thoroughly I had changed the balance of power in our family. I stayed calm, welcoming them politely, but the control was mine now. I had flipped the script entirely. By the time they left, they weren't angry so much as stunned by the scale of what I'd achieved, by the realization that their entitlement and favoritism had only fueled my success. Marcus no longer smirked. Clara no longer laughed. Dad and Mom had no words, no lectures, no authority to exert. I locked the front door behind them, took a deep breath, and for the first time in my life, truly felt free. Not just free from their manipulation, not just free from their favoritism and mockery, but free in the knowledge that I had carved a life on my own terms. They had treated me like a disposable child. I had shown them that actions, patience, and quiet planning could make even the most entitled family realize that power can shift, and that some victories, once earned, are permanent. And in that moment, standing in my home, I smiled quietly to myself. No forgiveness, no compromise, just justice, perfectly delivered, without a word wasted on anger or revenge. They had been villains for my entire life. And now, finally, they could see the consequences. I had won. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I was 17 when I realized I wasn't part of a family. I was part of a support system. My name's Simon. I'm 28 now, but back then, I was just a teenager who believed that hard work and good grades could earn you a ticket to a better life. I was the kind of kid who fixed old computers for fun, built websites in my free time, and stayed up watching YouTube tutorials about ethical hacking while everyone else my age was glued to Netflix. IT was my world. It made sense to me. It felt like something I could actually build a future with. And for a long time, I thought my parents saw that too. But things started shifting around my junior year of high school. It wasn't sudden. It was subtle at first. The way my parents' eyes would glaze over when I talked about learning Python, or how they'd interrupt my excitement over building a custom PC with something about how not everyone can afford to play around with toys. Still, I brushed it off. They were old school. Immigrant mindset. Stability mattered more than passion. I figured I just had to prove it could work. So I worked harder. Got into a competitive summer coding program. Landed a paid internship doing back-end development for a small company downtown. I was on track to get a scholarship. I thought, finally, they'd see this wasn't just a hobby. It was my future. And then came my brother, Daniel. He's 4 years older than me and the definition of a golden child. Everything about him was loud. His voice, his clothes, his plans. If I was the quiet one who calculated before I moved, Daniel jumped first and figured it out midair. That might have been admirable if he ever learned from the crashes. But he didn't. Daniel had this way of turning every mistake into someone else's fault. Failed a class? The professor had it out for me. Lost his job? They didn't understand my potential. Got dumped. She was intimidated by my drive. And my parents bought it. Every single time. When Daniel dropped out of business school to become an entrepreneur, my mom threw him a party. When he moved back home 6 months later after burning through his savings on a failed sneaker flipping scheme, my dad loaned him $5,000 and told him it was just a stepping stone. Meanwhile, I was told to keep my college applications modest. Don't get ahead of yourself, my mom said one night while we were cleaning the kitchen. You're smart, Simon, but we can't afford something fancy. I remember standing there, my hands still wet from rinsing plates, staring at her like she'd just slapped me. What about the scholarship? I asked. I have a shot. Full ride. She dried her hands, not looking at me. Daniel might need help with some startup costs. He's close to something big. Startup costs. For Daniel. Again. That night I sat on my bed with my acceptance letter to a top-tier IT program in one hand and my part-time job schedule in the other, trying to calculate how much it would take to move out early, if it came to that. I didn't want to believe it yet. I didn't want to believe my own parents would block me from opportunity just to feed my brother's next half-baked dream. But that belief started crumbling fast. The final straw came 2 weeks before decision day. My internship supervisor had recommended me for a tech grant, $10,000 to cover tuition and living expenses if I committed to studying full-time in the city. It was everything I needed. I ran home after school, practically shaking with excitement, and told my parents over dinner. I'll never forget the way my dad looked at me. Not proud, not impressed, just annoyed. That kind of money could really help Daniel get his business off the ground, he said, without even glancing up from his plate. I laughed. I thought he was joking. I earned this, I said, the grin still stuck on my face but starting to slip. I worked for it. It's mine. But you're still under our roof, my mom chimed in. You don't need the money as much as your brother does. I stared at them. My own parents. Like I was talking to strangers. He's 21, I said slowly. He's already had more chances than most people get in a lifetime. And he blew them. That's not fair, my dad said sharply. You've always had it easier. You're the quiet one. The smart one. Daniel struggles more. And there it was. The root of everything. My success wasn't something to be celebrated. It was ammunition against me. Evidence that I didn't need support because Daniel needed it more. Because Daniel struggled. Because I was fine. That night, I packed my laptop, my acceptance letter, and a week's worth of clothes. I texted my friend Adam. His older sister had an empty room in her apartment near campus, and asked if the offer to crash there still stood. It did. I didn't tell my parents where I was going. I didn't leave a note. I didn't even take the charger for my toothbrush. I walked out the door without looking back. For the first few weeks, they didn't call. I don't know if they were angry or just expected me to come crawling back. But I didn't. I started school. I found a part-time job at an IT help desk. I lived lean, learned fast, and carved out a life for myself that was entirely mine. The silence from home stretched into months, then a year, then more. And I thought that was the end of it. Until last year. Out of the blue, I got a Facebook message from my mom. It was short, cold, just one sentence. Daniel needs your help. I didn't respond. A week later, another message. This time from my dad. We need to talk. It's about your brother. Still, I stayed silent. And then came the phone call. A number I didn't recognize, but something in me said pick up. So I did. Simon. My mother's voice cracked through the static, and for a second, I almost didn't recognize it. Daniel is in trouble. Real trouble. He made some business decisions. I cut her off. I'm not giving him money. She paused. Then, more forcefully, we're not asking. We're telling you. You're his brother. He needs $120,000, and you're in a position to help. I felt the blood drain from my face. $120,000. From me. I hadn't spoken to them in 6 years. They hadn't once asked how I was doing, hadn't attended my graduation, never even acknowledged the startup I built from scratch after college. And now they wanted 6 figures? Like I was their backup plan? I took a deep breath. My voice was steady when I answered. What exactly happened? And as she began to explain, halting, defensive, half-blaming market changes and shady partners, I opened my laptop and pulled up Daniel's latest social media posts. Champagne bottles. New cars. A business trip in Dubai. This wasn't an emergency. This was a cleanup job for another one of Daniel's disasters. And they thought I'd foot the bill. But this time, I wasn't 17. And this time, I wasn't walking away. I was going to respond. I didn't sleep the night after that call. Not because of the money. I had the money. Years of contract gigs, smart investments, living below my means, and building a modest cybersecurity firm with a small team of loyal, brilliant misfits had finally paid off. The number didn't scare me. What kept me awake was the bitter taste of the past resurfacing, the way my mother said, we're not asking. We're telling you. Like I owed them something. Like I was a vault they could just unlock when Daniel torched another opportunity. It wasn't the first time they acted like I didn't get a say, but something about this felt different. Sharper. Louder. Final. I didn't answer any more of their calls that week. My mom left a voicemail every morning, some pleading, some guilt-tripping, and a few where she didn't even bother hiding the frustration in her voice. Simon, you're being dramatic. You've always been sensitive. I stopped listening to them halfway through. By day 5, they switched tactics. My dad emailed me a PDF, some kind of half-baked investment pitch Daniel had written, full of vague promises, stock images, and fake revenue projections. At the bottom of the document, scribbled in a scanned signature box, was my name. Typed. Not signed. Typed. They were already pitching me as a backer to someone. My hands shook as I sat back in my office chair, reading the email again. It was addressed to someone named Kyle P., who apparently worked in venture capital. My dad's message read, "We've secured interest from Simon W., founder of RenSEC. He'll be providing seed funding and tech advisory." My mouth went dry. This wasn't a request anymore. They were using my name, without my permission, pretending I had agreed to bankroll Daniel's newest disaster. That night I called Adam, my old roommate. We hadn't lived together in years, but we still grabbed lunch every other week, kept each other grounded. He picked up on the second ring. "What's up, man? I think my parents committed fraud." He blinked at me. On the video call, not sure if I was joking. I wasn't smiling. When I explained everything, starting from the phone call to the fake investment email, he just shook his head slowly, then let out a low whistle. "Dude, you need to shut that down. Fast." I already had my lawyer on retainer. I forwarded everything to her, along with a warning to get ahead of any misuse of my name in official documents. But even with legal steps in motion, something in me cracked open that night. Not just anger. Something older, deeper. Something that had been lying dormant since the day I left home. It wasn't just that they were trying to steal from me now. It was that they always believed they were entitled to my future. Even back then, I started digging through my old email, ones I hadn't opened in years. College admissions, financial aid records, a string of scholarships I was offered, and then withdrawn. I thought I had just missed the deadlines. But no, I found one message from my high school counselor that chilled me. "Hi Simon, just confirming your parents declined the Bright Code Foundation grant on your behalf. They mentioned you'd be pursuing a different path." I sat there, staring at the screen. They had declined the $10,000 grant. Behind my back. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't just been paranoid. They sabotaged me. On purpose. To funnel that money to Daniel. And now, they were trying again. Bigger this time. Louder. I couldn't unsee it anymore. They never believed in me. Not really. I was just the fallback plan for when Daniel failed again. It all started making sense. The way my laptop mysteriously went missing the week before I had a coding competition in high school. How they refused to sign the FAFSA forms for my college, claiming they needed time to think. Why my mom once guilted me into giving Daniel my savings account PIN to help him fix a mistake he made with his bank. I wanted to believe they were just naive. But this wasn't naivety. This was manipulation. That weekend, they showed up at my office. I was working late, headphones on, zoning out with security logs and analytics dashboards when I saw movement in the reflection of my monitor. I turned, and there they were. My mom and dad, standing at the glass door. No warning. No call. Just there. I buzzed them in out of reflex. They walked in like they owned the place. "Simon," my dad said, like nothing was wrong. "We figured it'd be better to talk face to face." I stood up. I didn't say anything. My mom took a step forward, wringing her hands. "Honey, we didn't mean to upset you. But Daniel's in a really difficult situation. He trusted the wrong people. It's not his fault." I crossed my arms. "You forged my name on a pitch deck." "It wasn't forged," my dad said defensively. "We typed it. It was just to show confidence. We knew you'd come around eventually." My jaw clenched. "That's not how this works. You don't get to decide my involvement." My mom's eyes narrowed. "After everything we've done for you?" I laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. "You mean all the support you gave Daniel? All the chances? The way you cut my legs out from under me every time I had a shot?" "You were fine," she snapped. "You always figured things out. No thanks to you." We stared at each other across the room. All the pretense is gone now. Then she said the words that made my blood run cold. "You owe us, Simon." My mouth went dry. "Oh, you. You wouldn't be where you are if we hadn't raised you, fed you, sacrificed for you," she said, voice rising. "You think you did this all on your own?" My dad chimed in, quieter but firmer. "Daniel's your brother. Family helps family. That's how it works." "No," I said quietly. "That's how you work. You help Daniel. You use me." My mom's voice cracked, a mix of disbelief and offense. "We did everything we could for you. You've always been ungrateful." And there it was. That word. Ungrateful. The final insult. The one they'd used my whole life anytime I dared to ask for something I'd earned. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just walked over to the door and opened it. "You need to leave." They stared at me like I'd slapped them. My dad's face darkened. "You're really doing this?" "Yes." My mom's voice wobbled. "Then don't bother calling when you need us." I stared back, calm. "I haven't needed you since the day I left." They walked out. No hug. No goodbye? And for a second, I thought that was the end of it. But I was wrong. 3 days later, I got a letter. Registered mail. A formal request. From Daniel's lawyer. Claiming I had committed to financial support, and they were seeking arbitration for failure to follow through on a verbal agreement. They were suing me for $120,000. And that was the moment, right there, holding that ridiculous letter in my hands, heart pounding like a drum, that I knew the old version of me, the kid who wanted to believe his family just didn't understand him, was gone. They weren't confused. They weren't misinformed. They were predators. And I was finally done playing nice. I folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and slid it into my desk drawer. Then I opened a new document on my computer. I started writing. Not just a legal response. Not just a countersuit. But something bigger. I had 6 years of silence. 6 years of receipts. Emails, bank transfers, scholarship withdrawals, signed forms they'd tampered with. Everything. I wasn't just going to defend myself. I was going to expose everything. There's a kind of silence that settles over you when your own family turns against you in broad daylight. Not the quiet of solitude. Solitude has peace in it. No, this silence is heavier. It hums in your chest. It makes the hours slower. Food loses its taste. Time becomes water, slipping past your fingers no matter how tightly you try to hold on. That was me for the first week after receiving the lawsuit. I stopped responding to emails. Let my team handle the day-to-day. My startup, RenSEC, had just closed a round of funding, and my partners kept checking in, gently at first. Hey, all good. Then more concerned. Wanna hop on a call? You've been quiet. But I had no words. The letter from Daniel's lawyer sat in my desk drawer like a cursed object. Every time I opened it, it whispered all the things I'd buried years ago. You don't matter. You're just the safety net. You'll always come second to him. For a few days, I actually wondered if maybe I was overreacting. Maybe my mom was right. Maybe I had been too cold, too unforgiving. After all, they raised me, put food on the table, kept the lights on. Couldn't that count for something? But then I'd remember how they snuffed out every spark I tried to light. How they made me choose between family and future. And how, even now, after 6 years of silence, they couldn't come back with love. Only expectation. Only demands. I hit a kind of emotional rock bottom that week. Not the kind that makes you spiral outward, but the kind that makes you close in on yourself. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stopped moving. Until I got a package. No return address. Inside was a crumpled hoodie. Old, faded. The one I used to wear all through high school. The back still had the fraying patch of a wolf howling at the moon. My first ever embroidery, stitched by hand. Beneath it, a small piece of paper. One sentence. Don't let them shrink you again. No signature. But I knew who sent it. Melissa. We weren't close anymore. Life had pulled us in different directions. But once upon a time, she was the only person who saw me when no one else did. My childhood best friend. The only one who cheered at my high school graduation while my parents sat stiff and silent. She was the one who hugged me after I moved out, whispering, "You'll do more without them than you ever could with them." We lost touch after she moved states, but we never stopped watching each other's lives from afar. That hoodie, that note, it flipped a switch in me. I remembered who I was, what I'd built, what I'd survived, and I decided I wasn't going to let them take any more of me. So I got to work. First, I called my lawyer and greenlit a full-scale response. We filed a countersuit for defamation and attempted fraud. I sent her every email, every screenshot, every document. The forged pitch deck, the grant they declined, the fake verbal agreement. I even gave her access to an old folder I'd titled "Just in Case" back when I was 19 and paranoid enough to save every text where my parents guilt me into sending Daniel money. She didn't say much, but the pause on the other end of the line spoke volumes. "This isn't just a defense," she said finally. "This is a pattern." Exactly. I wasn't just going to defend myself. I was going to document everything. And while the legal wheels turned, I turned inward. I started walking more. Not just around the block, but full 2-hour treks through the edge of the city, noise-canceling headphones in, listening to music I hadn't touched since college. I went back to the basics, my code. I rewrote parts of RenSEC's core engine from scratch, just for fun. It reminded me why I started building in the first place. At night, I journaled. Not the polished kind. The ugly, raw, unfiltered kind. Anger poured out of me in ink. Grief, too. Not just for the parents I never really had, but for the version of me that still hoped, deep down, that one day they'd say sorry, that they'd admit they were wrong. But some people never do. And the sooner you accept that, the freer you become. Word of the lawsuit spread faster than I expected. It didn't go viral or anything, just quiet ripples through the industry. Investors got wind of it. A few backed off. I don't blame them. No one wants to fund drama. But something surprising happened too. Other founders started reaching out. One guy, Eli, who ran a competitor I used to hate watch on LinkedIn, messaged me directly. Hey, saw what's going on. Went through something similar with my uncle last year. If you ever want to grab coffee and swap horror stories, I'm around. We did meet for coffee. Then another. And before I knew it, Eli and I were talking about a merger, joining forces to create a stronger suite of cybersecurity products. What started as commiseration turned into strategy, resilience, business synergy, whatever you want to call it, it worked. And for the first time, I didn't feel like I had to prove myself to anyone. I felt equal. Meanwhile, Daniel's life was unraveling. Not because of me, because of him. Turns out, his new company wasn't a real LLC, just a bunch of domain names and fake testimonials. His supposed investors were all friends he promised payouts to. He even listed a celebrity on his site as a strategic advisor, without permission. That one got him a cease and desist within a week. His girlfriend dumped him. His landlord sued him for back rent. And one by one, the people he'd charmed started waking up to the truth. But the thing that really cracked the mask? A podcast. A niche finance show he went on to pitch his business. He tried to talk big, buzzwords, fast-talking, fake metrics. But the host, a former forensic accountant, started pressing. Can you provide proof of revenue? What exactly does your product do? Why is your investor listed as TBD? The clip went viral, not because he bombed, but because he melted. Live. On air. Mid-interview. The comments were brutal. I didn't laugh. I didn't even smile. I felt hollow. Watching him fall apart wasn't satisfying. But it was revealing. Daniel wasn't just a failure. He was a mirror. A distorted version of what I could have been if I hadn't fought to break away. That realization gave me something I didn't expect. Peace. Not forgiveness. I wasn't there yet. But peace. I stopped waiting for justice to feel like revenge. Justice is boring. Quiet. Paper trails and signatures and lawyers in suits. Revenge is fire. Flash. Noise. But justice? Justice is when you go to sleep knowing you're safe from the people who once controlled you. And that's what I wanted. One night, I went to a rooftop bar with a few friends from my early startup days. We laughed, talked about everything except work. And as the city lights blinked below us, one of them raised a glass and said, "To Simon, who built an empire and didn't lose his soul." It hit me harder than I expected, because for the first time, I believed it. I had spent years believing I was only successful because I escaped my family. But maybe, just maybe, I was successful because I chose myself. Every day, even when it was hard, even when it meant walking away from people who swore they loved me, but only on their terms. I looked around that night, at the people who chose me without strings, without conditions, and I realized something. After the lawsuit officially collapsed, once my lawyer proved there was no verbal agreement, no signed contract, and that Daniel's entire pitch was based on fraudulent claims, they went quiet. My parents. Daniel, the lawyer who filed the bogus paperwork on their behalf. Not a single word from them after the judge dismissed the case with a warning about malicious litigation. But silence from people like them is never peace. It's plotting. So I stayed ready. I wasn't about to walk away again, not this time. Because something had changed in me. For years I had trained myself to survive, to escape, to rebuild. But now, I had leverage. Not just money, not just success. I had the truth. And I had proof. 6 years worth of documents, emails, financial receipts, and texts. Evidence of every manipulation, every lie, every time they cut me off at the knees and handed Daniel a boost instead. And here's the thing. I never collected it with revenge in mind. But now I saw it for what it really was. A blueprint. A roadmap to justice. Because Daniel wasn't just reckless. He was dangerous. He had a pattern, building fake companies, taking money under false pretenses, and then leaving others to pick up the pieces. My parents weren't just enabling him, they were partners. Willfully blind when it suited them, willfully cruel when it didn't. I wasn't going to let them use anyone else the way they tried to use me. So I started planning. It began quietly. A weekend trip back to my hometown under the guise of visiting an old teacher. But really, I wanted to see their world. Not from the outside. From within. What were they up to now? What stories were they spinning? What I saw confirmed everything. Daniel had reinvented himself again. This time as a business recovery consultant. He rented a small storefront near downtown. A sleek black logo with the words, Redline Ventures. We get you back on track. His website looked clean. Professional. Until you looked closer. The testimonials were fake. The success stories were plagiarized. The photos of clients were stolen from LinkedIn. I knew the signs. I had audited enough shady startups in my cybersecurity days to recognize a scam when I saw one. He even listed a new set of investors, one of whom was just a photo of a finance influencer with a different name slapped under it. Worse, he was targeting desperate people. I sat at a coffee shop across the street for 3 hours and watched. People walked in alone, left with glossy folders and hopeful eyes. Entrepreneurs, single mothers, laid-off workers looking to rebuild. And I knew, he was selling them nothing. The fury came back. Sharp, clean. But I didn't let it drive me. This time, I let it fuel a plan. I started making calls. First, I reached out to Eli, my now business partner after our companies merged. He was skeptical at first. You sure you want to stir this up again? He asked during a late-night Zoom. Yes, I said. Because it's not just about me anymore. I showed him everything. The fake LLC filings, the stolen website assets, the doctored reviews. At first, he was just quiet. Then, he leaned forward and said, okay, let's do this the right way. He looped in his head of compliance, a sharp, quiet woman named Rena who once shut down a phishing ring impersonating major banks. She took one look at Daniel's operation and said, this guy's an idiot. He's breaking laws in 3 states. Exactly. Next, I contacted a journalist I once helped with a piece on tech scams. Her name was Anika, young, ambitious, with a bite to her writing that made CEOs flinch. We met for coffee. I laid it out for her. The whole story. Not just the business fraud, but the family history. The manipulation. The fake lawsuit. She took notes in silence. When I finished, she looked up and said, this isn't just a story. It's a series. We agreed to keep my name off it, for now. I wasn't doing this for publicity. I wanted exposure, not attention. But I wasn't done yet. I needed to know how far Daniel had gone. Who else he'd hurt. So I created a burner identity, complete with a fake startup, website, and LinkedIn presence. Then I reached out to Daniel directly through his Redline Ventures site. Claimed I was launching a new crypto payment platform. Said I had some quiet capital and needed strategic consulting. Asked if he was available for a private retainer. He replied within 2 hours. Eager, overconfident, hungry. We scheduled a meeting. He asked to do it via Zoom, so I hired a friend of mine, a professional actor with a tech background, to pose as me. We briefed him, gave him a script, and recorded the whole thing. Daniel promised the moon. I can make sure you get funding in under 3 months, he said. You'll need to wire me an upfront fee, of course, $7,000 for the basic tier, $12,000 for premium. That gives you direct access to my network. Can I talk to one of your other clients? The actor asked. Daniel smiled. They're all under NDA. Of course they were. By the end of the call, he had promised partnerships with fake VCs, made up connections to a guy at Y Combinator, and even claimed that I, Simon Wolf, was one of his success stories. That was the nail in the coffin. He was still using my name, still selling the illusion that I owed my success to him. I sent the recording to Rena. She replied 10 minutes later. This is gold. We now had enough for criminal charges, wire fraud, business impersonation, attempted extortion, defamation, and more. But before we took it to the authorities, I wanted to do something else. Something personal. I wanted Daniel to know it was me. So I sent him an email. Short. Cold. Subject. You should have stopped at lying to mom and dad. I'm not 17 anymore. See you soon. Simon. No reply. Not immediately. But 3 days later, I got a call from my mother. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail. Her voice trembled, not with sadness, but with fury. How dare you drag your brother through the mud? After everything we've done for you? You're trying to ruin his life over a misunderstanding? You always were vindictive, Simon. I deleted it. She didn't get it. This wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about accountability. about drawing a line so deep they couldn't ever cross it again. Anika's article series dropped 2 weeks later. Part 1. The Grifter Next Door. Inside the Fake Empires of Redline Ventures. The first piece went viral. The second one named Daniel directly. The third one dug into the family angle, lightly, respectfully, but enough to show the pattern. Within a month, Daniel's business was shuttered. His lease was revoked. His name blacklisted from multiple investor circles. Complaints flooded into the state's attorney office. And then the subpoenas started. But I wasn't watching it like a soap opera. I had work to do. Because while Daniel's empire crumbled, mine grew stronger. Eli and I finalized our Series B funding. We brought on 2 new advisors. RenSEC 2.0 launched with an AI security module that went viral in the dev community. I hired 3 of the people Daniel had tried to scam, real talent with nowhere to go, and gave them positions with purpose. And quietly, behind the scenes, I began drafting something else. Something Daniel would never see coming. Not a lawsuit. Not another article. Something older. Something closer to home. Because there was one piece left to this puzzle. One final setup. The house my parents lived in, the one they always claimed was ours, the family home, wasn't actually theirs. It was mine. Not legally. Not yet. But it could be. And I knew exactly how to do it. I didn't want cold. I didn't want rage or fire or spectacle. I wanted precision. Clean. Undeniable. Final. And for that, I needed patience. The house had always been a symbol. Not just of control, but of hypocrisy. My parents called it the family home. But it was never about family. It was about Daniel. Every decision made under that roof, from who got what for dinner to who deserved to go to college, revolved around him. I was just the background noise. The fallback. The one who didn't need help. But I remembered something important in the middle of the lawsuit madness. Back when I was 17 and about to move out, my parents forced me to sign over a small life insurance policy my grandfather had left me. It wasn't huge, $30,000 or so, but it was supposed to help me with school. Instead, they said Daniel needed it more. I was still too young to push back, legally. I was angry, but I let it go. What I didn't know then was how much more my grandfather had done behind the scenes. A few months after Anika's article series came out, I got a call from a lawyer named Henry Callow. Old school. Proper. The kind of man who still wore cufflinks on Zoom. He represented the estate of my late grandfather, who had passed a few years after I moved out. Apparently, he'd been keeping tabs on the family from a distance, even while he was alive. "I'm sorry it took so long to reach you," Henry said. "Your grandfather left very specific instructions about when this information was to be shared. He knew your parents, favored your brother. He didn't want his final wishes to be manipulated." I didn't say anything. I just listened. He put the family home into a silent trust before he passed. "It wasn't your parents' house to begin with, Simon." He held the title. "And upon your 28th birthday, provided certain conditions were met, it passes to you." My heart stopped. Henry continued, calm as ever. "You're 28 now. You met the conditions. And the property is yours." For a moment, I just sat there, staring out the window. I could see the city skyline from my condo, clean lines, glittering lights, everything I'd built without them. And now the house. The one thing they clung to. The thing they believed would always be theirs. It was mine. That was the moment I knew what I had to do. The revenge wasn't about the house. It was about taking back everything they'd stolen from me, choice by choice. So I didn't rush. I waited. Waited until Daniel had burned every bridge, until the investigation into his fake company had gone public, until his accounts were frozen and his credit lines shut down. Then I acted. The eviction notice was delivered on a rainy Tuesday. Official. Legal. Cold as ice. They had 60 days to vacate. The screaming started before I even stepped out of the car. My mother stood on the porch, holding the paper like it was a snake. "What is this? What is this?" I walked up the drive in silence. My father came out next, jaw tight. "You can't do this, Simon. You're not serious." "I'm very serious." Daniel wasn't there. He'd moved back in 6 months earlier after his business tanked, sleeping in the basement like some failed prophet. "This is our home," my mother spat. "You can't just take it from us." I pulled out the deed. My name on it. My signature. My grandfather's final will. "You never owned it," I said. "Grandpa did. And now I do." "But this is where we raised you," she cried. I didn't flinch. "No. This is where you used me." My dad stepped forward. You ungrateful little. Careful, I said flatly. That kind of talk might get you kicked out sooner. He froze. The weight of it hit all at once. They were out of options. No more control. No more manipulation. No more Daniel-shaped excuses. Just consequences. 60 days came and went. They tried everything. Legal appeals. Emotional voicemails. Even dragged an old family friend into calling me to talk some sense into you. But nothing stuck. The law was clear, and I had the paper trail. The day they moved out, I didn't go. I didn't need to. Rena, the compliance officer, texted me a photo. A moving truck parked outside, my father pacing with a cigarette, my mother sitting on the curb with her head in her hands. Daniel wasn't in the frame. He'd already left. Rumor had it he fled the state, trying to reinvent himself yet again, this time in Florida, using a variation of his name. Didn't matter. I had made sure his history followed him. I didn't sell the house. Not right away. Instead, I renovated it. Tore down the walls that held memories of slammed doors and whispered arguments. Ripped out the old carpet my parents refused to replace because Daniel might spill something again. Repainted every surface. Rewired the basement. Turned his old lair into a soundproof home theater, just because I could. Then I donated it to a nonprofit that helped foster kids aging out of the system. They turned it into a transitional home, clean, safe, with job counseling and tech resources. I even set up a small scholarship fund for any resident interested in IT. That was the part that mattered. Not just taking back what was mine, but transforming it into something better, something good, something they could never touch again. I never spoke to my parents after that. Not once. They tried a few more times. Birthday cards with vague apologies. Christmas texts with smiley face emojis. A desperate email from my mom asking if I'd be willing to forgive and move on. But you can't move on from people who never admit what they've done. You just move past them. Years went by. Ren SEC expanded to 3 offices. Eli and I were invited to speak at a national cybersecurity summit. My old hoodie, the one Melissa mailed me, was framed and hanging in my office, next to the first dollar I ever made writing code. I built a new family from scratch. People who believed in me. People I chose. And on quiet nights, when the city buzz faded and the memories tried to crawl back in, I'd remind myself of one thing. The most powerful thing I ever did wasn't escaping them. It was refusing to let them rewrite the story. They tried to define me as the afterthought, the fallback, the quiet one who'd figure it out. But I did more than figure it out. I thrived. Without them. In spite of them. And when the time came, I took back everything. Because in the end, the kid they tried to silence was the only one listening. My parents wrote me out of their will, leaving everything to my brother. You were never good enough, they said, looking me in the eye. I didn't argue. Years later, when my brother squandered it all and they realized they had nothing left, they came to me with a proposal they thought I'd never refuse. I never thought I'd have a story worth sharing here, but life has a way of surprising you. I don't know if this is more entitled parents or pro-revenge, but I'll let you decide. For some background, I'm 38M, and my family was the kind where favoritism wasn't just obvious. It was practically a family tradition. My parents, Nathaniel and Vivian, had 2 sons, my older brother, Ezra, 40M, and me. Ezra was the golden child, the prodigy, the one who would make the family proud. Me, I was just there. It was subtle at first. When we were kids, Ezra always got first pick of everything. The best clothes, the bigger bedroom, the newest gadgets. I got his leftovers. Our parents would say, he's older, it makes sense. But even as a kid, I knew that wasn't the whole truth. It only got worse as we grew up. Ezra could wreck the car, fail a class, get into fights, didn't matter. Our parents would find a way to defend him. He's just going through a rough patch. You know how hard it is being the eldest. He'll get back on track. Me? If I so much as forgot to take out the trash, I was lazy, irresponsible, and a disappointment. When Ezra went to college, our parents drained their savings to cover everything. Tuition, a car, an apartment. We're investing in his future. When it was my turn, we can't afford to send you. Maybe try community college. I took out loans, worked multiple jobs, figure it out myself. And no matter how hard I worked, it was never enough for them. You should be more like Ezra. Why aren't you as ambitious as your brother? Then came the moment that should have hurt, but honestly, by then I was just numb. A few years after college, they sat me down and told me they were leaving everything to Ezra. Their savings, their house, any assets, all of it. Not a penny for me. And my mother? She didn't even flinch when she said it. You were never good enough. I remember staring at them, waiting for a punchline that never came. My father just nodded like this was the most rational decision in the world. I didn't argue. I didn't beg. I just walked away, and I didn't look back. I built my own life, worked harder than ever, grew successful in ways they never imagined. And over time, I barely spoke to them. Why would I? Every conversation was the same. Ezra was thriving. He wasn't. I should reach out to him more. I wouldn't. And they had zero interest in what I was doing. Then, out of nowhere, my parents called me. They wanted to have dinner. Just the three of us. I already knew something was wrong. And, oh, I was right. See, it turns out Ezra had done what I always knew he would. He squandered everything. Every cent of the inheritance, the house, the investments, gone. Bad deals, reckless spending, maybe some gambling. They were vague, but I got the picture. And now, my parents had nothing. For the first time in years, they actually wanted to talk to me. We met at a nice restaurant, one I knew they couldn't afford anymore. My mother, usually so composed, looked nervous. My father was quieter than I'd ever seen him. Then my mother cleared her throat and said, "We've been thinking, and we have a proposal for you." I leaned back, arms crossed, and just waited. I raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. I wasn't about to make this easy for them. Vivian glanced at Nathaniel, clearly expecting him to start, but he just stared at the table, running a finger along the rim of his empty water glass. That was new. My father was never the quiet type. So my mother took the lead. "Your brother has been struggling," she started, folding her hands in front of her like she was about to deliver some noble speech. "Things have been difficult for him." I stayed silent. Let her squirm. She hesitated, then pressed on. "We know there's been distance between us, but we're still family. And families should support each other." There it was. I took a sip of my drink, just to see if she'd get impatient. She did. "Ezra has made some mistakes." Nathaniel finally spoke, his voice measured, careful. That was new, too. He was usually the type to bark orders, to lay down the law. But now, he wasn't in control. And he knew it. I tilted my head. "What kind of mistakes?" Vivian sighed dramatically. "Well, business has been challenging. The economy has been unpredictable, and Ezra's investments. He lost everything, didn't he?" I cut in. She flinched. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. It was an unfortunate series of events. But the point is, he's trying to recover, and he needs a little help getting back on his feet. I let out a quiet chuckle, shaking my head. They really thought they could dress this up like it was some noble cause, like I'd just nod along and agree to help. "And what does this have to do with me?" I asked, feigning curiosity. Vivian leaned forward slightly. "Well, we were hoping you could offer some support. Just temporarily." "Support?" I repeated. "You mean money?" Vivian pursed her lips. "Don't say it like that." Nathaniel cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable. "You've done well for yourself. We know that, and we're proud of you." I almost laughed at the sheer audacity of it. Proud? They hadn't cared about anything I'd done until this very moment, until they needed something. "Proud," I echoed, letting the word hang in the air. "That's funny. You never seemed all that proud before." Vivian's smile tightened. "Oh, come on, that's not fair. You know we've always wanted the best for you. You still the hair, did Pen." "That's interesting, because I seem to remember sitting at our kitchen table years ago while you told me I wasn't good enough. And now suddenly you're proud? Now that Ezra's ruined everything." Nathaniel's expression darkened. He didn't like being challenged. but he still wasn't in a position to argue. Vivian exhaled sharply. Look, we don't need to rehash the past. What matters is the present. Ezra is struggling, and you thought I'd fix it. Silence. They didn't deny it. I tapped a finger against the table, pretending to think. So let me get this straight. You gave him everything, your savings, the house, your full support. You made sure he never had to struggle a day in his life, while I had to work for everything on my own. And now, after he's thrown it all away, you're coming to me? The son who wasn't good enough to inherit anything? And you want me to just hand over my hard-earned money to fix the mess he made? Vivian's lips thinned. It's not like that. It's exactly like that. Nathaniel finally spoke again, voice low and controlled. It's not just about Ezra. We're struggling too. I looked between them, finally seeing it. How worn out they looked, how their expensive clothes were just slightly outdated, how they were trying so hard to project control even as their world crumbled around them. They weren't just asking for money for Ezra. They needed it for themselves. So what's your plan? I asked. Let's say I agree. How much are you expecting me to give? Vivian hesitated. We were thinking alone, Nathaniel said carefully. Alone, I repeated, meaning you pay me back. They both nodded eagerly, as if saying it out loud would make it true. And what exactly would you be paying me back with? I asked, tilting my head. Silence. I smiled. They had nothing. They were asking for a loan they couldn't repay, expecting me to just give them the money out of some misplaced sense of obligation. And the best part? They still didn't see what was coming. I leaned forward slightly, letting the silence stretch between us. Let me get this straight, I said, my voice quiet but firm. You wrote me out of your will, left me with nothing, told me to my face that I wasn't good enough. And now that your golden boy has burned everything to the ground, you expect me to save you. Vivian's jaw clenched. Nathaniel straightened. We are still your parents. I smiled. Oh, I know. I set my napkin on the table, stretching my fingers like I was getting ready for something, which is why I'm going to make you an offer of my own. I watched as both their expressions shifted, hopeful, relieved. I took my time, glancing down at the table, pretending to consider my words. Then I met their eyes and said, I'll help you. Vivian exhaled a breath she must have been holding. Nathaniel's shoulders relaxed. The relief in their expressions was almost comical. But I added, leaning back slightly, we need to be clear about what help actually means. Nathaniel frowned. We're not asking for much, just enough to get back on our feet. Oh, I know, I said smoothly. But here's the thing. I don't do handouts. And I definitely don't do favors for people who have made it clear that I don't matter to them. Vivian scoffed. That's not fair. We raised you, didn't we? We fed you, put a roof over your head. I held up a hand. Don't. Just don't. I have no interest in hearing how I should be grateful for the bare minimum of parenting. Nathaniel narrowed his eyes. Then what's your offer? I smiled. I'll buy the house. Vivian blinked. What? You heard me. I folded my hands in front of me. You're broke. The house is your last real asset, right? Sell it to me. Nathaniel's face darkened. That house has been in our family for generations. And yet you were willing to sign it over to Ezra without a second thought. I shrugged. I'm offering you a way out. Sell it to me, and you'll have enough to start fresh somewhere else. You might not be able to maintain the lifestyle you're used to, but you won't be homeless. Vivian's mouth opened and closed, her face twisting between outrage and desperation. We're not selling our home to our own son. Why not? You didn't mind cutting me out of it before. I let that hang in the air for a moment before adding. And let's be real, you don't have many other options. Nathaniel clenched his jaw. We could sell to someone else. I nodded, feigning interest. Sure, go ahead. But the market isn't great right now, is it? And how fast do you think you'll be able to sell? Meanwhile, I have the money right now. I could see the gears turning in their heads. They hated this. Hated the idea of handing the house over to me. Hated that they weren't in control anymore. We'd have to think about it, Vivian said stiffly. I leaned back, unfazed. Take your time. But just so you know, my offer has an expiration date. Every day you wait, I'll lower the amount I'm willing to pay. Nathaniel's eyes snapped to mine. You wouldn't. I smirked. You sure about that? The best part? I wasn't bluffing. I knew they had no other way out. I knew they'd be forced to come crawling back to me. A week passed before they called me. I let go to voicemail. Another 2 days later, I got a text from Vivian. We'd like to discuss your offer. I waited another full day before replying. Let me know when and where. They hated that. They weren't used to waiting on me. But they had no choice. When we met again, they were visibly more drained, less put together than before. I knew why. I've been keeping tabs on the house. They'd try to find another buyer. But the market was slow, and no one was willing to pay what they were asking. Even worse, Ezra had creditors breathing down his neck. I wasn't sure of the exact details, but I heard whispers that he'd taken out some loans he couldn't repay. They were desperate. Nathaniel cleared his throat as I sat down. We've considered your offer. Vivian nodded, forcing a stiff smile. We're willing to sell. I leaned back in my chair. Great, but the offer has changed. Vivian stiffened. Excuse me. I shrugged. I told you my offer would go down the longer you waited. The market isn't getting any better, and my interest has decreased. Nathaniel clenched his fists. That's ridiculous. You have more than enough money to buy it at the original price. I gave him a slow, knowing smile. Oh, I know I do. But that's not the point. I watched as realization dawned on them. This wasn't about the money. This was about making them feel what I had felt. Powerless, unwanted, like their fate was no longer in their hands. Vivian's nostrils flared, but she pressed her lips together, forcing herself to stay calm. And what is your new offer? I slid a contract across the table. I'll buy the house for half of what I originally offered. Vivian's face turned red. That's robbery. I tilted my head. It's business. They sat there, stewing in their own bitterness, hating every second of this. I could see it in the way Vivian's fingers clenched around the pen, the way Nathaniel's jaw tightened so hard I thought he might crack a tooth. They weren't just signing over the house. They were signing away their pride, their sense of superiority, their illusion of control. I let the silence stretch, watching as they hesitated, as if hoping I'd change my mind and take pity on them. But I didn't. I simply waited, completely at ease, because I knew how this would end. Vivian's hands trembled slightly as she hovered over the signature line. She looked up at me one last time, desperation flickering in her eyes. Are you really going to do this to us? She whispered. I didn't blink. You already did it to me. I'm just making things even. She exhaled shakily, then put pen to paper. Nathaniel was next. He signed with sharp, angry strokes, as if the ink itself could convey his fury. When he was done, he shoved the contract toward me, glaring. I hope you're happy, he spat. I picked up the papers, flipping through them leisurely before tucking them into my folder. Then I met his eyes and smiled. Oh, I am. And just like that, the house was mine. But here's the best part. After they moved out, I didn't keep it for myself. I turned it into a rental property. And the first person I rented it out to, Ezra's ex-wife. When I reached out to her, she was thrilled. Apparently, Ezra had left her in an awful financial situation. He had spent recklessly during their marriage, and when things went south, he drained their joint accounts, leaving her to pick up the pieces. She was struggling to find a stable place for herself and their kid, and the idea of living in the very house my parents had once so proudly gifted to Ezra, she found it deliciously poetic. She moved in almost immediately. She even sent me a thank you gift, an expensive bottle of whiskey with a note that simply said, "Best landlord ever." As for my parents, They relocated to a much smaller place, an old, rundown rental in a neighborhood they used to look down on. Nothing luxurious, nothing like what they were used to. They went from their grand family home to a two-bedroom apartment with noisy neighbors and outdated appliances. They complained, of course, to anyone who would listen, but the sympathy was in short supply. Most people knew exactly what had happened. I heard from a relative that they're miserable, not just because of their new living situation, but because they can't stand the fact that I was the one who came out on top. That the son they dismissed as never good enough was now the one holding all the cards. And Ezra? Well, let's just say karma had a field day with him. His reckless spending finally caught up. No more family fortune to bail him out. No more safety net. His credit was in ruins, and he was drowning in debt. Last I heard, he was couch hopping between friends who were quickly running out of patience. So, Reddit, am I the a-hole for making my parents sell me the house at a reduced price? Should I have been more forgiving, or did they get exactly what they deserved? Let me know what you think. If you enjoyed this story of karma and revenge, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Hi everyone, I'm Lila, 33F, and until recently, I was the designated quiet one in my family. The one who stayed out of drama, who always helped clean up after dinners, who got the couch or the air mattress on vacations while the others took beds. I never caused trouble, not because I didn't notice the way I was treated, but because for a long time, I thought going along with it was easier than standing up and getting steamrolled. I'm the second oldest of four, and I've spent most of my life orbiting around the self-centered gravity of my older brother Levi, 36M, and our cousin Faye, 34F. Those two have been thick as thieves since we were kids, and they feed off each other in the worst way. Whenever Levi came up with a selfish idea, Faye found a way to enable it, or worse, escalate it. And when Faye wanted something that wasn't hers, Levi made sure she got it. Growing up, it was subtle. Lila's just more independent. She doesn't need attention. Or, Faye's just going through a phase. Be nice to her. I heard that a lot from my parents. What they meant was, let them get away with it, Lila, and stop making things harder for the rest of us. So I did, for years. But there's only so long you can swallow mistreatment before something in you starts to shift. This story takes place a few weeks ago, during what was supposed to be a family bonding trip to a coastal resort town. Faye had taken it upon herself to plan the whole thing, and Levi, of course, was her co-conspirator. My parents were excited, and the family group chat lit up with talk of matching beach towels, day trips, seafood dinners, stuff that sounded nice on the surface. But I had a strange feeling about it from the start. Let me back up just a bit more. I live about 6 hours away from most of my family. I left our hometown in my 20s, got a job in publishing, and eventually settled into a quiet apartment with a view of the river. I don't visit home much anymore, and when I do, it's usually for a wedding, funeral, or something I can't reasonably miss. It's not that I don't love my family, exactly. It's that I don't feel safe around them. Not in the dramatic sense, but in that subtle, exhausting way where you're constantly bracing for the next backhanded compliment or passive-aggressive dig. This trip was meant to be a reset, or at least that's how it was framed. Faye pitched it in the chat like this grand reunion. Let's reconnect. Life's too short to stay distant. But something about her sudden burst of sentimentality didn't sit right with me. And Levi? He didn't even message me directly, just reacted to Faye's texts with thumbs ups and hearts. When I called my mom to ask for details, she danced around most of my questions. Oh, Faye's handling everything, she said. You just show up. It'll be good for you to spend time with Levi. He's been through a lot lately. That line caught me off guard. He's been through a lot. Levi had just posted photos from a ski trip with his girlfriend, Marla. They were smiling in every shot, covered in brand name gear. He didn't look like someone who was going through anything. Still, I didn't argue. I said I'd come. But in the back of my mind, something started ticking. A kind of countdown. The resort they chose was one of those all-in-one places. Beach access, restaurants, spa, kids' activities, all of it. It was Faye's idea, of course. She said it was perfect because it had everything we need in one place. What she meant was, everything she needed to control the entire trip. According to her itinerary, yes, she sent an actual itinerary. Check-in was Friday at noon sharp. We'd have 5 rooms total, and she assigned them herself. My parents in one, Levi and guest in another, Faye and her husband in a suite, and the remaining 2 split among the rest of us. I was supposedly sharing with Mela, my younger sister, which I was fine with. Mela's one of the few in the family who doesn't talk down to me. The day before the trip, Faye sent out a reminder email. I opened it during my lunch break at work, and right away something was off. The attached room list had been updated. My name wasn't on it. I stared at the screen. No mention of me. Not a typo. I was just missing. I texted her. Me. Hey, I think there's a mistake. I'm not on the room list. She replied 3 hours later. Faye, I thought you might be staying with a friend in town. I remember you said you had contacts there. I never said that. Ever. I replied. Me. I don't know anyone there. I thought I was sharing with Mela. No answer. I called Mela. She sounded anxious, like she didn't want to be caught on the phone. I don't know what's going on, she whispered. Faye told me you backed out. She moved my stuff into another room already. My stomach turned. I could have canceled right then. But instead, I did something else. I opened a folder on my computer that I had started building about 6 months ago. It was labeled simply, just in case. Inside were documents, screenshots, emails, copies of things my family would not want the resort staff or anyone else seeing. I'm not proud of having kept that folder. But after everything they'd done over the years, especially Levi, I didn't delete it. I just kept it updated. That's when the plan began to form. Not for revenge, exactly. Just for justice. For a line in the sand. The morning of the trip, I packed my bags calmly. Got in my car before the sun rose. Stopped for coffee, and made the drive without turning on any music. My mind was too full. I arrived 20 minutes early. Parked in the back, where no one would see me right away. And I watched. I watched Faye pull up in her oversized SUV, her husband unloading a cooler full of drinks. I watched my parents greet Levi like a war hero. And then I saw her, Marla, Levi's girlfriend. She was supposed to be busy with work, according to my mom. But there she was, unloading matching beach bags with Levi and laughing like she already owned the place. They walked in together, checked in without any hesitation. I stayed in my car. Waited. Watched. 10 minutes later, I got out and made my way to the lobby. That's when Faye spotted me and her whole face changed. Her smile tightened. Her shoulders squared. She walked over, blocking the entrance. You weren't meant to be here, she said flatly. Go back to your car. Behind her, Levi looked up from the check-in desk. He was holding 2 key cards. He handed one to Marla, looked me dead in the eyes, and smiled. I didn't say a word. I didn't ask for an explanation. I just nodded, turned, got back into my car, and made the call I'd been preparing for months. 10 minutes later, 2 uniformed staff walked briskly into the lobby, and Faye's voice, sharp, desperate, cut through the air like a knife. Faye's voice echoed across the marble lobby before I even closed my car door. No, there must be some kind of mistake. We have a reservation. We paid. I watched through the wide windows from the parking lot, sitting behind the wheel as I let the air conditioner hum. The coastal sun was beginning to settle into its peak, casting sharp shadows on the tiled pavement. A small family with 2 kids walked past, laughing as they dragged a cooler toward the beach path. They had no idea they were witnessing the early stages of a full-blown meltdown. Inside the resort's entrance, I could see the hotel manager now, a tall woman in a slate gray blazer, her hands folded tightly in front of her as she addressed Faye. The manager's posture was calm, but firm. She gestured once toward the desk, then again toward the keycard Levi still held in his hand. I couldn't hear them from where I sat, but I didn't need to. I knew exactly what she was saying. A couple more staff members had joined her. One of them, a young man in a navy vest, was tapping something into a tablet. Faye was visibly flustered, her arms flying in that way she did when she felt a loss of control. Her husband stood awkwardly behind her, trying not to be seen. I looked at the envelope sitting on my passenger seat. It was slim, nondescript, and labeled only with the words, "To be used if needed." 6 months ago, after another long and miserable holiday dinner where I ended up sitting on a folding chair next to the trash, and while Levi and Faye argued over who deserved more of my grandmother's antique dishware, I had decided to stop tolerating the way they rewrote every narrative. That night, I stayed up until 2 a.m. going through old texts, photos, and emails, making copies of every incident I could document. Canceled room bookings, manipulated group costs, underhanded comments, even a voice memo of Faye mocking Mela for crying over nothing during a previous family trip. But the most incriminating item? A booking receipt in Faye's name showing 5 rooms reserved with the resort's group discount, paid partially with a credit card belonging to our parents. It included a 6th guest name crossed out in pen, mine. I hadn't canceled my room. Faye had removed me, and she used part of our parents' shared account to cover the cost of upgrading her own suite. The suite I watched her and her husband wheel their bags toward earlier that morning. I emailed it all to the hotel manager the week before we arrived, with a polite note. If anything seems off during check-in, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to verify my part in the booking and clarify the group dynamics. I didn't ask her to do anything dramatic. I just laid out the truth and let it speak for itself. Now, sitting in my car, I watched the results unfold. Levi had stopped grinning. He stood stiffly at the counter, arms crossed. Marla was hovering nearby, nervously twisting a bracelet on her wrist. She wasn't saying anything, probably still unsure if she should even be there. That didn't surprise me. My family had a way of pulling people into their drama before they knew what hit them. The manager finally raised her hand, motioning toward the exit. I could only imagine her words. Until this is resolved, I'm afraid we can't accommodate your group. That was when my mom spotted me through the window. She stepped forward like she was about to come outside, but then stopped herself. Maybe she thought I didn't see her. She turned back toward the rest of the family, looking unsure for the first time. Not angry, not disappointed, just unsure. Like the mask was slipping, and she didn't know which side to pick. I didn't get out of the car. I didn't need to. The wheels were in motion now. Still, part of me felt heavy watching it all unfold. Not regret, just the weight of years finally shifting. When you spend so long trying to keep the peace, it's disorienting to realize you've stopped, that you've finally drawn a boundary and watched people crash into it. Mela was the last one to leave the lobby. I could see her holding her suitcase, her brows drawn close in confusion. She wasn't involved in the planning. She had just followed along like she always did, trying to keep everyone happy. Her eyes scanned the parking lot until they landed on me. She gave me a look, not angry, not accusatory, just a silent, tired question. What happened? I wasn't sure she'd believe me if I told her. A minute later, the entire group gathered awkwardly outside the main entrance, fanning themselves in the July heat. Faye was on her phone, pacing. Levi looked like he was grinding his teeth. My dad had his arms crossed and was staring off toward the parking lot like this entire mess had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't know I had already received a voicemail from the hotel confirming that their reservations were suspended pending review of the submitted materials. They didn't know I had informed the resort of Marla's unregistered presence, or that I'd sent along the discrepancy in payment records involving our parents' shared account. I could have driven away, left them standing there, but I stayed in the car and waited, not out of pettiness, but because I wanted to see what they'd do next when they were no longer in control. It took them 30 more minutes to figure out there were no other vacancies in town. Faye was still frantically calling nearby inns and motels when she finally spotted my car and started walking toward it. Her walk was stiff, controlled, like she was rehearsing her lines in her head. I rolled down the window halfway. No more than that. "Lila," she said, squinting in the sunlight. "This is ridiculous. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding happened, but this isn't how family treats each other." I didn't answer right away. I just looked at her, at the way she was already trying to spin the story. It wasn't her doing. No, it was a misunderstanding. One I was now expected to fix. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" I said calmly. "That you could erase me from the plans and I'd just accept it?" She scoffed. "You're being dramatic. I didn't erase you. I thought you weren't coming." "No, Faye. You hoped I wasn't coming. That's why you gave my room to Levi and Marla." She opened her mouth, closed it again. I could almost see the moment she realized that denying it wouldn't work. Then she tried a new tactic. "Well, if there was an issue, you could have just come to me directly instead of whatever this is." I shook my head. "I tried. You ignored my messages. You lied to Mela. You made sure I had no place to stay." She straightened her shoulders. "You've always been so sensitive, Lila. Always reading into things. Always assuming the worst of everyone. Maybe if you didn't isolate yourself all the time, people would include you more." That did it. Not because it hurt, but because it was so familiar. The same narrative I'd been hearing for years, repackaged once again. It's not our fault, Lila. It's yours. I rolled the window back up without another word. Faye stood there for a few seconds, blinking at her own reflection in the glass, before turning around and storming back toward the others. I stayed in the car for a while after Faye stomped off. The sun was beginning to dip lower, but the heat still clung to the air. My cold coffee sat untouched in the cup holder, condensation soaking the napkin beneath it. In front of the resort, the rest of my family stood huddled under the awning like misplaced luggage, arguing in hushed tones. Marla leaned on Levi's arm, visibly uncomfortable. My mother kept glancing around, as if expecting someone to step in and rescue them. Faye paced in tight circles, phone glued to her ear, alternating between fast, desperate speech and long pauses where she listened with pursed lips. Her husband hovered behind her, his hands shoved in his pockets, looking like he wanted to disappear. I didn't feel joy exactly. This wasn't some triumphant movie moment. But I did feel relief. For once, I wasn't the one being pushed aside. For once, they were the ones caught unprepared. They had always relied on me being the type to avoid conflict. Faye in particular had grown so used to me quietly accepting whatever scraps of consideration she offered that she didn't even bother to hide the swap this time. She thought I'd either back out, stay silent, or sulk in a motel somewhere. She never imagined I'd anticipate her plan. But this had been building for years. Ever since our aunt's birthday cruise, when Levi and Faye somehow forgot to book my spot at the dinner table, or the New Year's weekend cabin, where I ended up sleeping in a storage closet because we didn't think you were coming until tomorrow. Every time, they brushed it off as an oversight. A harmless mistake. I knew better now. This wasn't about forgetfulness. It was about control, power, and exclusion disguised as logistics. This time, I had receipts. Literally. When I saw the email from the resort confirming the reservations had been flagged and frozen for investigation, I didn't feel guilt. I had laid out the truth, calmly and clearly. The manager reviewed the documentation and made her decision. All I had done was hold up a mirror. Still watching from the car, I saw my dad say something to Levi, gesturing toward the parking lot. Levi followed his arm and locked eyes with me again. His expression was hard to read, somewhere between frustration and disbelief. Like he couldn't quite wrap his head around the idea that I had caused this. He started walking toward me. I rolled the window down halfway again, already anticipating what he'd say. "Okay," he said, resting his arms on the top of my car. "What do you want?" That was Levi, always skipping to the part where he could fix things on his terms. No apology, no explanation, just bargaining. "What do I want?" I asked, keeping my voice even. "Do you even know what this trip was supposed to be for me?" He blinked, clearly confused by the question. "I planned time off work. I drove 6 hours. I followed every detail Faye sent. I was supposed to be here, Levi. This wasn't some misunderstanding. You took my room and gave it to someone who wasn't even invited. And you didn't think twice about it." He gave a shallow shrug. "You're overreacting. We just assumed you'd figure it out." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because of how predictable it was. "You assumed I'd figure out how to disappear quietly. That's what you meant." Levi glanced back at the group. Faye was now arguing with our mom, who had apparently just learned about the room shuffle. I saw her hands fly up in protest, and for the first time, her voice actually rose above a murmur. "We didn't mean for it to get this out of hand," Levi said, looking back at me. "It was just easier to move things around. You're good at adapting." That hit harder than he realized. "You're good at adapting." That's what they always said when they needed me to be smaller, quieter, more convenient. "I'm not adapting anymore," I said. "Not for you. Not for her. Not for this." He straightened up, his jaw tight. "So what now? You just leave us like this?" I turned the question over in my mind for a moment. "No," I said. "I'm going to stay." His brows furrowed. "What?" "I'm going to stay here. Enjoy the beach. The food. The room I booked. You? You're going to figure out where you're staying. Or not. That's up to you." His face reddened, and he opened his mouth, but I rolled the window up before he could say anything else. I got out of the car and walked past him, straight into the lobby. The manager greeted me like an old friend. "Miss Rowan," she said with a polite nod. "Your room is ready. Apologies for the earlier inconvenience. We've resolved the confusion." "No worries," I said. I appreciate how quickly you handled everything." She handed me the keycard and a welcome brochure. "We're happy to have you here." As I wheeled my suitcase across the lobby floor, I could feel the eyes of my entire family on my back. Faye's mouth was half open in disbelief. My mother looked like she wanted to sink into the tile. Mela stood a bit behind them, her expression unreadable. I didn't look back. My room was on the 3rd floor, facing the ocean. The space was calm, bright, and beautifully quiet. I unpacked slowly, placing each item in the drawers, hanging my dress in the closet, slipping my sandals off by the balcony door. That night, I had dinner at the hotel restaurant alone. The server smiled warmly, seated me by a window. I ordered grilled fish with lemon and vegetables, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel the need to check my phone every few minutes in anticipation of some snide group message or guilt-tripping text. Instead, I scrolled through photos of past family trips. In each one, there I was, standing at the edge of the group, half smiling, holding someone's bag, offering to take the photo instead of being in it. It was a strange thing, realizing how long I'd trained myself to be invisible. No more. The next morning, I took a long walk on the beach. I dipped my feet in the surf and let the waves pull against my ankles. I didn't check in with anyone. I didn't offer to meet for breakfast. That afternoon, Faye called. I let it ring. Then Levi. Then my mom. Each time, I watched the screen, then set it face down. But I wasn't done yet. You see, the resort offered a few additional amenities: private group events, beach rentals, guided tours. I visited the concierge and asked if my group reservation still included any of those bookings. They confirmed it did. And since Faye had used my parents' shared account to partially pay for them, without either parent's full consent, they were considered disputed charges. The concierge said we had the option to cancel or reassign them. I reassigned the group kayaking tour to a couple I'd met at the restaurant. They were thrilled. I let the resort know that the cooking class slot had been misbooked and offered it up to another solo guest who had been on the wait list. Then I asked if I could schedule a private photo session, the one Faye had arranged for family portraits. They smiled. Of course. The next day, I stood on the beach in the late afternoon, sun painting the sky in soft gold, while the photographer took my picture. I wore the dress I'd originally brought for the family dinner. My hair was pulled back, and I stood tall, smiling, not for them, but for myself. Later that evening, after a long bath and a book on the balcony, I opened my phone to dozens of texts. "Faye, I don't know what you told them, but everything's falling apart. Mom, please, Lila. Enough is enough. Just talk to us. Levi, you got your room. What more do you want? Faye, the kayaking was OURS. What are you doing? Dad, your mother's upset. Fix this." I didn't reply, because they still didn't understand. The texts kept coming for 3 more days. By the second night, I muted the group chat. Not a single message acknowledged what they'd done. There were no apologies, no ownership. Just frantic attempts to restore the illusion of family unity they were so desperate to keep intact. The most telling message came from Levi late Sunday evening. "Levi, we told everyone you just misunderstood the booking and took it personally. Maybe you should say something too, so people stop asking questions." It was short, calculated, and it revealed everything I already knew. They didn't want the truth to be addressed. They wanted it buried. By then, the story had already begun spreading through the extended family. My mom had apparently tried to smooth it over by calling my Aunt Dahlia and spinning a vague story about confusion at the resort, but Dahlia wasn't buying it. She knew Faye too well. She had her own history of being accidentally left out of things that Faye coordinated. So, when my aunt messaged me privately and asked what really happened, I told her the truth. I forwarded the screenshots, including the altered booking sheet where my name had been crossed out and replaced with Marla's. I explained the room reassignment, the confrontation, the fallout. She didn't reply immediately, but the next day, she forwarded me a message from Faye, an angry rant that accused me of exaggerating the situation to paint everyone as villains. Faye's exact words? "Lila needs everything to be some big betrayal. She's been bitter since we were kids." I didn't reply. I didn't need to. She was unraveling on her own. The resort staff, meanwhile, treated me with a level of quiet dignity I hadn't felt from my own family in years. On my final day there, I passed the concierge desk to drop off my key. The young woman who had helped process the reassignment smiled at me. "I hope you had a peaceful stay," she said. I did, I replied. More than you know. As I stepped outside, I glanced back one last time. I could almost still see them standing there under the awning, scrambling to salvage what was left of their control. But they were gone. They'd left 2 days earlier, forced to pack up after exhausting every nearby option. The resort had been clear. Until the financial discrepancies were resolved, they would not be welcome back. Levi had called the manager to protest, but by then, the resort had reviewed the booking audit. They even flagged Faye for misusing someone else's payment method without authorization. The fallout was just beginning. Back home, I took a week to decompress. I didn't reach out to anyone. I didn't answer calls. I focused on work, rest, and small things I'd neglected, making proper meals, watering my plants, opening the windows during the cool evenings. Then came the group video call request from my mom, with Levi and Faye included. I declined it. Moments later, my dad called. Then my mom again. I let it all go to voicemail. The final straw came in a letter, mailed in an envelope with my parents' return address. I knew the handwriting before I even opened it. Inside, it was written in my mother's usual looping script. We are deeply saddened that you chose to cause this rift in the family. Whatever Faye and Levi did, they didn't deserve public humiliation. You escalated things far beyond what was necessary. Family means compromise, not revenge. I read the note twice, then folded it back into the envelope. I placed it in the drawer where I kept other things I no longer needed: expired documents, broken pens, cards from people I'd outgrown. Because here's the truth they could never understand. I didn't destroy the family dynamic. I just stopped pretending it was healthy. Weeks passed. I continued living my life, steadily, without apology. I reconnected with a few cousins who had seen through the drama and reached out in quiet support. I signed up for a weekend writing retreat and shared my story there, anonymously. Several people came up to me afterward and said they understood exactly what I meant: the exhaustion of being treated like you're easy to ignore, and the strange peace that comes when you finally decide you're not. Eventually, the family chat fell silent. Faye tried to revive it once with a fun fall recipe thread, but only Levi responded. My mom didn't even add a thumbs up. The thread never picked up again. Mela, to her credit, sent me a message on her own. I didn't know. I should have asked. I'm sorry. I replied. I know. Thank you. We talk now and then. Carefully. Slowly. I don't expect her to choose sides. But she sees things now. I can tell. As for Levi and Faye, they haven't spoken to me directly since the resort. I heard from my aunt that Faye tried organizing another family trip a few months later, but most people backed out, citing bad timing. My parents, apparently, are trying to keep things quiet until the holiday season, hoping by then enough time will have passed for everyone to move on. But I won't be there. I won't sit in a room where my absence was once considered an acceptable convenience. I won't give my silence to people who only ever valued me when I was easy to step over. The truth is, I didn't lose a family. I lost a role I was never meant to play. The role of the backup. The extra. The one who adapts. Now, I'm just me. Clear. Quiet. Not bitter, just done. And they're still exactly who they always were. But without me to absorb the damage, they've started turning on each other. Which, if you ask me, is exactly what happens when people build their power on pushing others down. So that's where things stand. I'm no longer invisible. They're no longer unchallenged. And for the first time in a long, long time, I feel free. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I took time off work to attend my brother's wedding. When I got there, I found out I wasn't even invited inside. They just wanted me to help set up. I put down the decorations, smiled, and said, "Good luck without me." They didn't even notice I was gone until it was too late. Hi Reddit. I'm 39F and, well, this is one of those stories I've sat on for a while, because for a long time I didn't really know what to make of it. I didn't want to sound petty or dramatic, or like I was blowing things out of proportion. But after a few months, and the encouragement of my husband and therapist, I've realized that no, this was actually messed up. And the people involved knew exactly what they were doing. To keep things clean, I'll change some names. My brother will be Lucas, his fiancée now wife is Chloe, and my parents are just mom and dad. You'll see soon enough why I don't feel like giving them warm nicknames. For some background, Lucas is 5 years younger than me. We were never particularly close growing up, mostly because our parents made it very clear which one of us mattered more. I was the quiet, responsible one. Good grades, part-time job in high school, never caused a fuss. But Lucas? He could do no wrong. He'd crash the car? He's just a kid. It's a learning experience. I'd forget to unload the dishwasher? Why are you being lazy and disrespectful? You get the idea. Still, I tried to be a good sister. I genuinely did. I went to his sports games, helped him with homework, gave him rides before he got his license. And when he got into trouble, real trouble, I was the one who drove him to a clinic at 2 a.m. when he was too scared to tell mom and dad what was going on. But once we both hit adulthood, things changed. Or more accurately, I changed. I stopped trying so hard to be part of a family that clearly didn't value me as anything more than a support system. I moved to another city for work, got married, built a life that felt like mine. I still visited on holidays, sent cards and gifts, stayed polite, but I pulled back emotionally. And honestly, that distance saved me. So when Lucas called me one evening, about 6 months ago, I was a little surprised. Hey, just wanted to let you know Chloe and I set a date, he said. It's gonna be in late September. Wow, congrats, I said, meaning it. That's exciting. Where's the venue? He gave me the name of a charming little vineyard a few hours away. We're doing it low-key, just family and close friends. Sounds lovely. Let me know what dates to block off. I'll talk to my manager and get time off. Great, he said. We're really hoping you can come. You're important to me. That last sentence stuck with me. It felt sincere. I hadn't heard Lucas say anything like that in a long time. Maybe this wedding was going to be a step toward reconnecting. Maybe we were finally going to act like siblings again. So I arranged everything. Took 2 days off work, not easy to do in my field. Booked a room at a nearby B&B, even spent a good chunk of change on a dress and shoes that were vineyard wedding appropriate. I didn't ask about being in the wedding party. I figured if they wanted me involved, they'd tell me. A couple of weeks before the big day, Lucas texted me and said they could really use help setting up on the morning of the wedding. No problem, I told him. I'd be there early. So I showed up around 9 a.m., comfortable clothes on, ready to help. The vineyard was beautiful, rolling hills, white chairs, string lights already halfway hung. I saw Chloe immediately, clipboard in hand, barking orders at 2 young women who looked absolutely miserable. Hi, Chloe, I said, walking up to her. She blinked. Oh, you're here. Good. Then she handed me a box of centerpieces and pointed toward a barn-like structure where the reception would be. No time to chat. We're way behind schedule. Okay, a little brisk, but I brushed it off. Weddings are stressful. Over the next hour, I was joined by a few more people, mostly Chloe's cousins, from what I gathered. I set up centerpieces, helped hang signs, moved tables, fetched water. I didn't mind until I noticed something odd. Everyone else had lanyards, like actual printed badges with wedding party or vendor labels. They were also all chatting about the ceremony timeline, where the photographers would be stationed, who was doing what and when. No one had given me a lanyard. No one had told me where to go after setup. I chalked it up to oversight until I saw a printed guest list sitting unattended on a table next to the caterer's trays. I shouldn't have looked. I really shouldn't have looked. But something in my gut said, check it. My name wasn't on it. Not under bride's family, not under groom's family, not anywhere. I flipped it over. I checked again. Nothing. At first, I thought there must be a mistake. So I walked over to Lucas, who was standing near the main building with his groomsmen. Hey, I said, trying to sound casual. Just a weird question. I didn't see my name on the guest list. Is there a different copy, maybe? He looked at me like I had asked if aliens were catering. Oh, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, about that. What he said next still blows my mind. Chloe thought it might be better if you just helped out in the morning and then headed out before the guests arrived. You know, to keep it intimate. We're really trying to keep numbers tight. I blinked. Wait, you want me to help set up for your wedding, but not actually attend the wedding? Don't take it personally, he said quickly. It's not that we didn't want you here. It's just, logistics. And Chloe's family is really big. I just stood there. This wasn't an oversight. This wasn't a mistake. This was intentional. And the worst part? He didn't even look guilty. He looked embarrassed, sure, but not sorry. I nodded slowly, handed him the little box of name cards I'd been holding, and said, as calmly as I could, "Good luck without me." Then I turned around, walked back to my rental car, and drove off. They didn't even notice I was gone. Not right away, anyway. I didn't cry on the way back to the B&B. I think my body was too stunned to allow for that yet. It was one of those quiet drives where everything feels a little off, like the air itself has a weight to it. I kept thinking about that moment when Lucas looked me in the eye and basically said I wasn't welcome, not in anger, not in some heated argument, but with that calm, almost indifferent tone that cuts so much deeper than yelling ever could. When I got back to my room, I sat on the edge of the bed for a long time. Just sat. My suitcase was still open from that morning, half unpacked, with my dress hanging from the closet door. It was a pale green number, something soft and pretty I'd picked out months ago because Chloe's email had said garden party formal. She never explicitly invited me, I realized. There was no invitation in the mail, no evite. Just that casual phone call from Lucas, followed by a text asking for help. I had filled in the blanks myself, assuming I was wanted there, because why wouldn't I be? That assumption, it turned out, was my biggest mistake. I think what hit me hardest wasn't being excluded from the ceremony itself, it was the fact that they hadn't even planned to tell me. If I hadn't seen that guest list, I would have just kept working like a fool until the other guests arrived and someone quietly asked me to leave. That thought made my stomach turn. The humiliation of it. I texted my husband, Darren, and told him briefly what happened. He'd stayed home to look after our dog and because he couldn't get the time off work. The three little dots popped up immediately, then disappeared, then reappeared. He finally responded with, "Are you okay? Want me to drive up?" I told him no, I needed time to think, and I'd call him later. But I wasn't okay. For hours I just sat there, going over every interaction I'd had with Lucas and Chloe in the past year, trying to find the moment I'd apparently become expendable. There were signs, now that I looked back. The way Chloe always referred to family, as if it didn't include me. The bridal shower I wasn't invited to. Lucas not asking me to do a reading or even stand up during the wedding, despite the fact that I literally raised him half the time when we were kids. The way our parents always dismissed my questions with vague, "Oh, we're not sure about the details yet," every time I asked what role I'd be playing in the big day. At around 3 p.m., while I was still staring out the window, there was a knock at my door. It was the elderly woman who ran the B&B, Mrs. Ellery. She was holding a small envelope. "This came for you," she said with a kindly smile. A young woman dropped it off. She didn't give her name. I thanked her and shut the door. Inside the envelope was a handwritten note. "Hi, I'm really sorry. I thought you knew. If I'd realized you weren't actually invited, I would have said something sooner. That was really unfair. You didn't deserve that." Annie. Annie was one of Chloe's cousins, I remembered. Quiet girl, maybe 22. She'd been helping hang signs with me that morning. The note was simple, but it felt like the first human thing anyone connected to that wedding had done all day. I clutched it in my hand for a while, feeling a strange swirl of anger and gratitude. Annie knew. She had seen what happened and had enough decency to say something. The question now was, what was I going to do about it? I wasn't the kind of person who liked drama. I wasn't going to crash the ceremony or throw a fit or cause a scene. That wasn't me. But something about the way they had used me, the way they had dismissed me like hired help and not a sister, it sat in my bones like ice. I pulled out my laptop. I'd seen the seating chart. I knew how the tables were arranged. I also knew something they hadn't realized in their rush to exclude me. I had done more than just hang centerpieces. I had unpacked the welcome bags for the hotel guests. I had helped the florist identify the family tables. And most importantly, I had full access to the shared online folder Chloe had sent me 2 weeks ago when she asked if I could help check the final RSVPs. I hadn't even thought about it since. Until now. And as I opened that folder and looked at all the editable documents sitting there, menus, table assignments, printed programs, place cards, something in me shifted. Not rage exactly, but something colder, calmer. I stared at the screen for a while before doing anything. I wasn't looking to sabotage their whole day. As angry and hurt as I wasn't interested in revenge for the sake of cruelty. But I was interested in consequences. And I knew them well enough to understand what would actually sting. Chloe was, to put it kindly, meticulous. She was the kind of person who sent calendar invites for brunch. Her entire wedding was color-coded and scheduled to the minute. That online folder she'd shared with me? It wasn't just for reference, it was her command center. Everything ran through it. So, I took my time. I read everything, double-checked what documents were linked to what vendors, what PDFs were marked final, and which ones were still editable. I wasn't going to ruin anything. I wasn't going to delete the table numbers or mess with the catering orders. But I could make some adjustments. First, the printed programs. They had listed the wedding party, parents of the bride and groom, maid of honor, best man, bridesmaids, groomsmen, and then a short list of special mentions. Chloe's childhood piano teacher made the cut. So did her hairstylist. My name? Not there. So I added myself. Just one line, tucked neatly beneath the special thanks section, with love to the groom's sister, Marin, for her help and support. Nothing dramatic. Just enough to make someone at the ceremony raise an eyebrow and wonder, wait, who's Marin? And where is she? Then I looked at the table assignments. Each table had a little description, fun anecdotes like college friends, cousins from up north, bride's book club, and so on. Lucas's table had one that made me pause. It read, family of the groom, our most cherished. Right. I didn't delete it. I just changed it to family of the groom, handpicked with care. Accurate in a twisted sort of way. Next came the welcome packet they'd prepared for guests staying at the hotel. It included a QR code to access the weekend itinerary, Chloe's contact info, emergency numbers, and a little paragraph thanking everyone for joining us to celebrate this intimate gathering of our closest loved ones. Again, I didn't touch the logistics, but I edited the intro paragraph slightly. Thank you for making time to be here with us. While we wish we could celebrate with everyone who has been part of our lives, we've chosen to keep this a very intimate gathering. If someone you expected to see isn't here, please know that decisions were made with intention. That one took me a few minutes. It was subtle, but it would plant a seed. By the time I finished, it was nearly 6 p.m. The ceremony would have started by then. I imagined the rows of chairs, the delicate music playing, the string lights glowing just so. I imagined Chloe glancing at her program and seeing my name, wondering how that had slipped through. And I imagined Lucas, standing up there, smiling nervously, probably assuming I had just slunk away quietly, like always. I closed my laptop. It would have been enough to leave it at that, I think. But something still didn't sit right with me. This whole wedding had been orchestrated not just to exclude me, but to use me, to squeeze out whatever value they could, then politely escort me out the back before the real party began. So I opened my phone and scrolled through my photos. A few from earlier that morning, snapshots I'd taken while helping, thinking they might want behind-the-scenes pictures. One was of the reception space just after we'd finished hanging the garland. Another showed the welcome table, neatly arranged with guest favors and the updated programs I'd quietly adjusted. I posted 3 of them to Facebook with a short caption, "Beautiful venue." Spent the morning helping set up for my brother's big day. Wasn't invited to stay for the ceremony, but I'm sure it'll be lovely. Nothing accusatory, nothing cruel, but the message was clear. I turned off my phone after that. Didn't want to watch the comment section light up. I just sat there for a while, ate the fruit I'd stashed in my bag, and tried to let the day settle into place. But the peace didn't last long, because around 7:30, there was a knock at my door. A loud one. I walked over slowly, unsure if I was imagining it. Another knock, faster this time, followed by a voice. "Marin? It's me." Open the door. "Lucas." His voice wasn't angry. It wasn't even firm. If anything, he sounded confused. off balance, like something had just dawned on him, and he wasn't sure what to do with it. I didn't move. He knocked again. "Marin, please." Still, I waited. Then I heard him sigh, then say something I didn't expect. "I didn't know Chloe didn't invite you." I didn't answer right away. I just stood there, hand on the doorknob, listening. He didn't knock again. He didn't raise his voice or repeat himself. He just stood on the other side of that door in silence, waiting. Finally, I opened it a crack. Lucas looked off. Not angry, not sad. More like someone who just found a piece of a puzzle under the couch and suddenly realized the picture was different than they thought. "Can I come in?" he asked. I stepped aside without a word. He walked in slowly, glancing around the room like he was expecting some kind of scene, maybe me crying or packing or throwing things. But everything was tidy. Still, I'd sat with my thoughts too long to waste them on dramatic displays. Lucas sat on the small sofa by the window. I didn't join him. I stood. He looked up at me. "Chloe told me you were too busy with work to be part of the ceremony." I blinked at him. "What?" "She said you offered to help with the setup, but that you didn't want to sit through the whole wedding. That you'd leave before it started. She said you found that stuff boring." I didn't respond right away. I needed a second to process the sheer gall of it. So that was the story she told him. That I'd volunteered to help out and then, what? Casually opt out of my own brother's wedding? And he believed it. I felt something cold tighten behind my ribs. "And you didn't find that strange? That I'd come all the way here, take time off work, spend money on a dress and a hotel, just to hang string lights and leave?" Lucas rubbed his face, like he'd just started putting two and two together for the first time. "I don't know. I guess I just assumed. You know, you don't love big events, and Chloe said you didn't want to be in the pictures. She told me not to make a big deal out of it." I stared at him, not even sure where to begin. "Lucas," I said slowly, "Chloe never invited me to your wedding. Not once. I thought maybe it was an oversight, or that something got lost in the mail. So I kept waiting. Then you asked me to come early to help set up, and I thought, maybe you just assumed I knew I was included. I didn't see a guest list until this morning," I added. "I saw everyone's name. I wasn't on it." He looked down at his hands. "She said you didn't want to come." I let out a breath through my nose. "Calm. Careful." She lied. There was a long pause. Lucas looked like he wanted to argue, but couldn't quite bring himself to do it. "I didn't know," he said again, softer this time. "I swear I didn't know." I let the silence stretch. Let it sit there like a mirror he didn't want to look into. Finally, he asked, "Why didn't you say anything?" I raised an eyebrow. "When?" "During the 30 minutes I was handing out table signs and getting asked to redo the flower vases? Or maybe right before I left, when you asked me to head out quietly because guests were arriving." He winced. That part, he remembered. That part was him. "She told me you'd be uncomfortable around the bigger groups," he said. "That you wanted to help, but didn't want to be a guest." That's how she put it. "Lucas," I said quietly, "she didn't forget to include me. She planned it. Every piece of it." He nodded slowly, the weight of it finally starting to land. "Do Mom and Dad know?" I gave a small, humorless laugh. "They've been floating around for the last 24 hours pretending not to notice. Chloe told them I didn't want to be there either. They just didn't want to challenge her." Lucas sank deeper into the sofa. I'm sorry." I nodded, but I wasn't ready to forgive. Not yet. Maybe not ever. "It's your wedding," I said. "You get to make your choices. But just remember, your choices are what tell people who they are to you, and who you are to them." He didn't speak. I picked up my phone and checked the time. "You should get back. Dinner's probably starting soon." He stood slowly. "Are you coming?" That made me laugh, sharp and dry. "No, Lucas. I'm not." He hesitated, then nodded, looking defeated in a way I'd never seen before. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was just the beginning of it. As he reached for the doorknob, he turned back. "I don't know how to fix this." "You won't," I said, "because you didn't break it alone." He opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. I watched him go, then quietly closed it behind him. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Annie. Did you post that picture on Facebook? Chloe's mom saw it. She's freaking out. So is Chloe. I didn't reply right away. Just smiled to myself. Then another message came through. Chloe's asking where the printed programs came from. She says someone must have tampered with the file. I think she suspects you. I sat down, picked up the envelope Annie had delivered earlier, and tucked it into my bag. I stayed in that hotel room the rest of the night. I didn't go to the reception. I didn't peek at any photos. I didn't respond to any of the half-hearted texts from distant cousins saying things like, "Are you coming?" or "Did something happen?" I just let the storm swirl around without stepping into it. The next morning, I got up early, packed my things, and checked out. There was no dramatic exit. No teary goodbye. Just the quiet satisfaction of knowing I didn't let them write me out of the story without writing myself back in. On the drive home, I got a call from my mom. I let it go to voicemail. Then one from my dad. Same thing. Both messages were careful, neutral. "Just wondering where you went," my mom said. "We missed you at the reception. Hope everything's okay." I didn't bother replying. There was no point. 3 days later, Lucas showed up at my apartment. I was home. I debated pretending I wasn't, but something told me he wasn't here to repeat the same script. When I opened the door, he looked tired, older than he had 3 days ago, like the consequences had finally caught up. "Can we talk?" he asked. I stepped aside. He didn't sit. He just stood in the middle of the room, holding a small white box in both hands like it was fragile. "I found this," he said, holding it out to me. I took it, opened it. Inside was the bracelet I'd given him years ago, a silver chain with a tiny compass charm. I'd bought it for him after he got accepted into a teaching program out of state. He used to wear it every day. "I thought I lost it," I said quietly. "You didn't. I took it off during the move last year and forgot where I packed it." He looked down at his hands. "I've been thinking a lot," he said, "about how Chloe made me feel like choosing her meant trimming everything else away. I kept telling myself she just wanted things a certain way, that it wasn't personal. But it was. It was personal." He finally Saturday. "I let her rewrite the story of who we are to each other," he said. "I saw it happening, and I let it. Because it was easier." I didn't interrupt. I let him sit in it. "She's angry," he continued. "Not about the programs. Or the photos. About you posting it all. About people asking why you weren't there. About her family noticing. She said you embarrassed her." I raised an eyebrow. I told the truth. "I know," he said, and it made her uncomfortable. Because she built this perfect image of the wedding, and the second someone pointed out the crack in the foundation, it all got shaky. He sighed. "I'm not asking you to fix anything. I just wanted to say, I see it now. And I'm sorry I didn't before." It wasn't an instant fix. It wasn't a magical reversal of the hurt. But it was something. Something real. Not pity. Not guilt. Just recognition. "I can't promise everything's going to be different overnight," he said. "But I do want to make things right. Even if it takes time." I nodded. "I believe you," I said. We sat for a while, talking. Not about Chloe. Not about the wedding. Just memories. Childhood stories. Things that used to be simple before everything got complicated. He didn't stay long. When he left, the air felt a little clearer. Over the next few months, things slowly shifted. Lucas started reaching out more, checking in, asking how I was doing, inviting me to meet for coffee or go on walks. At first, it felt a bit awkward, but we kept showing up, and little by little, it got easier. As for Chloe, well, she never reached out. Not even once. Lucas told me, gently, that the wedding fallout turned into a bigger issue between them. That Chloe couldn't understand why he didn't shut it down sooner. Why he let people talk, let questions be asked, let me disrupt the narrative. He told her if she wanted to build a life with him, she had to accept that his family wasn't just a prop for her version of perfect. They ended up going to counseling. I don't know all the details. He didn't share much, and I didn't ask. I knew enough. All I really cared about was that my brother, the real version of him, was trying. And that, for the first time in a long time, I felt like he saw me. Not as someone in the background, not as someone to set aside when it was inconvenient. I came home to surprise my family for the holidays. When I walked in, they barely looked up from their phones. No hug, no welcome back. Just, did you bring gifts? I set the bags down, said, actually, I forgot something, and walked right back out, this time for good. Hey Reddit. My name's Jonah, 32M, and I honestly never thought I'd be the type to post something like this. Usually, I just read stories here quietly during my breaks or late at night when I can't sleep. But after everything that happened this past Christmas, I guess it's been sitting on my chest too long to keep it there anymore. Maybe putting it all down will make it feel a little less heavy. Some background first, because I think you kind of need the whole picture to understand why this hurt the way it did. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest. One of those places where everybody knows each other, people leave their doors unlocked, and Friday night football games are the center of the social calendar. On the outside, my family looked like a pretty normal one. My mom, Darlene, was a part-time teacher's aide who spent more time organizing church bake sales than actually working, and my dad, Victor, was a mechanic who eventually started his own auto shop. I have one sibling, my younger sister, Bree, 29F, who, as far back as I can remember, was treated like the family's little miracle. Now, I'm not saying that Bree didn't deserve love. She was funny, bubbly, had the kind of smile that made old ladies in grocery stores hand her candy. But there was always this imbalance. If Bree got a B+ on a spelling test, it was a reason to throw a party. If I brought home straight A's, it was expected. If Bree forgot to feed the dog, someone else would pick up the slack. If I forgot, there'd be a long lecture about responsibility. Little things at first. But when you're a kid, you notice. As we got older, it became more obvious. Bree could do no wrong. When she wanted to switch majors 3 times in college, my parents celebrated her bravery and self-discovery. Meanwhile, when I announced I was moving halfway across the country for a job opportunity right after graduating, the mood in the house felt more like a funeral than a send-off. Why would you leave us? My mom had said, tears pooling in her eyes. Family is everything. Funny how that only seemed to apply when it was me making choices they didn't like. Still, I tried to keep ties. I'd call once a week, even when the conversations were one-sided. I'd remember birthdays, holidays, anniversaries. Most of the time, I got short responses back, if any. But that little kid in me, the one still hoping for approval, kept trying. Fast forward to this past year. Work had been going well. Better than well, actually. I'd been promoted, got a big holiday bonus, and for once, I didn't have to worry about scraping together enough for plane tickets home. I was feeling good, stable, and maybe a little nostalgic, if I'm honest. Thanksgiving had been quiet. I stayed in my apartment with some friends, but Christmas was always my mom's favorite holiday. The house would be decked out by mid-November. She'd have 3 different Christmas trees in 3 different rooms, each with its own color scheme. Dad would string up so many lights outside it probably doubled the neighborhood's electric bill. And there'd be baking. So much baking. Gingerbread cookies, fudge, those peanut butter balls dipped in chocolate. Growing up, Christmas felt magical, even when the rest of the year didn't. I started to think, maybe this year could be different. I didn't tell them I was coming. I figured, maybe if I showed up unannounced, it would be a real surprise. A happy one. I pictured it 100 times. Me standing in the doorway with an armful of presents, the family rushing over with smiles and hugs, my mom maybe tearing up a little. It was a nice thought. Comforting. So I planned. I bought gifts early, not just random stuff, but things they would actually like. A leather tool belt for Dad that I'd spent way too much time picking out because I remembered his old one had cracked. A monogrammed recipe book for Mom where she could finally write down all her holiday baking secrets. For Bree, a beautiful handmade necklace from a local artist. It had her birthstone in the center. I even picked up some toys for my little cousins. I wanted it to be perfect. The flight was rough. Delays, cranky passengers, the usual holiday chaos. By the time I landed, it was already dark, and snow was starting to fall. I got into a rental car and drove the familiar winding roads back to the neighborhood where I grew up. Everything looked smaller than I remembered. The houses, the trees, even the streetlights. When I finally pulled up to my parents' house, my heart was pounding like I was a teenager sneaking in after curfew. The windows glowed warmly against the night. A wreath hung on the front door, twinkling with little white lights. For a second, I let myself hope. I grabbed the bags, 3 in each hand, plus a backpack slung over my shoulder, and made my way up the walkway, boots crunching softly over the dusting of snow. The door was unlocked, like always. I nudged it open with my foot and stepped inside. The familiar scent of cinnamon and pine hit me first. Christmas music was playing low from the kitchen, Bing Crosby, if I wasn't mistaken. I smiled to myself. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady despite the excitement bubbling in my chest. Surprise. There was a pause. A brief flicker where I thought maybe they were about to come running. But instead, nothing. Bree was sprawled out on the couch, scrolling absently through her phone. My dad was in his recliner, tablet balanced on his lap, watching something with his earbuds in. Mom sat at the dining table, her laptop open, typing furiously. None of them even turned their heads. I stood there in the doorway, snow melting off my boots onto the welcome mat, juggling bags that were starting to dig painfully into my fingers. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Mom glanced up. Her eyes flickered over me, casual, almost bored, and she said, "Oh, Jonah, you're here." No warmth. No excitement. "No, we missed you." Just 3 flat words, like she was acknowledging a package delivery. Before I could even process it, Bree, without looking up, said, "Did you bring presents?" Not, "Hey Jonah, I missed you." Not, "How was your flight?" Not even a hello. Just that. I swallowed hard. Set the bags down by the coat rack with a thud. My chest felt hollow, like all the excitement had drained out through my shoes. Still, I managed to smile, or at least something close to it. "Actually," I said, reaching for my coat again, "I forgot something in the car. I'll be right back." I stepped back out into the cold without waiting for a response, pulling the door closed quietly behind me. But deep down, I already knew I wasn't coming back. I stood on the porch for a long moment, my hand still resting on the door handle like part of me was waiting for someone, anyone, to follow me out. Maybe to call after me, laugh, say it was a joke, that they were happy to see me after all. But the seconds stretched out into minutes, and the only thing I heard was the faint hum of the Christmas music leaking through the door. It was colder now. The kind of cold that seeped into your jacket, into your bones. My breath came out in little white puffs, disappearing into the dark. I turned and walked down the steps, my boots crunching in the snow. The street was silent. Every house around ours was lit up, glowing windows, wreaths, even a couple of inflatable snowmen swaying gently in the breeze. Little pockets of warmth and life. It made the stillness of my parents' house feel even heavier. Hollow. I sat down heavily in the rental car, just staring at the steering wheel. The gifts were still inside, sitting right there in the hallway. I could picture them perfectly, Dad half listening to whatever was on his tablet, Bree still scrolling through her phone, Mom hunched over her laptop, all 3 of them barely acknowledging I existed. I thought about leaving right then, just driving back to the hotel I'd booked for the week, spending Christmas alone. It wouldn't have been the first time I spent a holiday by myself. But then something twisted inside me. A slow, burning anger that started low in my gut. After everything, after the money spent, the time taken off work, the endless planning, they couldn't even be bothered to stand up. It wasn't just tonight, I realized. It was always. I was the afterthought, the backup plan, the extra, the one they only remembered when they needed something. It was like all the little slights over the years suddenly clicked into focus, like someone had wiped a dirty window clean, and I was seeing it all clearly for the first time. And for once, I wasn't going to swallow it down and pretend it didn't bother me. I wasn't going to be the good son who just smiled and stayed quiet. Not this time. So I sat there a little longer, thinking. Not just thinking, planning. After about 10 minutes, I took out my phone. I scrolled through my contacts until I found the one person I knew would pick up. Someone who understood what it meant to be treated like an afterthought. My cousin Mallory. Mallory, 33F, was technically my second cousin, but growing up, she felt more like a sister than Bree ever did. Mallory's side of the family had never really fit the picture-perfect mold my parents tried to project. Her mom had gone through a messy divorce, worked 2 jobs to make ends meet, didn't have time for PTA meetings or hosting dinner parties. My parents always talked about Mallory's family in hushed tones, like they were a cautionary tale. But Mallory was tough, honest. She didn't sugarcoat things, and she never made me feel invisible. I tapped her number and hit call. She picked up on the 3rd ring. Jonah. Her voice was warm, surprised. Like she was actually happy to hear from me, something I hadn't realized until that moment I was desperate for. Hey Mal, I said, clearing my throat. You busy? Nope. Just wrapping a few presents. What's up? You okay? I almost laughed. Even over the phone, she could tell something was wrong. Yeah, I lied. Then I paused. Actually, not really. I'm in town. I surprised my parents for Christmas. There was a beat of silence on the other end, like she already knew the ending before I even said it. And let me guess, she said, her voice gentler now. It didn't exactly go like a Hallmark movie. I closed my eyes, leaning my head back against the seat. Not even close. We talked for a while after that. I told her everything, the cold welcome, the way they barely looked at me, how Bree's first words to me were asking about gifts. Mallory listened quietly, occasionally making small sounds of disbelief, but mostly just letting me get it out. When I finally finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You know, you don't have to keep knocking on a door that's never going to open, right? That hit harder than I expected. I sat there in the car, Mallory's words hanging heavy between us, and something shifted. She was right. I had spent years, decades, chasing a version of my family that didn't exist, hoping that if I just tried harder, did more, became more, they would finally see me. But the truth was, they saw me just fine. They just didn't care. And sitting there, I realized something else. I didn't owe them anything. Not my time, not my presence, and definitely not my gifts. Hey, Mallory said after a minute, her tone shifting, a little lighter now. Why don't you come over here? We're doing a big Christmas Eve dinner. It's mostly chaos, kids running everywhere, my dog probably stealing food off the counters, but it's real. It's family. You're always welcome. For the first time all night, my chest didn't feel so tight. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I like that. But before I could drive away, there was still one thing I had to do. I hung up the phone, pocketed it, and stared back at the house one more time. The porch light was still on, the door still slightly ajar from where I hadn't closed it properly. Inside, through the window, I could see my parents and Bree, just as I had left them. Bree now had her feet kicked up on the coffee table, lazily flipping through TikToks. Dad was snoring lightly, his tablet slipping onto his chest. Mom was laughing at something on her screen, not even glancing toward the door. None of them had noticed I was gone. None of them cared. And that made what I was about to do even easier. I sat there a minute longer, letting the cold air inside the car wake me up fully. No more hesitation. No second guessing. If they didn't care that I showed up, then they certainly didn't deserve what I brought with me. The bags I'd carried in weren't just any gifts. They were thoughtful, personal. I had spent weeks picking them out. For Dad, a limited edition set of vintage vinyl records from one of his favorite bands, ones he'd mentioned in passing last time we talked, the kind of thing he'd never spend money on himself. For Mom, a silk scarf from a boutique downtown that matched the exact shade of blue she loved to wear, the one she said made her feel younger. For Bree, a designer makeup set she had once ranted about not being able to afford, some limited release that sold out almost immediately after it dropped. Each one picked carefully. Each one wrapped neatly in gold paper, tied with real satin ribbons. And I had planned to hand them out, smiling, watching their faces light up. But now they were going to find out exactly what they had thrown away. I got out of the car and walked slowly back up the steps, boots crunching over the same snow I had trudged through earlier. The porch light buzzed overhead, flickering slightly. It made everything feel even colder somehow. The door was still half open, and I pushed it gently with one gloved hand. Inside, it was like nothing had changed. Bree was now lying flat on the couch, scrolling absently. Dad was half asleep, mouth open, soft snores escaping him. Mom didn't even glance up from her laptop. I cleared my throat once. Nobody looked up. I stepped fully into the house, my footsteps deliberately loud against the wood floor. Still nothing. It was almost impressive, the way they could pretend I was invisible. Fine. I walked over to the hallway, where the bags still sat where I had dropped them. The gold paper gleamed under the lights. I picked up the bags, one by one, handling them carefully. It almost hurt, thinking about how much time, effort, and love had gone into choosing them. But there was no point in leaving them here. They would rip the paper open, glance at the gifts, maybe offer a distracted thanks, and then forget about them by morning. No, I had a better idea. I walked back toward the living room, the bag swinging slightly from my hands. Bree glanced up for half a second, just long enough to notice the movement, and then went right back to her phone. Typical. Standing at the edge of the room, I cleared my throat again. Louder this time. Mom looked up, finally. Her face barely registered any emotion. "Did you forget something?" she asked, her voice distracted, already looking back down at her screen. I smiled tightly. "Yeah, I did." I set the bags down right there in the middle of the living room rug. 3 perfect, glimmering packages. 3 chances. 3 bridges about to burn. "Actually," I said, my voice calm and even, "I forgot something really important." Dad stirred in his chair, blinking himself awake. "Huh? What?" I kept my smile in place. It felt foreign on my face now, brittle, like it might crack. "I forgot that I'm not obligated to spend my holidays with people who don't even pretend to care." Bree froze, phone still in her hand mid-scroll. Mom's head snapped up fully now, eyes narrowing slightly. "Jonah, don't be dramatic." I held up a hand, cutting her off. For the first time in my life, I didn't let her steamroll me. I didn't shrink under the weight of her size or her sharp tone. "No," I said, steady. "I'm not being dramatic. I'm being honest." I knelt down, opening each bag one by one. First Dad's. I pulled out the vinyl records, careful not to damage them. Then Mom's scarf, folded so neatly it looked like a shop display. Then Bree's makeup set, still in its original box, untouched. I laid them out in a row on the rug, like a presentation. 3 perfect gifts. 3 perfect insults. I straightened up slowly, looking each of them in the eye. "You don't get these," I said quietly. Mom's mouth opened like she was about to protest, but I spoke over her. "You don't get the gifts. You don't get me bending over backwards anymore. You don't get to pretend." Bree finally spoke, her voice sharp, cutting through the silence like a whip. "Seriously? You're throwing a tantrum because we didn't throw you a parade." I looked at her, really looked, and for the first time, I didn't feel that familiar twinge of guilt or shame or the desperate urge to make her like me. All I felt was tired. "No, Bree," I said. "I'm walking away." "There's a difference." Dad shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Now hold on," he said, voice gruff. "We're family. You don't just walk away from family." I gave a small, humorless laugh. "Funny. That's exactly what you've done. Over and over again." I just finally noticed. I bent down, gathering the gifts back into the bags. Mom stood up, finally, crossing her arms over her chest. Her voice was cold now. No warmth, no motherly affection. "You're being selfish, Jonah. It's Christmas." I straightened up, the bags in my hands. I met her gaze dead on. "No, I'm being free." And with that, I turned and walked out the door. I didn't slam it. I didn't say anything else. I didn't give them another chance to twist it around. The cold hit me like a wall the second I stepped outside. But this time, it didn't feel empty. It felt clean. I walked to the car, set the bags carefully in the back seat, and started the engine. The headlights cut across the snow, casting long shadows over the empty driveway. In the rearview mirror, the house stood silent. No one followed. No one called my name. Good. I pulled out of the driveway slowly, turning down the familiar street one last time. The gifts in the back seat rustled slightly as I drove, and I smiled to myself. They weren't going to waste. I drove in silence for a while, the cold of the car matching the chill in my chest. But it wasn't the same as before. The weight was different now, lighter, somehow. Like I'd finally made a decision that mattered, one that wasn't about pleasing anyone else. I didn't rush to Mallory's place. I didn't have to. I had time now. I wasn't desperate to make up for something, to fit into a mold I no longer cared about. I arrived at her house about an hour later. The porch light was on, the warm glow spilling out onto the snow-covered driveway. It was a contrast to the emptiness I'd left behind. Mallory greeted me at the door with a big hug, like she was genuinely happy to see me. There were no awkward questions about why I was late or why I'd shown up alone. It was just easy. She noticed the bags in the back of the car immediately when I brought them inside. "So, I take it the Christmas miracle didn't exactly go as planned?" she asked, a little smile tugging at her lips. I set the bags down carefully in the corner of the living room. No, it was more like a Christmas disaster. Mallory chuckled, but when she saw the look on my face, her expression softened. "I'm glad you came here. You don't need to deal with that, whatever that is. You deserve better." I nodded, swallowing the knot that had formed in my throat. It wasn't just tonight, Mal. It's been years. I always thought if I tried hard enough, they'd change. That if I just gave them what they wanted, maybe they'd see me for once. I paused. But it's never going to happen. They don't care. Mallory patted me on the back, her voice firm. "I know, Jonah. But you've got me, and you've got a lot more than they ever gave you credit for." The dinner that followed wasn't anything fancy. It wasn't about lavish decorations or perfection. But it was real. There was laughter. There was food. There was life. Mallory's kids ran around the house, tripping over their own feet, her dog barking excitedly at the door, wagging its tail in pure joy. It was chaos, but the kind of chaos that felt right, not forced. By the time I headed back to the hotel, I felt lighter than I had in years. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to tie up the last loose end. I knew I couldn't walk away from everything without giving my family one last chance to understand what they'd lost. So I did something I thought I'd never do. I sent an email. It was simple, maybe too simple. But sometimes, the most direct approach works best. Subject: the gifts you didn't want. Mom, Dad, and Bree, I left your house tonight. I left because I finally realized that all the effort I've put into making our relationship work over the years was never going to be enough. And it wasn't because I didn't try. I gave more than you deserved. The gifts I brought for Dad, the vintage vinyl, for Mom, the silk scarf, for Bree, the makeup set, are not for you anymore. They're for someone who would appreciate them. I'm done pretending. I'm done hoping things will change when they never will. I don't owe you anything. I haven't for a long time. Happy holidays. Jonah. I hit send and stared at the screen for a moment, feeling strangely relieved. Then I closed my laptop and set it aside, like I was shutting a chapter of my life for good. The next morning, I got a call from Bree. Her voice was harsh and defensive. "Why would you send something like that?" she demanded, her tone dripping with anger. "We didn't do anything wrong." I felt the old instinct to explain myself, to backtrack and make it right. But then I remembered how they'd all acted last night, how they'd completely disregarded me. "No, Bree," I said calmly, "you didn't do anything wrong. You just never cared enough to do anything right." There was a long pause, and then she hung up. I didn't feel any regret, not even a little. The next call came from my dad. "Jonah," he said, his voice sharp, but this time with a tinge of desperation. "This isn't the way to handle things. You can't just walk away from your family like that." I could hear the edge of guilt in his voice, but it wasn't enough. Not after all the times he brushed me off. Not after everything he'd done to make me feel like I was invisible. "I don't need to handle things your way anymore, Dad," I replied. "I'm done trying." I hung up before he could say anything more. The following days passed without much change. There were no more calls from my mom, no apologies from anyone. The silence stretched out like a great chasm between us. They'd never understand what they'd lost, and honestly, I was okay with that. What mattered now is what I had gained. I stayed at Mallory's until after the holidays, and when I finally headed back to my own life, it was with a clear mind. I knew I was done with them for good, but more importantly, I knew I didn't need their approval to be happy. I didn't need to chase after their love. And most of all, I knew what true family was. It wasn't about perfect gifts or obligatory gatherings. It was about respect, trust, and people who genuinely cared. When I looked back, I didn't regret the decision I'd made. The silence from my family? It wasn't just their loss. It was my freedom. And that was that. After all the years of trying, after all the waiting for a family that never truly saw me, I finally found peace. I didn't go back. I didn't try again. Because, in the end, they weren't just neglecting me. They were losing me. And they'd never even notice. I'm 32F, and my relationship with my family has always been tricky. On the surface, we look like that picture-perfect, close-knit group. Holiday photos with matching sweaters, smiling faces at weddings, the occasional post about family being everything on Facebook. But underneath, it's always been this odd mix of subtle exclusion and control. I'm not the black sheep in the dramatic, rebellious sense. I've never done anything to disgrace the family. I just don't fit the mold they expect. I chose a different career path. I'm not married, and I don't have kids, which, in their eyes, makes me a curiosity at best and an inconvenience at worst. Over the years, I've learned to read between the lines of their jokes. The offhand comments at gatherings that leave me wondering if I'm too sensitive. The way my invitations to events always seem to be last minute, as if they're checking to see if I'll even bother showing up. So when my cousin Daniel's wife, Clara, sent me a warm, personal message inviting me to Daniel's 30th birthday dinner, I was caught off guard. Usually, these things trickle down through my mother or my sister Iris, often accompanied by a vague, "Oh, by the way, there's something happening next week, if you're free." But Clara reached out directly, saying she really hoped I'd be there and that Daniel would be happy to see me. I let myself feel, maybe not excited, but cautiously optimistic. The dinner was being held at an upscale Italian restaurant downtown, one of those places where the lighting is low and golden, and you can hear the clink of cutlery from across the room. The reservation was for 8 o'clock, and I made sure to arrive right on time. When I walked in, the host led me toward the back, where I saw a long table pushed together from several smaller ones. It was already full. My family was mid-conversation, leaning across plates of bread and bowls of olives, laughing at something Daniel was saying. I stopped for just a second, scanning for an empty seat. There wasn't one. Every spot was taken, right down to the end. Even the chairs that could have been pulled slightly aside were blocked by handbags or jackets draped casually, like placeholders. That was when my father noticed me. He was sitting about halfway down the table, next to my Aunt Muriel. He gave me this smirk, leaning back just enough for his voice to carry. "You're not really one of us tonight," he said, almost like it was a joke meant to get a laugh. Muriel chuckled softly, shaking her head as if to say, "Oh, you know how he is." But there was nothing lighthearted about the way he looked at me, more like he was enjoying the fact that I was standing there with nowhere to go. Clara noticed me then. Her smile faltered for half a second before she said, "Oh, did we?" But she didn't finish because my sister Iris jumped in, all bright and cheerful. "We didn't realize you'd be here so soon. You can grab a chair from the bar, maybe?" Her tone was light, but her eyes stayed fixed on her phone. She didn't move to make space. No one did. The host glanced at me, as if unsure whether to intervene, but I shook my head. I told him I'd figure it out. So I ended up at the bar, ordering a sparkling water and trying not to stare too openly at the table. From where I sat, I could see them leaning in close for selfies, angling their glasses just right for the camera. At one point, Daniel's arm swept around the people on either side of him, pulling them in for a group shot. Clara stood to get a better angle, calling out, "Everyone in." Big smiles. No one looked my way. The waiter approached me after a while, polite but hesitant. "Your family mentioned you'd be joining them," he said. "They asked me to put your meal on their tab." Something about the phrasing made me glance back at the table again. My father was laughing at something Muriel had said, his hand resting on the back of her chair like they were sharing some private joke. Iris was scrolling through her phone, showing something to Daniel, who smirked but didn't look in my direction. That was the moment something shifted in me. I'd been sidelined at family events before, but this, the deliberate lack of a seat, the public comment from my father, the fake inclusion of putting my meal on their tab, it felt like they were staging something. I paid my bill quietly at the bar, leaving a tip in cash. I picked up my coat and bag, intending to leave without another word. And then I heard Iris's voice behind me, sharper than I'd expected. "Don't let her go." I froze for a second when I heard Iris's voice. It wasn't the words themselves that stopped me. It was her tone. She didn't sound alarmed or worried. She sounded commanding, like she was issuing an order she expected to be obeyed. I turned slightly, and sure enough, she was standing just a few steps away, one manicured hand on her hip, the other holding her phone loosely. The look on her face wasn't warm or inviting. It was calculating. "Come on," she said, gesturing toward the table as if I were a reluctant child. "You can't just leave in the middle of Daniel's birthday." I considered pointing out that I hadn't even been allowed to join Daniel's birthday, but I bit my tongue. Years of experience had taught me that saying exactly what I was thinking only opened the door for them to twist my words later. Clara's voice piped up from the table. "Oh, we really should make room." But before she could finish, my Aunt Muriel leaned back in her chair, sighing in that exaggerated way she does when she's about to make something sound reasonable while actually shutting it down. "Well, we're all settled now," Muriel said. "It's a bit late to rearrange everything. Besides, she's already got her own table." She said she like I wasn't standing right there. Iris walked closer, lowering her voice slightly, though I could still hear her over the low hum of the restaurant. "Don't make it weird. Just come over, stand for a bit, say hello, and we'll see about the rest." There it was, the expectation that I'd stand like an accessory at the edge of the group, smile for their photos, and accept whatever crumbs of attention they decided to throw my way. I smiled, though it didn't reach my eyes. That's all right. I was just heading out. For a moment, I thought that would be it, that they'd let me slip away and I could process the whole thing later in the quiet of my apartment. But apparently, that wasn't part of their plan. "Leaving already?" My father's voice carried across the table. He didn't even turn in his chair, just called it out like a challenge. "You came all this way for what?" 10 minutes. I wasn't exactly part of the evening, I said evenly. Finally, he turned, one eyebrow raised as if I'd just said something absurd. "Of course you were. You were invited." Clara shifted uncomfortably. "I did invite her." "Yes," Muriel cut in smoothly, "and she came. That's what matters. But it's not like we can control where everyone sits in a busy restaurant." I glanced at the long table again. Every single person seated there was family. Not a single stranger, not a single random seat taken by someone outside the group. If they had wanted me there would have been space. Iris tilted her head, giving me that look she's perfected over the years, the one that suggests I'm being dramatic for daring to acknowledge reality. "If you really wanted to be here, you'd find a way to make it work," she said lightly. "You've always been independent." The word independent hung in the air like it meant selfish. It was such a familiar dynamic, them closing ranks, speaking in that calm, reasonable tone that somehow made me feel like the unreasonable one. I could feel the same old heaviness settling over me, the urge to just back down and walk away quietly. But there was also something else beneath it this time, a spark of defiance I hadn't felt in years. I could see the waiter approaching again, glancing between me and the table like he wasn't sure where I belonged. I decided to make the choice for him. "I already paid my bill," I told him. That made Muriel's head snap up. "You what?" "What?" "Because I didn't want to trouble anyone," I said, letting the words linger. Daniel finally spoke up then, though his tone was more amused than concerned. "You didn't have to do that. We were going to take care of you." "Take care of you?" As if I were a stray cat they'd decided to feed for the night. "Still," I said, "it's done." The waiter nodded and stepped away, clearly relieved to be out of the line of fire. I adjusted the strap of my bag on my shoulder and took a step toward the door. Iris, still holding her phone, blocked my path just enough to make it noticeable. "Why are you always like this?" she asked softly, but loud enough for the people at the end of the table to hear. "It's a family dinner. Can't you just enjoy it instead of making it about you?" I blinked at her, incredulous. "Making it about me? I'm the one who—" "That's enough," my father interrupted, his voice sharp now. He'd abandoned the smirking, joking tone from earlier. "If you can't be gracious, maybe it's better you do leave." And there it was, the unspoken truth they'd been circling around all evening. They hadn't wanted me there to celebrate. They'd wanted me there to play my part, the quiet, grateful afterthought, and I'd failed to deliver. I took a slow breath. "All right," I said simply. Iris moved slightly, no longer blocking me, but her eyes followed me like she was trying to read my thoughts. As I walked past the table, I could feel their gazes, some avoiding eye contact altogether, others watching openly, as if waiting to see if I'd cause a scene. I didn't. Not there. But I already knew this wasn't going to end here. As I pushed open the restaurant door and stepped into the cool night air, I caught a final fragment of conversation from behind me. Iris again, voice low but urgent. "Don't let her go." The words followed me out into the street. Don't let her go. For a moment, I thought about turning around and asking Iris exactly what she meant by that. But then I remembered how conversations like that always went. They'd circle me in logic that sounded reasonable, but was designed to make me doubt myself. If I went back, I'd give them the stage they wanted. I walked 2 blocks before stopping under the soft glow of a street lamp. The evening air was crisp, the faint hum of traffic in the distance. My phone buzzed in my bag. A group message lit up the screen, the family chat. "Daniel, thanks everyone for coming tonight. Meant a lot. Clara, so glad we could celebrate with the people who matter most." I stared at that last line. Whether Clara meant it innocently or not, it hit me exactly where it was supposed to. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't type a thing. I'd learned that anything I said in the heat of the moment would become ammunition later. Instead, I scrolled back through the chat, my eyes catching on past messages, little reminders of the pattern I'd been pretending wasn't there. Times they'd posted pictures from impromptu family outings I hadn't been told about. Events they'd claimed were just a small thing, but were clearly planned weeks in advance. Birthdays I'd been invited to the day before, while others had known for months. I'd always told myself it was thoughtlessness, but tonight felt coordinated. And Iris's words, "Don't let her go," confirmed it. That night, back at my apartment, I sat at my kitchen table and started writing. Not an angry text or a confrontational email, those never worked. I began making a list, not just of tonight's slights, but of every instance over the last few years where they'd excluded me, manipulated me, or tried to make me the problem for noticing. Dates, locations, witnesses. Who said what, who was present, how they reacted. It wasn't about holding grudges anymore. It was about building a record. By the time midnight came, I had 3 pages. Patterns emerged, clear as day. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, a kind of social boxing out that made sure I never had footing, never got comfortable enough to challenge the hierarchy they'd built. And I realized something else. They relied on me not making a scene. That was their safety net. They could push me to the edges of the frame, knowing I wouldn't risk being painted as unstable or difficult. That was the weakness I could use. Over the next week, I kept quiet. No messages in the family chat. No calls. I let them be the ones to wonder where I was, because I knew they would. Sure enough, by day 4, my mother left a short voicemail. "Your sister said you walked out of Daniel's dinner. That's not like you. Call me back." I didn't. On day 6, Clara messaged me privately. "Hey, I hope you're okay. Sorry again about the seating thing. It got hectic." I stared at that message for a while. There was a part of me that believed Clara might have meant well. But if she'd really cared, she would have said something that night instead of letting Muriel and Iris run the show. So I left her on read. Then came day 8, a Sunday afternoon. I was home, working on my list again, when I got a text from an unknown number. "Hi, this is Anthony from Belrose Catering. I have you listed as the point of contact for the family reunion booking in September. Just confirming the menu choices." My heart gave a slow, deliberate beat. A family reunion. In September. A booking I'd never heard of. I called the number back. Anthony explained, cheerfully, that the booking had been made under my name but paid for with a deposit from your father's card. My email address was listed for all updates. I almost laughed. This was them, as usual, assuming I'd play along without question. They'd set it up so that if something went wrong, I'd be the one responsible. That's when the idea began to take shape. Over the next couple of days, I confirmed every detail with Anthony. The venue, the catering, the seating plan. I didn't change a thing. Not yet. But I made sure I was the only one getting the updates. I asked Anthony to remove my father's email from the booking for simplicity. He didn't hesitate. Meanwhile, I stayed invisible in the group chat. They went on as if nothing had happened, but little things slipped through. A comment from Muriel about how everyone's excited for September. Iris posting a photo of fabric swatches for the reunion colors. It was all happening without me, yet I was holding the keys to the whole thing. The longer I stayed quiet, the more they reached out in small, probing ways. A single question from my mother about my weekend plans, Clara tagging me in a post about fun family activities, Daniel sending me a meme with no other context. They weren't checking in because they cared. They were checking in because they needed me in place for their plans to work. 2 weeks later, the push came. Iris called me directly, a rare move. I let it go to voicemail, then listened to her message. I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to stop being so distant. We're all counting on you for the reunion. And honestly, if you can't handle something as simple as that, maybe you should think about why you're always on the outside. I replayed that last line twice. The venom under the sugar-sweet tone was exactly why I'd started this in the first place. That night, I sat down with my list and a calendar. I started mapping things out, not just for September, but leading up to it. Quiet moves, strategic reminders to them that I wasn't as predictable as they thought. Once I had control of the reunion booking, the reality of just how much power I held finally sank in. For years, they had treated me like a mere formality, a name on paper, a placeholder to handle the boring admin stuff, while they made all the fun decisions. They assumed I was just the background, the person who'd quietly book the venue and pay the bills without ever interfering. The perfect scapegoat and invisible organizer. But in truth, I was the one holding the foundation of their perfect little gathering. And suddenly that gave me an unexpected edge. For weeks after taking control, I didn't touch anything. I left the plans exactly as they were, because I wanted them confident. I wanted them to believe everything was locked in and running smoothly. That's when people make their mistakes. When they stop looking over their shoulders, when they become complacent, thinking no one is watching or capable of disrupting their carefully crafted world. Meanwhile, they went on planning the reunion without me, at least on the surface. I could hear about it in little ways, the offhand remarks that slipped through the cracks of their smug certainty. My mother casually mentioned how Iris and Muriel are putting together a slideshow of family memories. I overheard Daniel bragging to Clara about having booked a photographer, and the family group chat was flooded with excited posts about color schemes, decorations, and even matching t-shirts emblazoned with our family crest for the big day. Not once did they think to ask my opinion. Not once did they include me in any meaningful decision. They wanted me to show up, smile for photos, and make it look like we were a united front. But the actual planning, the vision, the control, that was theirs, which was exactly what I wanted. By mid-August, all the pieces were in place. The reunion was scheduled for a Saturday afternoon at a private outdoor venue. It had a covered dining area for meals and a grassy section perfect for games and group photos. The catering company had confirmed the elaborate menu my family had painstakingly picked out. The photographer was booked, and the payment schedule was all locked in. And then, I made my move. It started small, quiet, almost unnoticeable. I called the venue first and told them the reunion needed to be moved from the covered dining area to the open lawn. I explained that our family loves sunshine and fresh air and wanted to enjoy the outdoors as much as possible. The venue staff were more than happy to accommodate the change. After all, it was their job to please the client. What they didn't know was that I'd checked the weather forecast carefully, and on that very day, steady rain was predicted. Next, I contacted the catering company. I told them that due to dietary restrictions within the family, we'd be switching from the original elaborate menu to something far simpler. Basic sandwiches, fresh fruit, and lemonade. I framed it as a more family-friendly and cost-effective option. Anthony, the catering manager, was cooperative and sent me a revised invoice without hesitation. I paid the full remaining balance myself. Every cent was worth it for what was coming. Finally, I called the photographer to cancel their booking, explaining that we had decided to keep things intimate this year. Then quietly, I booked that same photographer for a personal project I had been developing, set for the following weekend. By the day of the reunion, everything was ready. I arrived early. The sky was heavy with dark, rolling clouds, the air thick and humid with the promise of rain. The lawn was slick and muddy from the morning drizzle. Venue staff were setting up folding tables directly on the wet grass, covering simple trays of food under flimsy canopies that barely withstood the wind. When the family began arriving, Their expressions were priceless. Iris was first out of the car, wearing a pristine white sundress that was already spotted with raindrops. Her voice was sharp, borderline accusing. "What is this?" "This is the reunion," I said calmly, watching the disbelief cross their faces. Muriel spun around, looking at the absence of the covered dining area and the lack of the elegant catered meal she'd been anticipating. "Where's the covered area? Where's the dinner we planned?" "Dietary changes," I answered evenly. I didn't want anyone to feel left out. Daniel showed up next, his eyes immediately drawn to the trays of sandwiches. He muttered something under his breath, then turned to Clara, frowning. "Where's the photographer?" "Oh," I said lightly. "We decided not to have one this year. I thought it would be nice to just enjoy the moment." Halfway through their feeble attempts at family games, the rain began in earnest. People huddled under the canopies, clutching paper plates that sagged and bent under the damp air. The grass beneath us turned to slippery mud, coating the matching t-shirts they'd so proudly worn with dirt and water, clinging uncomfortably to their shoulders. They tried to salvage the afternoon. My father gave a heartfelt speech about togetherness, his hair plastered flat against his sweaty forehead. Iris insisted it wasn't as bad as it seemed, though her eyes remained fixed on me across the lawn with cold resentment. I stayed polite throughout, helpful even. I refilled cups with lemonade, passed out napkins, made small talk with distant cousins who didn't know the full story behind the tension. I made sure to give them nothing they could later use as proof that I'd ruined the day. But they knew. Oh, they knew. The moment everything unraveled was when the wind caught one of the flimsy canopies, lifting it just enough to dump a sheet of rainwater directly onto the table of sandwiches. There was a collective groan. My father's eyes locked onto mine for the first time that day, really locked on. And I saw that flicker of realization pass through his face. He knew I had done this, but he couldn't prove it. By mid-afternoon, people started leaving early, mumbling polite excuses about the weather. The big family photo never materialized. The slideshow that Iris and Muriel had so eagerly prepared was never shown. The perfect reunion they had envisioned had been washed away, quite literally, into a soggy, miserable, uncomfortable mess. I stayed until the last car pulled out of the parking lot. Then I walked to mine, pulled out my phone, and checked the email confirmation for my photographer booking the following weekend. The forecast promised bright sun and clear skies. In the days afterward, the family group chat fell eerily silent. A few distant relatives posted blurry, gray photos of people under umbrellas, clutching soggy paper plates. No one tagged me. No one thanked me for handling the booking. And I didn't reach out either. That was 2 months ago. Since then, the calls and messages have slowed to almost nothing. Iris hasn't messaged me once. My father sent a single text, "We need to talk," which I ignored. Clara liked one of my unrelated social media posts, but didn't comment. I haven't been invited to a single family gathering since. And that's fine, because now, when they think about me, they don't see the quiet, grateful afterthought they thought they could push to the side. They see the person who smiled through years of petty games, who took control when it mattered most, and watched their own plans collapse under the weight of their arrogance. They'll never admit I outplayed them, but they'll remember. And that is enough. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. For my wedding, my mom promised she'd be there, no matter what. The morning of, she texted that she couldn't come, then shared photos from my ex's engagement party. After I posted a picture laughing with my in-laws, my phone wouldn't stop blowing up. "Hey Reddit, I'm 34F, and I just got married last month. I've been sitting with this knot in my stomach ever since, and writing it out is maybe the only way I can start untangling it. I'm not even sure where to begin, except that what happened still doesn't feel completely real. This is one of those stories that creeps up on you slowly. At first, it's little things easy to dismiss. Then, all of a sudden, it crashes down and you're standing in the middle of a moment you never thought would actually happen. That's what this felt like. I should probably start with my mom. Her name is Celeste, and growing up, she was the kind of mom who had a different tone for every situation. There was her greeting voice, soft and sweet and carefully measured, the one she used on neighbors and teachers. Then there was the colder voice, the clipped, disappointed one that crept in when I wore something she didn't approve of or made a choice she thought reflected poorly on her. That one could shrink you down in an instant. Celeste was all about appearances. She ironed her napkins, She wore perfume to take out the trash. Her hair was never out of place, and if it ever was, it became my fault for not telling her. She smiled in photos like nothing ever cracked underneath, and for years I thought that was just how mothers were. They had to be perfect, and you had to help them stay that way. My father left when I was in middle school, and from that point on, Celeste and I were a unit, or at least that's how she wanted people to see us. She'd talk about how it's just been the two of us, taking on the world, but in private, she made sure I never forgot what she'd sacrificed for me. She never missed a chance to remind me that she could have had a different life if it hadn't been for my dad, or that she could have been traveling the world if not for having to be the responsible one. I spent most of my teen years trying to be easy to manage, easy to be proud of. I got good grades. I picked a college close to home. I dated the kind of person she approved of, even when deep down, I knew something didn't feel right. That person was Will. Will and I dated for almost 7 years. We met in college. He was the kind of guy who everyone liked. He had this calm, collected way of speaking that made people take him seriously. He came from a long line of dentists, no, really, and had this whole future already mapped out. He liked order, routines, and being the one with the final say. He'd tell me my shoes looked a little loud, or that maybe I'd feel more comfortable if I toned down the lipstick. And I would nod and smile, because at the time, I didn't have the words for what was happening. Celeste adored Will. She would light up when he walked into the room. She told me once, completely unprompted, he's the kind of man who makes a woman look better just by being next to her. I remember feeling a weird chill when she said that, but I brushed it off. Looking back, it's clear she was more invested in him than in me. I ended things with Will when I was 29. It wasn't dramatic, just a quiet realization that I didn't feel like myself when I was with him. He didn't take it well, and neither did my mom. She cried when I told her. Not in a supportive way, but like I'd just thrown away her favorite heirloom. She didn't ask how I was feeling. She didn't ask if I was okay. She just whispered, "Do you understand what you're giving up?" and then hung up the phone. For a while after that, things between us were cold. Holidays felt forced. She would talk about Will in past tense, like he'd died. He used to be so thoughtful, she'd say at dinner, completely unprovoked. Or she'd sigh when I mentioned dating again and say, well, it's going to be hard to top him. Then I met Dan. Dan is everything Will wasn't. He's patient, warm, and so authentically himself that it makes you want to stop pretending, too. He's a high school English teacher, the kind who gets thank you letters from students years after they graduate. He reads poetry before bed. He builds bookshelves in his spare time. He's not flashy, and he doesn't come from some big, impressive family. But he sees me in a way I didn't realize I'd been missing. Celeste, of course, was unimpressed. The first time she met him, she smiled like she was trying to pass a dental exam. When Dan complimented her cooking, she said, "Thank you. We'll always like this dish too." At our second dinner together, she asked Dan what his career trajectory looked like, and when he said he was happy teaching, she tilted her head and said, "That's sweet. I suppose some people are fulfilled by service." I told myself she just needed time, that she'd come around once she saw how happy I was, that mothers needed a minute to adjust. I gave her a minute. I gave her 3 years. When Dan proposed last fall, I hesitated before calling her. I wanted to tell her, of course I did, but a part of me also braced for impact. To my surprise, she actually sounded excited. She offered to help with the venue. She even cried when I showed her the dress. For the first time in a long time, I thought, maybe she really is happy for me. I should have looked closer. In the months leading up to the wedding, she was involved, but in that hands-on from a distance way. She'd suggest things over the phone, but rarely showed up. She said she was trying not to step on toes. I bought it. I wanted to believe she was giving me space. When she missed the tasting at the vineyard, she sent a long text about not feeling well and told me to take photos. Dan was more skeptical. "She's not coming, Lila," he said one night, not unkindly. "I don't think she's planning to be there." I laughed it off. "She wouldn't miss my wedding," I said. She promised. Because she did promise. In fact, she told me twice that she'd be there, no matter what. The way she said it made me tear up because it felt like something had healed between us. But the week of the wedding, things started to slip. She didn't answer my calls. Said she was tying up loose ends. I asked if she needed help with travel plans. She brushed it off. I offered to book her a hotel room near the venue. She told me she had it covered. By the time the rehearsal dinner rolled around, I hadn't heard from her in almost 4 days. The night before the wedding, I sat on the edge of the bed, dress hanging in the next room, phone in my lap. I stared at it for what felt like an hour before texting. Hi, just wanted to check in. Is everything okay? Please let me know if you're still coming tomorrow. I love you. No response. The next morning, as I sat with my hair half-pinned and the makeup artist laying out brushes beside me, my phone buzzed. I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed it like a lifeline. It was her. A text. Just a text. No call. No voice. Hey, sweetheart. I'm so sorry, but I can't come today. Something's come up. I hope you understand. Sending love. That's all it said. I stared at the screen. I think I read it 5 times before I even reacted. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat there, cold, while the makeup artist asked if I needed a moment. Then, maybe 2 hours later, while I was putting on my dress, of all things, my cousin sent me a photo. A group picture. Smiling faces. My mother. Wearing pearls. Standing beside my ex, Will. And that was only the first photo. There were more photos. One showed her standing beneath a garland of ivory balloons and gold streamers, smiling wider than I'd seen her smile in years. Another showed her holding a small square box, like a gift, her eyes bright and focused on the person holding the camera. That person, I later realized, was Will. At first, I thought maybe it was old. Maybe someone had posted a memory, a throwback. But then I saw the caption beneath one of them, posted by a mutual acquaintance who'd always hovered around my mother's social circle. So happy to celebrate Will and Marianne's engagement today. What a beautiful afternoon. Will and Marianne. The name hit like a slow echo. Marianne was someone he'd worked with, someone I barely remembered from a hospital gala years ago. I vaguely recalled her hovering behind him during small talk, smiling too tightly at my jokes. She always seemed polite, if a little too interested. Back then, I brushed it off. But here she was, wearing a white lace tea dress, standing arm in arm with the man I once thought I'd marry. And standing beside them both was my mother. She hadn't just missed my wedding. She had chosen to be at his engagement party instead. At first, I didn't know what to feel. It was like my emotions couldn't get in through the door. Shock, mostly. Then confusion. Then something sharper, a kind of dull, slow burn betrayal that made it hard to breathe. Dan found me sitting on the edge of the bed, still holding my phone. His brow furrowed, and he crouched down in front of me, gently taking the phone from my hand. He read the message, then looked at me. Lila, she didn't come because of this? I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I remember just shaking my head, once, then again, until he wrapped his arms around me and held me there in silence. He didn't ask questions. He didn't tell me what to feel. He just stayed there while I tried to keep my mascara from running. But the real unraveling didn't start until after the ceremony. That day, I pushed through with something like tunnel vision. I smiled when I needed to. I said my vows clearly. I danced with my new father-in-law, who told me I looked like peace in a dress, which almost made me cry again. Dan was perfect. Steady. Present. He never let go of my hand. It was everything I hoped it would be. Except for her. We didn't do a huge post on social media, but a few guests posted photos, some of us laughing by the arbor, some candids during speeches. I posted a single picture the next morning, me laughing with Dan's mother, who had hugged me and said she'd always wanted a daughter. The photo was light and full of movement, my head tilted back, her hand on mine. I liked it because it looked like joy. That post changed everything. Within an hour, my phone started buzzing. Texts from numbers I didn't recognize. Messages from old family friends. Some polite, some not. One message said, "Wow, guess you're fine burning bridges now." Another, "Your mother was heartbroken. I hope you're proud." Even my aunt, who I hadn't spoken to in years, commented, "Some people forget who raised them. Glad Celeste has people who care about her." I was stunned. It was like I'd walked into a room full of whispers that had been going on without me for months. Maybe years. And at the center of it all was Celeste. I tried to call her again. Just once. Straight to voicemail. Later that night, my cousin, the same one who sent me the first photo, called me quietly from her car. She sounded nervous, her voice hushed like she was afraid someone might overhear. "Lila, I think you should know what happened." She told me that Celeste had been involved in the engagement party planning. Not just attending. Helping. Hosting. She had picked the flowers and suggested the venue, Will's parents' country house, no less. She had helped Marianne pick out the cake. And this was the part that made my chest ache. She had given a speech. She said something about some matches just making more sense, my cousin whispered, and about how it was nice to see Will with someone who shared his values. People clapped. I just sat there, staring at the darkened ceiling of our honeymoon suite, trying to imagine it. My mother, giving a toast at my ex's engagement party on the day I married the man I loved. It wasn't just that she didn't come to the wedding. It was that she chose that moment, my moment, to make a statement, to send a message. And she wasn't finished yet. After that call from my cousin, I felt like I was waking up inside a nightmare. But the strangest thing was how calm I suddenly became. Like the shock of it all peeled away whatever doubt I'd been holding on to and left something cold and clear in its place. I knew then that this wasn't just about my mom being selfish or hurt. This was deliberate, calculated. She had made a choice, and that choice was a betrayal on purpose. I spent the next few days moving through everything carefully. I didn't want to react in anger or confusion, because I knew from experience with her that any emotional response would just be twisted and used against me later. Instead, I started quietly collecting evidence. I went back through old messages, texts I hadn't paid much attention to before. The ones where she asked about Will in ways that felt more like checking in than innocent curiosity. I asked around very carefully, not about her, but about Will's engagement party. I confirmed the details. Who organized it? Who was there? Who spoke? One person, Marianne's sister, was unexpectedly helpful. She seemed uneasy about how much Celeste had inserted herself into their plans, as if she didn't quite trust her intentions either. Marianne herself was polite but distant when I reached out, though she clearly wanted to keep things cordial with my mother. What hurt more than anything was the silence from Celeste. I sent one carefully worded message after another, asking if she was okay, if we could talk, if she regretted missing the wedding. No reply. Then I started hearing from my family. My aunts, uncles, cousins. Some sent subtle messages of support, but most either ignored me or echoed what my mom had been saying behind my back, that I had blown things out of proportion or that I was too sensitive. One distant cousin even suggested maybe Dan wasn't good enough for me, though I ignored that message entirely. It became clear that Celeste was not just refusing to acknowledge what she'd done, she was actively turning the family against me. I could have given in. I could have apologized for feeling hurt. I could have pretended everything was fine and kept smiling for everyone else's sake. But I knew I had to take control of this story. That's when I started planning. The first thing I did was to reach out to a few people who had supported me all along. Dan's family, my closest friends, a few trusted relatives. I shared the truth with them slowly, carefully, without emotion. I showed them the photos, the texts, the messages from my cousin. They didn't need convincing. They were shocked and angry for me, but mostly they just wanted to help. Next, I decided to take the narrative out of my mother's hands. At the next family gathering, I arrived with a quiet confidence I hadn't had in years. I didn't make any grand speeches or accusations. Instead, I let the facts speak for themselves. I brought a printed photo album. Not the usual wedding pictures, but the candid shots, me with Dan, with his family, laughing and relaxed. Then I showed them the photos from the engagement party, the ones with my mother smiling next to Will and Marianne. I asked questions instead of making statements. Did anyone know she'd been involved in this party while telling me she'd be at my wedding? Does anyone think it's normal for a mother to put her ex's life above her own daughter's happiest day? Some family members shifted uncomfortably. Others avoided eye contact. But what surprised me most was how many quietly admitted they hadn't known. They hadn't seen the photos. They hadn't heard what had really happened. The next move was subtle but effective. I started updating my social media, not with angry posts or public callouts, but with genuine, warm pictures of my life with Dan. Photos of us hosting friends, of my little garden that Dan helped me plant, of quiet mornings with coffee and books. The kind of posts that show a life full of love and stability. And then, at just the right moment, I shared one photo from the wedding day itself, the one where I'm laughing with Dan's mother, completely at ease and truly happy. The caption was simple, surrounded by love on the best day of my life. Within minutes, the messages started pouring in again. But this time, they were different. People who had been silent started reaching out privately, apologizing, offering support, even asking if I was okay. And my phone, well, it didn't stop buzzing. But instead of bitterness, it was filled with people who finally saw the truth. I haven't heard from Celeste since the day of the wedding. I'm not sure if she'll ever reach out. But I know this much. I'm no longer waiting for her approval. Yet, somehow, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. Because last week, a package arrived at my door. No return address. Inside was a delicate porcelain box, the kind you keep jewelry in, and a single card with one word on it. Remember. That package shook me more than anything before it. The porcelain box was beautiful but fragile, and the card, just one word, remember, felt like a warning. I didn't know what to expect when I opened it. Inside was a necklace. Simple, elegant, but unmistakably the same one my mother had given me when I was 16, the one I had always thought symbolized our bond, her promise to always be there for me. Now it felt like a cruel reminder of everything she'd broken. I sat with it in my hands, feeling a mix of sadness and resolve. It was a message, no doubt, but I wasn't going to let it scare me or make me doubt myself. I called Dan that night and told him everything. We talked about what this could mean, if it was a threat, a sign she was watching, or maybe just a desperate attempt to get my attention. Either way, Dan reminded me I wasn't alone. He promised that no matter what came next, we'd face it together. In the weeks after, I blocked her number. I stopped trying to reach her. And slowly, the tension in my life began to ease. The family members who had sided with her either drifted away or started reaching out on my terms. I wasn't interested in those half-hearted reconciliations, but I appreciated the ones who stayed loyal to me. At the next family event, this time on Dan's side, I was surrounded by people who celebrated me for who I was, not who my mother wanted me to be. And for the first time, I realized how much I'd been carrying the weight of her expectations alone. My mother? She never showed up. Not after that day, not at any point since. No calls, no texts, no emails, no attempts to explain, no awkward messages filled with vague apologies or excuses. Just silence. A silence so complete it felt almost deliberate, like a wall she had built to keep me out forever. The porcelain box she sent was the last thing I ever received from her. It was so fragile, so delicate, and yet it carried the weight of everything we'd lost. The necklace inside was the same one she had given me when I was 16. Back then, I thought it was a symbol of her love, a promise she'd always be there for me, no matter what. Now, with all that had happened, it felt like a bitter reminder of that promise broken beyond repair. I kept the box on my dresser for a long time, untouched except for when I'd pick it up and stare at it, trying to understand why someone who called herself a mother could turn so cold. After sending that, she didn't try to reach me again. It was like she had made her choice, drawn her line in the sand, and left me to figure out where I stood. It was cruel, yes, but also freeing. Because with that silence, I realized something important. I was finally free. Free from the pressure to be what she wanted me to be. Free from trying to fit into the narrow mold she had shaped for me my entire life. Free from the endless cycle of hoping she'd change, hoping she'd come back, hoping that maybe, just maybe, our relationship could be salvaged. In the months that followed, I began to rebuild, not just my life with Dan, but my identity. For years, I had been living in the shadow of my mother's expectations, constantly trying to earn her approval that never came. Every decision I made felt weighed down by the fear of disappointing her. But now, that weight was lifted. I started pursuing things I loved without worrying about what she would think. I took a pottery class, something I'd always wanted to do but never dared mention because it seemed frivolous in her eyes. I volunteered at a local animal shelter. I reconnected with old friends I had drifted away from because she disapproved. Each small step was a piece of me coming back to life. And through it all, Dan was my anchor. His support was quiet but unwavering. He never pushed me to move faster or act differently. He simply held my hand and reminded me that I was enough just as I was. When I doubted myself, he was there with words of encouragement. When I cried over what I lost, he held me close. In every way, he was the family I had chosen, the family I needed. Of course, the absence of my mother left a hole. There were moments, especially on holidays or birthdays, when the silence was deafening. Friends and relatives would ask about her, and I'd give the same honest answer: she's not part of my life right now. The questions that followed were often awkward or sympathetic, but over time, people accepted it. I didn't have to explain or justify my feelings anymore. I'm not sure if I'll ever hear from Celeste again. Part of me wonders if she'll reach out one day, hoping for reconciliation. But honestly, I don't think I want that. The damage she caused wasn't a sudden accident. It was a slow unraveling marked by choices that made it clear where her loyalties lay. And I don't believe she's capable of the kind of apology or change that would matter to me now. The day she chose my ex's engagement party over my wedding wasn't just a moment of hurt. It was a turning point. Everything that came after, the silence, the manipulation, the attempts to turn family against me, was fallout from that choice. It was when I stopped being her daughter and started being someone she resented. But I refused to let that resentment define me. So now, I'm moving forward. Slowly, steadily, with Dan by my side and the people who truly care about me. We've created a circle of support that feels like home. We laugh together, we celebrate small victories, and we share quiet moments of contentment that I once thought impossible. And that, after all the drama and heartbreak, feels like the real beginning. It's not perfect. Healing rarely is. Sometimes the past creeps in unexpectedly, a memory, a phone notification I delete without opening, a sudden pang of sadness. But each time, I remind myself of the life I'm building. One rooted in love, respect, and mutual support. One where I'm no longer trying to prove my worth to someone who refused to see it. And as the days go by, I feel stronger, more whole, more me. That's the story I want to live. The story I'm choosing now. Because in the end, family isn't always about blood. Sometimes it's about who stands by you when the rest walk away. And that makes all the difference. It all started on a typical Tuesday evening. I had been living with my parents for a while after a tough breakup, hoping to get back on my feet. I thought this would be a temporary situation, just a little pit stop in my life until I found a place of my own. But I guess I was wrong. That night, things took a turn I never saw coming. We were sitting around the dinner table. My dad, who rarely said anything about my life, suddenly looked at me with a coldness I hadn't felt before. "I wish you'd just leave," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. His words felt like a slap, but I told myself it was just a passing moment. Maybe he was tired. Maybe he didn't mean it. But when I looked at my mom, her gaze didn't show any support. Instead, she added, "You're a burden, you know? Things were better before you came back." I froze. My heart sank. My mother, the woman who had always been my pillar, was telling me that I was weighing her down? My dad? Well, I wasn't exactly surprised, but hearing it out loud was a different experience. I looked at both of them, and for a brief moment, I considered defending myself, but what was the point? They had already made up their minds. The argument was over before it even started. I didn't say anything. I didn't fight back. I just stood up from the table, silently grabbed my jacket, and walked out of the house. No words, no explanation, just silence. The kind of silence that said everything. As I stepped out into the cold night air, I didn't feel the sting of the words. I felt relief. I didn't belong there anymore. I didn't belong in their world of blame and resentment. So, I walked. I walked aimlessly, with no destination in mind, but with the clear, solid decision that I was done. Done with feeling like an outsider in my own family. I found a place to stay that night. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine. No more toxic whispers, no more judgment. But as the night passed, something started to bubble up inside me. Something I hadn't felt before. A sense of justice, or maybe vengeance. I had been wronged, and I was going to make them realize it. I didn't know how or when, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't just going to let this go. The next morning, as I scrolled through my phone, I noticed something strange. My screen was filled with missed calls, 18 of them to be exact. 18 calls from my parents. I didn't call them back. And that's when I realized I had an opportunity here. I wasn't going to sit idly by and let them think they could treat me like that without consequences. They wanted me gone? Fine. But they were going to regret it. I thought about what I could do. Should I just ignore them? Let them stew in their own regret? Or should I make them see the consequences of their actions? It wasn't just about revenge. It was about making them feel what they had made me feel all those years. Invisible, unimportant, replaceable. The more I thought about it, the clearer my path became. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of knowing they hurt me. No, I was going to make them need me. Make them beg for my forgiveness. Make them realize how much they had taken me for granted. I'd start small. Maybe a social media post here, a mention in a conversation there. I wasn't going to go overboard, but I was going to let them see what their life would be like without me. I was going to make them feel like they lost something important. I knew this was just the beginning. They had set the stage for this, and now I was going to take full advantage of it. But just as I was about to begin plotting the first steps of my revenge, something unexpected happened. My phone buzzed again. A message this time, not from them, but from someone else. Someone who could change everything. The message was from my friend, Sarah, someone I hadn't spoken to in months. It had been a while since we caught up, but we had always been close. The text was simple but oddly timed. "Hey, I know things have been rough with your family. You don't deserve what's happening to you. If you ever need a place to stay or someone to talk to, I'm here." I paused for a moment. That simple message hit me harder than I expected. I didn't even know why I was holding on to the idea of revenge so tightly. Maybe I just needed a release, a way to feel in control of my life again. But Sarah's words gave me a new perspective. Maybe there was a way to get what I wanted without tearing things apart even further. I sat with that thought for a while. Was I really going to destroy my family for what they'd done? Could I find peace without turning this into a full-blown battle? I didn't know. But then, I saw the missed calls again. 18, from my parents. The guilt started to creep in. They were calling me, and despite everything, I could tell they wanted something from me. Maybe just to make sure I was okay. Maybe to smooth things over. The temptation to call back was real. I knew if I answered, it might mean returning to the same old toxic cycle. It might mean forgiving them, letting them off the hook. But the idea of forgiveness felt like a lie. I couldn't forgive them for something that deep. I couldn't forget how small they had made me feel. Instead, I decided to take control of the situation differently. I wouldn't answer their calls, but I would send a message. A message that would make them think, make them realize what they'd lost, without me actually speaking to them. I typed quickly, "I won't be coming back. Don't call me again unless you're ready to acknowledge how you've treated me. I'm done being your burden." It felt good to hit send. There was something empowering about standing up for myself, even if it was just in a message. But as soon as I sent it, I realized something. That feeling of empowerment was fleeting. It wasn't enough. The message wasn't going to make them change. It wasn't going to make them regret anything. But that didn't mean it was over. I knew it was just the beginning of something bigger. A slow burn that would have a lasting impact on their lives. And I wasn't about to back down. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't going to make them regret what they did through passive-aggressive messages or social media posts. No, this was going to be much more than that. I wasn't just going to make them miss me. I was going to make them need me. I started thinking of a plan that would slowly unfold over time, with each step leading them to realize how much I had contributed to their lives. But this wasn't going to happen overnight. It would take time, patience, and precision. I wasn't in a rush. I had all the time in the world. I picked up the phone again, but not to call them. I sent a message to Sarah, the one person who had shown me kindness when my own family turned their back on me. "Thank you for reaching out. I think I know what I need to do now." She responded almost immediately. "I'm happy to help in any way I can. Just don't do anything you'll regret." "I won't," I replied, but deep down, I knew this wasn't going to be about regret. This was going to be about making them understand the price of taking me for granted. The revenge wouldn't be loud. It wouldn't be immediate. But it would be felt, and it would sting. They wouldn't see it coming. Over the next few days, I let the silence settle between me and my family. I focused on keeping myself busy, keeping my mind off the calls, the texts, and the pressure to respond. My plan was clear. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a reaction. That's exactly what they wanted. Me to come crawling back. But I wasn't about to fall for it. Instead, I went about my life, acting like everything was fine. I spent time with Sarah, who was more than happy to let me stay at her place. It was refreshing to be in an environment where I wasn't judged, where I didn't feel like a burden. I started picking up the pieces of my life that had been neglected for so long, things I had put on hold just to keep the peace at home. I felt freer than I had in years. But as much as I tried to ignore my parents' calls and messages, there was still a part of me that couldn't help but wonder if they had learned anything. Did they even care? Were they worried? The thought lingered at the back of my mind, but I quickly pushed it aside. This was my time now. Then, one morning, as I was sipping my coffee and scrolling through my phone, something caught my eye. It wasn't a call or message from my parents, but it was something just as telling. My mom had posted a picture on Facebook. It was a family photo, one of those perfect snapshots where everyone is smiling, pretending to be happy. It had been taken years ago, back when I still lived at home. But what made my stomach drop was the caption she wrote. "Family is everything. We may have our disagreements, but we always make it work." I stared at the words for a long time. I couldn't believe it. After everything that had happened, after the things they'd said to me, she was out here acting like everything was normal. Like nothing had changed. I wasn't even mentioned in the post. It was as if I didn't exist. That's when I knew it was time to take the next step. My silence had made an impact, but it wasn't enough. They needed to feel it. They needed to know what life without me really felt like. I decided to start small. I knew my mom and dad had always relied on me for certain things, even if they never appreciated it. Little things, like organizing family events, helping them with tech issues, and running errands for them. Things they probably took for granted. But that was about to change. I wasn't going to be their backup anymore. I started by ignoring their usual requests. My mom, as expected, called me the next day asking me to help her with some tech issue. I saw the call come through, and for a split second, I thought about picking up. But then I remembered everything. The hurt, the betrayal. So, I let it ring. And when I saw the voicemail pop up, I listened to it and deleted it. No reply. No response. Then came the family gathering. My parents, once again, tried to play the role of the perfect family, trying to act like everything was just fine. They sent me a text inviting me to dinner, as if nothing had happened. But they had forgotten something. They didn't realize that the person they had always relied on to show up, to make everything right, wasn't going to walk through that door. I didn't respond to the invitation. I didn't even acknowledge it. It was my first real act of defiance, and it felt empowering. The next day, I ran into my dad at the grocery store. He was picking up some last-minute items for a family dinner, probably trying to get everything ready for the evening. He saw me first, and I could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't expecting to see me. He froze for a moment, then cautiously approached me. "Hey," he said, trying to keep his tone casual. "You coming over for dinner tonight?" I could see the hope in his eyes, the way he was bracing himself for me to say yes, to return to the family fold. But I didn't say a word. I just looked at him, coldly, as if he were a stranger. Then, I turned and walked away without another glance. I didn't need to say anything. My actions spoke louder than any words could. That night, I sat at Sarah's place, scrolling through social media again. This time, I saw something that made me smirk, a post from my dad. It was a picture of the family dinner, all smiles, everyone around the table, but in the caption, he had tagged me, almost as an afterthought. "Family is everything, even if one of us is missing." It was almost laughable. They were trying to make it seem like they were the ones who had been wronged, like I was the one who was making things difficult. But the truth was, they had pushed me away. They had made me feel like I wasn't wanted, and now they were trying to play the victim. I wasn't going to let them get away with that. This was only the beginning of my revenge. It wasn't just about making them miss me. It was about making them realize just how much I had done for them, how much they had relied on me without ever appreciating it. And now, they were going to feel the absence, every single day. But what they didn't know was that I was just getting started. They had no idea what was coming next. The days that followed were almost surreal. My parents continued to try and reach out, but I held firm. Each time I ignored them, it felt like a small victory. I started to feel more and more empowered, like I was finally taking control of a situation that had been suffocating me for so long. They still didn't get it, though. Every text, every voicemail, every social media post they put up felt like another attempt to force me back into their world, their expectations. But the best part? They weren't the only ones feeling the strain. I had begun to realize how much of my life had been spent trying to meet their needs, trying to please them, all while neglecting my own. It wasn't just about the emotional toll anymore. There were practical things, too. I had been the one to handle so many of their responsibilities, getting the groceries, fixing the house when something went wrong, even making sure family functions ran smoothly. Now, as I stayed away, I could see the cracks forming. My mom's constant posts on social media were no longer getting the attention she wanted. The family dinners, once perfectly orchestrated, were falling apart without me there to smooth things over. My dad kept posting these forced happy family photos, but they rang hollow. The best part was knowing that none of it would have happened if they had just appreciated me. If they had treated me like I was a part of their lives, not just someone to be used when it was convenient. I wasn't going to make things easy for them anymore. They had to understand the consequences of their actions. One day, I received a message from my mom. She was asking about a family heirloom, a necklace that had been passed down through generations. I had no idea why she was suddenly interested in it, considering she'd never shown any interest in it before. But there was something in her tone that made me pause. It wasn't just about the necklace. It was about a connection, about me, and about what she knew was slipping through her fingers. I need you to come home. We can't figure this out without you. Please, this is important. I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me was tempted to just go home, to settle things, to stop all this tension. But then I thought about everything they had said to me, everything they had done. They didn't care about the necklace. They cared about me doing what I always did, coming in and fixing everything for them, so I didn't respond. Instead, I went to the store and bought a little something for myself, a necklace that meant something to me. I didn't need the old family heirloom. I was starting to build my own life. My own storied IT was a reminder that I wasn't anyone's fixer anymore. I was done playing that role. I kept seeing their calls, kept seeing their texts. But now, when I looked at them, all I could think was how much I'd been their emotional support without ever getting the same in return. It was time for them to figure things out on their own. A few more days passed, and the silence between us grew. I wasn't sure what they were thinking, whether they were just angry, or if they were starting to realize how much they had taken me for granted. But one thing was clear. They were feeling the absence. That night, Sarah and I were sitting on the couch, watching some old reruns of a show we used to love. My phone buzzed, and I saw that it was from my dad. I hesitated for a moment, but then I clicked on it. I can't take this anymore. We're falling apart. I don't know what happened to us. Please, come home. I felt a strange sense of satisfaction. This was the moment I had been waiting for. The moment when they realized that I wasn't just some background player in their lives. I was important. And when I wasn't there, things fell apart. But as I read the message again, I started to feel a bit of sympathy. They were hurting too, in their own way. It wasn't a perfect apology, but it was a sign that they were starting to see things from my perspective. But was it enough? Could I forgive them after everything they'd said? Could I go back and act like nothing had happened? No, not yet. They needed to show me they truly understood. I wasn't going to walk back into their lives just because they asked. I wanted them to earn my trust, so I sent a message back, but it wasn't what they were expecting. I'm not coming back until you realize how much you've hurt me. Don't ask me to fix things this time. You'll have to do that on your own. It was harsh, but I needed them to know the truth. I couldn't just forgive them for the sake of it. They had to understand the consequences of their actions. The silence between us stretched on, and it was clear they were struggling without me. But for me, that silence was the loudest message of all. It was the sound of them finally understanding how much I had meant to them. And that's when the real revenge began. Days turned into weeks, and I could feel the weight of their silence pressing down on me in ways I didn't expect. The calls and texts kept coming, but each time, I ignored them. I had sent my message, and I had made my stand. The ball was in their court now, and it felt oddly empowering to know they were finally seeing what life without me was like. I wasn't their emotional punching bag anymore. I wasn't the person they could rely on without giving anything back. I started to feel more at peace with myself. For the first time in years, I wasn't tied to their drama, their constant demands. I could focus on what I needed, on building a life for myself. But I also knew that their world was starting to unravel without me. It was almost like a switch had flipped. They weren't the perfect, put-together family they had always pretended to be. Without me to hold things together, cracks started showing. And the cracks, well, they started to get bigger. The real turning point came one afternoon when I received a message from my mom. This time, there was no fake pleasantries. No, I miss you, or come home soon. Instead, it was something much more raw. I need your help. Dad can't fix the sink, and I don't know what to do. I've tried calling plumbers, but no one is available. I don't even know where to begin. I hate to ask, but I'm at a loss. It was a simple message, but it hit me differently than all the others. It wasn't a request for me to just come home. It wasn't even about us having a conversation. It was about them realizing they couldn't fix things without me. They were admitting that the things I had done for them, the tasks I had taken care of without complaint, mattered more than they had ever acknowledged. They needed me, not just emotionally, but practically. And that's when I knew my revenge wasn't over yet. I didn't respond right away. I let the message sit there for a while, letting the full weight of it sink in. My mom, the woman who had called me a burden not so long ago, was now reaching out for help. It was a sobering thought, But it didn't change the fact that they had pushed me away. They had made me feel like I wasn't enough. Now, they were realizing just how much they depended on me. After a few hours, I finally decided to respond, but it wasn't what she expected. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you with this. You have to figure it out on your own. You've been telling me for years that I'm a burden, and now you see what life's like without me around. I think it's time you learn how to handle things without me doing it all for you." I hit send and sat back, watching the screen with a strange sense of satisfaction. I didn't feel guilty. Not anymore. For so long, I had bent over backward to meet their needs while neglecting my own. They had to understand the full weight of their words and actions. The silence that followed was deafening. My mom didn't reply. My dad didn't either. They didn't know how to respond because, for once, I wasn't doing what they expected. I wasn't running to their rescue. The following weekend, I ran into my dad at the grocery store. He didn't see me at first, but when he did, his face fell. I could see the disappointment in his eyes, mixed with a little bit of fear. It was as if he knew he had crossed a line, but was still unsure how to fix things. He walked over slowly, avoiding eye contact at first. Then he cleared his throat. "Look, about the other day," he started, but I stopped him before he could finish. "No," I said, cutting him off. "It's not about apologies anymore. It's about respect. You can't keep treating me like I'm disposable and expect me to come back when you want me to. You need to understand that." His expression faltered, and for a moment, I thought he might say something to justify his actions, to apologize. But instead, he just nodded silently. "I'm not asking you to come back," he said quietly, "but I want you to know that we're sorry. We've been wrong about a lot of things." It was the closest thing to an apology I had ever gotten from them, but it wasn't enough. "Not yet, I know," I replied, my voice calm but firm. "But words don't fix things. Actions do. I need time. And I need to see that you're not just going to fall back into the same old patterns." He nodded again, a little more resolute this time. "I understand. I don't want to lose you." For the first time, I felt like my dad truly understood what I had been saying. But it wasn't enough to make me go running back. I still needed to see more from them. I walked away from that conversation feeling strange. Part of me felt like I had one, that I had finally made them realize their mistake. But another part of me wondered if they were just saying what I needed to hear to get me back. I wasn't ready to forgive them yet. They had to prove they could change. And until then, I was going to keep living my life on my terms. They needed to understand that I wasn't just going to come running when they called. The silence stretched on for another week, and every day that passed, I could feel the power shifting. They weren't in control anymore. But what they didn't know was that this wasn't just about getting them to understand. This was about me finding my strength, about me realizing that I didn't need them, not in the way I thought I did. And maybe, just maybe, they would finally learn that the hard way. As time passed, and as I focused more on my life and less on their demands, something unexpected happened. It wasn't the grand apology I was hoping for, but the small, meaningful changes began to appear. My dad started calling local handymen to fix the house repairs he had once left to me. My mom began to take more responsibility for her own life and stopped relying on me to run every family event. They were slowly learning how to function without me, and I couldn't deny that it felt good to see them trying. But the real turning point came when my mom called me one last time, a few days after my dad and I had that awkward but real conversation in the grocery store. She didn't ask for help. She didn't tell me how sorry she was. Instead, she just said, "I'm proud of you. I see how strong you've become, and I think we were wrong to ever doubt that." It wasn't much, but it was real. And it was the moment I realized that while they weren't perfect, they were starting to understand me, starting to see me as someone who had a life of her own, with my own needs, my own boundaries. I didn't need their approval anymore. I had learned how to stand on my own end. It wasn't a clean, fairy tale ending. We didn't suddenly become this perfect, happy family again, but we had made progress. And for the first time, I felt like I was in control of my own life, my own story. As for them, well, they were still learning, still growing, just like I was. But now, I wasn't there to fix everything for them. I had learned that sometimes, the best way to help people is to let them figure things out on their own. And in the end, that was the sweetest revenge of all. finding my own strength and taking back my power. The silence between us wasn't broken completely, but it was no longer deafening. It had transformed into something else, something quieter, more peaceful. We weren't perfect, but we were moving forward, each of us on our own path. And for the first time in a long time, I was okay with that.
Honestly, after reading this story, I can't help but feel a little bit of respect for the OP. I mean, it's hard to walk away from family, especially when you've been so deeply involved in everything. But sometimes it really does take stepping back for people to realize what they've lost, and it sounds like that's exactly what happened here. The whole revenge thing, honestly, I think it's less about getting back at them and more about finding yourself again. OP finally put themselves first, and that's something a lot of people struggle with. But what do you think? Is cutting off family, even temporarily, the right move? Or should OP have gone a different route, tried to fix things another way? I'm curious where you all stand. Drop your thoughts below. I feel like this could spark a really good conversation.